Oh no. I just recalled that I need to make a Discord post. Whoops, I always forget something. Let us do this. I will go... Blood for the blood god. Skulls for his skull. Wait, what do you mean this is a different demonic war game? Not Trench Crusade either. I'm gonna let me tell you about my experience with Magnagothica Maleghast. Live now. Okay. Sorry, I'm chuckling to myself. You have the perfect draw book. Fantastique! I'm currently setting something up. Oh my gosh, I don't remember what they did. Don't even ask me. I know they had 2 lichens. I know they had 1 stitch. I think they had 2 chop docks. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's 5. That's 5. Currently I'm going through and I'm grabbing the various armies we fielded, where I feel like it would be fun to point out the rough game plan of the game. The issue is I don't remember how the game went. I remember the broad strokes. I did not pay attention to their turns. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not sorry. This is probably fine. This is probably what it was. Okay, that's fine. All is well. Okay. Hi. Hi. Hello. Heya. I'm Arrow Writes. If you don't know, I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I am a writer. I am a storyteller. I'm a game dev. And I recently played Maleghast Magnagothica for the first time. Just the other day. Applaud for me. Applaud for me. Thank you. Thank you. I figured it would be fun to give you kind of like a once-over of like my experience playing Maleghast. I played against the lovely Svelte. If you don't know, they are the dev behind the Harpocrates dossier. And they were kind enough to show me how to play and give me an intro. Amazing person to talk to. Like, unironically, super easy to talk to, super funny, super, like, just welcoming, and just had an amazing time. And I'm so happy that they were willing to show me this game. But beforehand, I want to say, first off, say hi in chat. If you don't know, we have a tradition here where whether you're a lurker or whether you're watching the VOD or whether you're here actively participating, if you say hello, I will try to respond, because if you're giving me your attention, I think it's only polite I give you my attention back. And also, I'm going to start a Q&A, which is Q and arrow answers. That's a Q&A, Q and arrow answers. Ask me ye questions, fool, for I shall enlighten thee in mine own hubristic wisdom. So, if you don't know, I have a Q&A where just anything you want to ask, you can just shoot it to me. It can be about the game. It can be about my Kane game. It can be about as a VTuber, as a YouTuber, as someone in TTRPG space. If you want advice, by all means. But that's just something I like to have on in the background of the actual stream, just so that if you ever have something that's not relevant to the stream, you can just ask it there without any issue. Hello, Kiki and Alza and Ormi and Neo and Kali and Yixris and Real Robot and Skeleton VA and Mizzle and Moth and Brutal and Gato, and I think that's everyone who said hello. If I missed you, just say hi. Apparently we have the polls in chat. I love that. One time I was talking with someone and was that like a take your kid to work day? Or was that my mother's work? And I was speaking with this woman who, I was young, I was like a teenager at this point. And she is talking to me, and then I give her my name. And then she's like, oh, your name? You're Polish. And I'm just like, no. And then she's like, you have a very Polish name. And I'm like, okay. I have no connection to the Poles, if that's what you're wondering. So I had an experience where someone who was Polish just assumed I was Polish and just kind of like was adopting me into their culture. I kind of dodged that. Fun fact, I don't know if I've told this story before. I went to Japan when I was a teenager in a student exchange program. And as part of that, we climbed a mountain. I don't remember which one. No, it wasn't Mount Fuji. And while we were climbing up it, there was like a rest stop, like halfway up, like 2/3 up or something. And there's this old man that was like making the hike independent of us. And he sat me down and like, this is me as a teenager. I don't have an international phone or nothing. This is back when like Google Translate like sucked. Like you could not rely on it. So I had a little like pocket dictionary that like I didn't bring on the hike with me because it was just supposed to be all of us and our host families. And so this old man sits me down and just like is talking to me. He's like, you're American. Hi. And he's just like, JFK, good president. Truman, bad president. And if you know anything about American history or Japanese history, you know that Truman is the one that was responsible for a certain event that happened at the end of World War II. So I got lectured in sentence fragments and just this very odd sort of camaraderie between hikers up a mountain despite a language barrier, where he was just kind of like, hey, Truman was a bad president, but I liked JFK. And I'm like, okay, I don't have any connection to either of them, but like, I can't really argue with the points you're bringing up. I'm not going to sit here and defend that. You went to Japan and you didn't bring me a treat? I did bring you a treat, and I didn't know you at the time, so it went expired. I sent you a picture of it last night. Stay safe, soldier. Seems like you came in at the best time. Yes, you did, Freelancer. Neko, I already sent it to you last night. That was in our DMs. So, Maleghast Magnagothica. Who here has no idea what Maleghast Magnagothica even is? Because I, for one, did not know for the longest time what it was until I saw a Zactac video about it like a year ago. I think I watched the 11 Dragon Kid video on it again like a year ago. And then I picked it up when Tom Bloom released Kane and Maleghast for free for like a week-long period, like a year ago or whatever. And I haven't checked it out since. I have not kept up with it since. I haven't done anything with Maleghast since. And then like a couple weeks ago, Svelte's just like, hey, do you want to learn Maleghast? And I'm like, heck yeah, I want to learn Maleghast. So I recorded my entire reaction earlier this week. I think it was literally like, I read through the entire book. I just like sat there and tanked it. I did what I did with Girlframe. I just recorded my entire reaction. I read through the entire book. And then that night, I played my first game of Maleghast. Zaktak and 11 Dragon Kids seem to be the intro to most Tom Bloom stuff. That's how I learned of this too. I mean, yeah, they're two of the largest creators that consistently talk about his stuff, right? I would say that I'm probably up there as well, just because of the consistency regard. But like, Quinn's Quest has talked about Lancer. There are multiple Kane actual plays out there, like Division 12. So it's not to say that there is no other means of interfacing with the Tom Bloom verse. It's just a matter of a lot of people don't consistently make content on it. Hey, Togen Tomorrow. I know the name, but it was under the impression it was a TTRPG, which it clearly isn't. No clue at all, no idea. So, we have Maleghast Magnagothica. Maleghast Magnagothica. It is a skirmish war game. Of all things. Right? Which, like, it makes sense when you consider that Tom Bloom was involved in Lancer, which as a TTRPG is just a war game in a TTRPG coat of paint. Like 80% of the mechanics revolve around combat, and combat plays like a war game, and you treat your resources like a war game. Like you're playing a skirmish war game against some, like the GM, the admin, who is playing a normal war game with the amount of units they have. So it's a skirmish war game. You only get 5 units plus your leader, your necromancer. Because in this, you are a necromancer in the city of Anza-Mezeron, which is at the end of the world. There's a giant hole in the ground. And in that hole, there's a city that is older than humans. And in that city, death is broken. Anything that dies, no matter how hard you kill it, will come back in 6 days. And in that time, in that place, no one's sure why death is broken, no one's sure how death is broken, no one's sure what caused death to break, but devils are real, and they can make a deal with you. And if you make a deal with them, you can become a necromancer, and the prevailing sentiment in Anza-Mezeron is, well, why not sell your soul? Because if you only give up your soul when you die and you never die for good, it's all fine. So the city is crawling with necromancers. It is the city of 1 billion dead. There's about 200,000 living and 40 million, not really sure. And that's the official game stats of like the makeup of Anza-Mezeron. So in this, you're a necromancer and you control a black mass. Now, a black mass is not an army. A black mass is closer to like a D&D party. It is your Lancer squad. It is your skirmish war game squad. I went into this expecting like Trench Crusade. I got 40k kill team, if that makes any sense to you. It is not a game where you are playing a skirmish war game where you have like 10 to 12 units, and each unit, like, you have like a couple powerful units, but ultimately like most of them are still expendable and you're still like mostly doing like army v army. No. In Maleghast, this is a game where each individual unit is really important. And there's a couple different types of units. The main ones I'm going to focus on because these are the most distinct is there's the Necromancer. This is your player character. You, as the Necromancer, are also a unit that you field. Hey, a Kirby. And as you field your Necromancer, you have a super powerful unit. And the win condition for probably, I think, literally every single scenario, because some scenarios have other win conditions, but like the baseline scenario of the game is kill the enemy Necromancer, reduce them to 0 hit points. That's the main thing. You also have your standard units. These are your freaks, your horrors, your scions, and your hunters. These are just like the variable. They're the different unit types. You have like freaks are your supports, hunters are your snipers, horrors are your close the distance really quickly, deal a lot of damage, and scions are like a unit that exemplifies the core of the faction, right? They're the weirdo unit. You also have thralls. Thralls are your chaff. I would consider them the battle line if you play 40k. They're the battle. You can take as many as you want of them. Most of the others, you can only take 2, maybe 3 of them. out of your 5 units total, you can take as many thralls as you want. You could take 5 units of thralls, and thralls come in pairs. So if you field a thrall, you actually get 2 units for the price of 1, and when you activate that thrall unit, you can move any 2 of those thralls. Ah, Maleghast, one of my favorite games that I've never played. Yeah. Maleghast feels like Tom Bloom's excuse to go, how metal can I possibly make this setting? I feel like that's Kill 6 Billion Demons. I feel like Tom Bloom's... I think like Kane is pretty metal. I feel like just everything Kane touches is metal. And it just so happens that in Lancer, because he was working with, I believe it's Lopez, that metal became mechs. Instead of being heavy metal, it was heavy metal. You feel me? But, so you have your thralls. And then you also have your tyrants. Tyrants are big 2x2 units that slightly are different in how they gameplay. Mostly they are just giant units that have a ton of health and are really easy to hit. So the idea being is that thralls are your chaff, tyrants are effectively your vehicles closer to monsters from 40k, and then you have your scions and your freaks and your horrors and your scion, freak, hunter, horror. I keep forgetting hunter. And then these are like your normal quote unquote units. And so you might have an army where it's a necromancer, it's a tyrant, you have a hunter, a second hunter, and let's say you take a scion and a freak. Oh, would you look at that? This is exactly what my army was when I played the Abhorrers. So there are 6 core factions. There are more in Games for Freaks, and I actually want to look at those on stream today. I want to look through Games for Freaks Volume 1 and Games for Freaks Volume 2 and look through what Maleghast content there is. Because when I opened Games for Freaks the other times, I just skipped them. I just ignored the Maleghast stuff because I had no context for Maleghast. There are 6 factions. The 3 that I care about are Carcass. This is a private military company that specializes in bone shaping magic. So they have a lot of like ranged weapons. They have formation, which is an ability that gives them extra dice to hit you when they are in formation and like standing next to each other. They are pretty tanky from physical damage, and they are very much I'm going to sit here and I'm going to advance like 2 ranks, and then I'm just going to open fire on you. Their ideal game plan is just like have a giant clump of units or a couple spread out like clusters of units and just have like firing lines and kill boxes. The Dead Souls. The Dead Souls they really like fighting solo targets. They're ambush predators almost. The game describes them as attrition skirmishers, and I think that's accurate. Well, which obviously because like the game designers are the ones that describe that. But the Dead Souls they get a ton of bonuses if they're fighting a unit. This is a square-based grid. If they're targeting a unit that's here and they have no friends surrounding them, like Dead Souls get bonuses. A lot of bonuses. Like, you should not be alone fighting the Dead Souls or else you're going to 100% guaranteed die. Dead Souls. And then I played the Abhorrers. The Abhorrers are an attrition power-up faction. They have a lot of abilities that scale based on how many rounds there have been. There's 6 rounds total. And if you get to round 3, you get decent bonuses. If you make it to round 5, you get really big bonuses. And if you make it to round 6, and like the game has not ended by you slaying their necromancer or them slaying your necromancer, you're probably going to win the game. Like round 6 of Horrors, I assume, is probably the most individually powerful faction in the entire game. But obviously, the Abhorrers, if they're super strong after like round 3 or round 5, round 1 and 2, they leave something to be desired. So if you can rush them down, then the Abhorrers are really weak. So they like charging up. And I went Abhorrers for 3 reasons. 1, they're nuns with guns. If you saw the thumbnail for this video, that's all Abhorrers units. Like I mean, I can just open art that I have for this. Like, holy, this is just Kane. This is just Kane, but not goth, or I guess pastel goth, because it's white. Like, it's just white instead of black, but it's still just goth, or it's still just Kane. And so that's one reason. The second reason is it matches my color scheme as close as you can in this game. Their primary colors are white and yellow, or white and gold. My primary colors are black and yellow, or black and gold. So the white and the black is fine. It's basically the same color anyway. But yellow, I like yellow. And the other thing, like, unironically, the other thing that got me is I was like, okay, do they have a tyrant? I went into this game wanting it to play a tyrant. So I read through Carcass first. Carcass, the PMC. Very cool. Gunline. I like gunlines. They had a big, giant, like, skeletal vehicle, effectively, was their tyrant, their 2x2, like, monster. And I'm like, yeah, I'm probably gonna play Carcass. And then I saw the Dead Souls. And the Dead Souls had this big 2x2 bound devil. It looked like Baphomet. And it could, like, beckon individuals closer. It could form walls and take them away, reshaping the battlefield. I'm like, oh, I might have to check out Dead Souls. And then I checked out the Holy Body. It is a biblically accurate angel that is a 2x2 unit that just stares down at you. And I was like, okay. I literally, before I flipped to the final page, I was like, if they have a tyrant, if they have a 2x2, I'm gonna play Abhorrors. Like, that's just, I'm locking in. And so, Black and Yellow, you're probably a Steelers fan. I would never debase myself. How dare you? The vibe is just so perfectly curated whenever Tom Bloom makes something. Listen, I like metal. I like the aesthetics of metal. I like the ethos of punk. I also like the aesthetics of punk. This is just that coming together, and I think it's rad. Do not be afraid. Okay, be more afraid. So something that the game encourages you is to name your necromancer, each of your units, and also your black mass, which I thought was very funny, and so naturally I did. And my first thought for a name for this. My first thought. Be not afraid. And my first thought was I took the giant, multi-eyed, half-throne, half-archangel, half-cherub, like, deity, holy body, but not afraid. Abhorrors actually work on off alternating turns. They change stances on odd or even. However, some units... So, they do both. A lot of their units, a lot of their standard units have odd even. But a lot of their upgrades and their necromancer in particular had a lot of after round 3 get X, after round Y, after round 5 get Y, at round 6 get Z. New Metal Maleghast faction. I'm so disappointed by New Metal. Can I rant about New Metal for a second? So New Metal is, let's take thrash metal and let's mix it with like punk and give it very aggressive, almost rap style lyrics, right? So you have very fast paced, a lot of metal's guitar heavy, but like very guitar heavy, riff oriented metal that is supposed to be very quick, fast, in your face, aggressive, punk, dare I say, and it is awesome until you realize it immediately got co-opted, and when anyone thinks new metal, they think Limp Bizkit. That's why, as a genre, I prefer rap metal over new metal, despite the fact that rap metal is effectively just an offshoot of and like branch underneath new metal, because rap metal is metal with rap, whereas new metal is I just immediately am thinking of a bunch of Limp Bizkit songs. Like, I understand that Limp Bizkit is not the end all be all of new metal, but you can't talk about new metal and not bring up Limp Bizkit. But also Linkin Park, though. I love Linkin Park. And particularly early Linkin Park, which is more metal, versus their later stuff, which is more rock. I love both of it. I really like Linkin Park. Like, listen, nu metal isn't bad. I love nu metal. However, I can't. I just can't deal with the fact of being like, yeah, I'm gonna keep rolling this cassette tape. How you feel about that, bro? Like, I can't. And I say this as someone that like does not hate Limp Bizkit's music. I say this as someone who, like, I was alive back when Limp Bizkit was really popular. I remember hearing Limp Bizkit all the time. I don't hate their music. I just think that it's not an honest representation of nu metal. And I think that the hate that Limp Bizkit in particular, I keep bringing up Limp Bizkit because Limp Bizkit, I would say, is probably the most well-known nu metal band. Linkin Park might be more well-known than Limp Bizkit, or some other band may be more popular, but I feel like in ties to nu metal specifically, it's kind of Limp Bizkit. Avenged Sevenfold is great. Are they nu metal? Yeah, like that doesn't have anything to do with the convo. You just want to get that out there. They're just solid. Like I just enjoy Avenged Sevenfold. I don't think that they're nu metal in particular. Sometimes you got to do things your way or it's the highway. Just call it metal and move on. The distinction is needlessly arbitrary. That sounds like the opinion of someone that doesn't listen to metal. And I don't say that to be dismissive. I say that because, like, obviously, like, music genres as a whole, famously, if you've ever looked up any band on Wikipedia and you're like, oh yeah, they're like a rock band, right? Or like punk rock, maybe? No, they're like new age, reversal, Harlem-inspired punk rock of the late 90s. And that's one of their 7 genres that they're like listed in on Wikipedia. Like, music famously hates the idea of just saying like, yep, rock, that's good enough. Metal, that's fine. And like, there are legitimate differences. If I say, oh yeah, I listen to thrash, and you say, oh, I listen to death. Like we'll both probably enjoy what the other one shows, but like, the fact I like Avenged Sevenfold does not mean I like Cannibal Corpse. I don't think that Cannibal Corpse is bad. I just personally, every time or like Butcher Babies, I just can't get into them. Despite the fact that like Linkin Park or Avenged Sevenfold or Metallica or Black Sabbath, like I can rock all of those. I can rock like Rammstein. I can rock Sabaton. But I just like the harsher stuff, the darker stuff, the black metal, the death metal, the I mean, like there's other related ones, but like, do you see what I'm getting at? How dare I? Yeah, I know. Death the Band is good. I'm unfamiliar with Death the Band. Rock is fine, but what about Stone? Can I get a rock and Stone in chat? My favorite genre of music is anything with fast tempo, intense percussion, and or strong melody. And I mean, honestly, that's most of like rock, metal. Like, there are so many different sounds of metal, it's impossible to categorize it all into metal. It's not impossible. I would say it's very easy to categorize it all as metal. Just as it's very easy to categorize it all as rock, or pop, or even hip hop. Like, I think that as like, if you accept that these are terms that are meant to encompass like 50 different genres, in the same way that saying I'm trans encompasses like 50 different gender identities, that might be that you're binary trans femme. That might mean that you're agender. That might mean that you are gender fluid leaning trans mask. Like, it can mean any number of things, but you're still trans. In the same way that you can have a song that is rock, even if it's specifically like hair metal rock, right? Hairspray rock. And I think that the issue is a lot of people assume, okay, I really like pop. There's a lot of different types of pop, but I'm not a fan of metal. I don't like rock or hip hop because those are just one giant like categorization. Whereas my pop, I really like K-pop, which is very different from J-pop, which is very different from Western modern 2010s to 2020s pop, which of course is very different from 2000s club beat pop, which is also different from, and like just it's always easier to see your tribe's differentiation And I think that it's not a bad thing to just say like, oh, all of this is metal, so long as you then don't say stuff about them as if I don't like all metal. Because in all honesty, like with pop, you'll probably like something. Like if you're like a D&D nerd, for instance, you probably like metal. But if you don't, if you like folk, for instance, if you're like a D&D player and you really like folk music, you'll probably really like folk metal. You'll probably really like, is it fantasy metal? What's like, it's not power metal. What is it? It's the metal that incorporates like violins and like fiddles, and I thought it might be power metal, but rock ballad? Power metal, I mean, I guess like historic, like Sabaton? If you say you don't like metal, but you like history, give Sabaton a listen, and don't just like tune out. Actually listen to the lyrics. Like Sabaton is one of my favorite metal bands, not just because I love their music, but specifically because like they are like internationally recognized as music educators. Orchestral metal. So I think it might just be fantasy metal. I think it literally might just be fantasy metal, where the whole point is that it talks about like fantasy lyrics, like slaying dragons and whatever, and it incorporates more traditional medieval, like bardcore almost instruments in metal arrangements. Fellow Sabaton fan? I mean, like, Sabaton's great. But like their peak as a history nerd, I love them. Another band I really like is Disturbed. I rock Disturbed, and we like literally, I think not last stream, but like last week's Wednesday stream, we also had like a whole 30-minute diatribe about metal. Then the winged hussars arrived. Da 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 da. Dragon Force. Yeah, we talked about Dragon Force last week. I myself don't really dig with things like death metal or anything because I get headaches easily, but I do like Sabaton. Also, hi, just woke up. Hey, Traydon, what's the good news? I have a really weird pull. I don't remember what the name is because it's been years at this point, but I've listened to stuff like Splittercore, where the entire point is it's meant to be painful to listen to. And it's supposed to be unpleasant. And I actually kind of rocked it. like, so long as it's made with intent, legitimately, even the most like horrendous sounding instrumentation can be really cool. And so this was something where it was very loud. It was very disorienting, but in a melodic way that if I could kind of like grok it, if I could vibe with it, it wasn't that bad. Is liking splittercore music so I wouldn't say I like splittercore music. I would say that I have listened to splittercore songs that I enjoyed, and there was one where I don't remember if it was splittercore, but it was definitely a genre that was intended to like be more of a gimmick, right? I would say, for instance, math rock or math metal is more of a gimmick, where the point of math music is to make something that is mathematically interesting rather than make something that is good to listen to. Where often the people making it have a passion for both mathematics and for music, so they make it sound good. But the point is, I want to make this mathematically complex and interesting. My youngest brother is giving a certificate in welding and HVAC, and I'm so proud of him. Sorry, that caught in my throat. I think that means that, like, your brother's cursed. I'm so sorry. It's sippy my water. Try a round of splittercore, ideally while sleep deprived. I'm trying to remember what song it was, because, like, I sent it to a guy I knew at the time when we were chatting, and he sent me it as a joke, and then I listened to it, and I'm like, actually, unironically, I'm rocking this. And then one time he called me while I was in the car driving as I was listening to it, and he's like, And I was like, yeah, I'm just listening to that song. He's like, why are you listening to that? It sucks. And I'm like, yeah, it does suck, but like in a nice way. I feel kind of out of place here because I don't get a lot of music types. That's the thing, Cantus. I don't get music either. I really don't listen to that much music. And I say that after having gone into like, oh, here's my different types of metal. I literally will just like sit here in silence as I edit or whatever. I have had to build the habit of listening to music because if I go on a walk or something, I want a podcast. If I am going to be editing, I need to focus on what I'm editing. If I'm playing a video game, then I'm focused on the video game, unless it's like I'm grinding mementos in Persona 5, and then I'll have like a YouTube video on because I want to watch a YouTube video. I don't listen to music all that much, and I really only listen to it because like in the car, I'll listen to like a podcast. So in like when I'm showering, and then occasionally like when the mood for a specific song strikes me. For instance, the other week, just like, I really wanted to listen to Savior by Rise Against. Which if you, like, and I don't know why you would know this. Please tell me you don't know this, because I don't think I've talked about this before. Savior by Rise Against. This is like one of my favorite songs from a purely nostalgia angle. Because Savior, Rise Against, I have very distinct memories of back when it was newer. I was in the basement with one of my siblings. And this is what we did like most days. Is we had a giant like fan that was set up like this. So it'd be like, woo, and they turned it so it was like a table. And they had their laptop on it. And they were sat there like. And then we had like a futon. And I was sat here. And I was on my laptop. And this was how we spent, like, I want to say a couple years. Like multiple times a week, if not nearly every day. And he would just like have music playing while he's playing League of Legends or something. And Savior by Rise Against would come up constantly. So I deeply associate Savior by Rise Against with this time in my life. And so that is one of the songs where it's just like, hey, if I was ever to like seriously try karaoke, I would really want to do Savior because that song is very important to me. And like, this is someone who like, this is still like a person in my life. Like this is still my sibling. This is not someone that has like died or anything. But I might kill you, motorcycle person. That's not a threat legally. You can't sue me for that. Or if I may ask, what happened to the Discord live yesterday? I was busy. I was like, as you might have noticed, the video came out at like 5 p.m. I got it done at like 4:45. So I spent multiple hours editing. I was hoping to get it done by like 1 p.m. and that didn't happen. So sad. Have you ever tried Ghost? It's kind of rock and kind of old metal. I'm unaware. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just being wildly insecure. I mean, personally, I have never been insecure about my lack of association with music. And as I literally just demonstrated, I still associate music with stuff, and I've still like had music in my life. I cannot listen to Timber by Lady Gaga. Or is it Kesha? It's gotta be Lady Gaga, right? I think so. Because that was something where that was on the radio every single day when I was going to school. And so I had to listen to it every single day going to school. Like for like a month after it came out or something. And I got so sick of that song that even to this day, I still don't like Timber. I would listen to Despacito over Timber. And Despacito was way worse, was way more high profile, was way more overdone. But I personally did not listen to Despacito nearly as much because like I didn't have the emphasis to. But like, how off track are we? And can I make us more off track. Well, Minx, that's the name of the game. It was so funny because this morning I had the idea of Fear and Hunger, like video game, where the magic is basically exploring how eldritch music is and its genres. It's probably better off the Q&A, but what you think of prog, like prog rock? I know the name. I can't give any like eloquent or substantial opinion on it. Prog rock is progressive rock. As far as I'm aware, prog rock is like Muse? Question mark? Prog rock is like pushing the boundaries of like what music can be. It's meant to be weird. It's meant to be experimental. Am I correct on that or am I not? Like that's my understanding of prog rock. That might be wrong. So like that's the extent of my knowledge. If it is like Muse, and then I can kind of speak on it because I've listened to some Muse. And my main exposure to this is like Matt Colville. Matthew Colville has made videos on like synthesizers, and he's talked about like different bands, and a former feature on CD and cassette players where you would have like state 1, state 2, state 3, and state 4, and if you click this, it would like skip ahead to certain sections. King Crimson is prog, right? No, King Crimson is a stand from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that no one knows what it does, and I'm still going to keep up that joke even though it stopped being funny as soon as the anime hit. So I had an idea, and I've brought it up before, but the idea of bringing down Cain is called Heaven Must Fall. How would I run this for my game? I think we've talked about this before. So like, that's the sort of thing where I would ask my players like, hey, are you interested in a game that is about Cain falling? And then if they said yes, I would ask them, how would you like to interact with Cain falling? And if they say, I want to be part of Under Heaven, or I want to be part of Cain taking down from the inside, or I want to be part of Cain, but we don't know what's happening, and we're like part of the last site left standing. And that would all wildly impact how I run the game. Now, how would I want to, like if my player said, hey, we want you to run a game where Cain falls, that's it. Everything else is up to you. We don't ask us any questions. We want you to run it for us. Then I would be like, well, okay, like fine. I want your input. I want you to be players that are engaged, but all right, fine. Yes. And then I would probably run it where everyone is part of a Cain site. And it would heavily feature over the first like hunt or two. And I would like get them up to like Cat 3 without really anything happening. They would be interacting with Under Heaven members, Rogue Binders. The first hunt would probably be very... The first hunt would be traditional, but they run into more drifters than expected, and they run into a random binder, and that kind of opens their eyes to the fact that there are other binders out there. And then hunt 2 would probably be, oh, da-da-da, everything's going normal. Oh no! Why are we fighting Under Heaven alongside a Type 3 sin? Turns out Under Heaven induced this... sin manifestation and is trying to recruit the host into it. So basically, the reason it's a Type 3 sin is because Under Heaven is like teaching this person how to bind a sin. So now it's not just fight the one sin, it's fight the one sin and the other Under Heaven member, which is trying to like embolden them and has their own sin. So it's like a 3 on, if the party's like 4 people, it's like a 4 on 3 almost. Maybe even a 4 on 4, depending on how powerful the host is psychically. And then after that point, I would say like they kill the Under Heaven member. They defeat the Under Heaven member. They go back to base and they get reports, or they overhear reports, that other sites are being attacked. And they would learn that them going on that hunt right there put a pause to the local Under Heaven cell. Because like they killed their leader, or they killed someone important, or they killed like the most like active initiative member. And so their site is one of the few that didn't get hit. And then now they're Cat 3. They're a couple missions away from Blackcoats. I think that is where I'd probably introduce the virtues. And I would probably have it be like, hey, we have like, I don't know, 20 sites across the Americas. Like 16 of them were hit. Of those 16, 14 are put in a state where they cannot effectively respond to their local crises. And so we are operating off of 6 sites for the entirety of North and South America. Go deal with that. And then what I would do is I would basically just like say, okay, are you ready for the biggest grind your exorcists have ever and will ever face? And I would give them like 4 missions back to back. I would not let them rest between them. And every single mission, I would have Under Heaven be a main force that they're fighting. And I would have Under Heaven be like, why are you working for them? Clearly, they don't care about you. They're not letting you rest. They're not letting you go. And I would just like push my players to their breaking point. I would push their characters until they got to the point where like, yeah, I'm sick of Cain. I don't want to do this anymore. I just went through Sin Overflow 3 times in the past like 24 hours because I'm on my 3rd hunt. Yeah, I'm going to leave. Yeah, I'm going to join Under Heaven. Or they're going to be able to heroically like resist the temptation of falling to Under Heaven. And then Cain is going to legitimately, as like black coats, be like, hey, you are a resource. You are valued. Like, we're going to like send you out with the virtues to go fight Under Heaven and like major cell leadership that they have. And then I would have it be like a natural turning point of, do they join Under Heaven because they're like, I'm sick of this? Or do they stick with Cain and they're rewarded for it? As you might have noticed, in my games, I really like the tension of why stay with Cain. That's the Valentine's game. That is this idea that I'm proposing right now. This like, why stick with Cain? Because in my setting, and my players picked up on this, and we've talked about this for the past like month now, XOs are powerful enough and Cain is weak enough that XOs can just leave. If you have like 10 XOs on site, you have like an Ardence user, a Flux user, a Jaunt user, an Edit user, 2 Smother users, a Gate user, a Vector user, and then the rest are Tension users. Who's stopping you if you just decide, yeah, let's leave? The guards? No. The untouchables? No. The like 1 retired pieces of silver like Cain XO that's like working for admin? No. Even if all of you are like Cat 2, you're free to just go. Now, are you going to be able to outrun the virtues? Probably not. Are you going to be found like immediately? Probably. But not guaranteed. Like in my setting, I have it so that Cain is weak enough that there's always the potential to just leave. And that is what I've been exploring in the Valentine's game. And it's been made very explicitly clear to my player, like, hey, you're gonna be able to just leave. You are probably powerful enough you can just walk away. And Cain does not have the time, the resources, or the power to just immediately find you and like sick fortitude on you. You have a reasonable option of just leaving and living a normal life. Now, how are you going to live a normal life? Are you going to have to dodge government surveillance for the rest of your life? Where will you go? How will you get your ID? Will you have a social security number? Like, how are you going to get into bank systems and like actually get a job in actual employment? Like, that's all stuff that who knows how that'll work. But that's a big tension I like. And that's why my Cain is so weak. That's why my Cain sites aren't like at least 1 kilometer underground and they all have a dedicated anti-exorcist like grace nullification team on standby at all times 24/7, because I think that's unrealistic. I like the idea that at the Cain site that you're operating from, they don't have a helicopter. They only have 2 armored vans. And so if they ever need to deploy a helicopter, they need to requisition that from a nearby site that will have to fly that helicopter 45 minutes over, land at your site, and then pick you up after refueling to then go to your new site, which is another 45 minutes away. And I just think that kind of thing like makes for more interesting stories to me, personally. I very much, and this is kind of why I think power scaling is so silly. I'm confident that basically any character I have ever made for my own personal projects, like my stories, would lose in a fight to your favorite character. Because my settings tend to be very low powered. Like the only exception would be like if they're a mundane human. If they're like a mundane human that does normal mundane human things, yeah, you'll probably like lose because my characters have like magic or like advanced tech or whatever. But like fundamentally, the magic they have access to is not Spider-Man. Like, I'm not even saying Superman or like Batman. I'm saying like Spider-Man, who is so powerful he has to pull back and like purposely throw himself when he gets punched, and he has a spider sense that can detect anything, and he can walk up any surface, and like all of these powers. Like, I don't do that personally. Hey, some dude. I mean, you could totally play a Deviant the Renegade game where you renegade Kane XOs, leave Kane, move to a small town in Japan, suddenly fog Persona 4. That's good. Nah, Supreme Otaku schoolgirl Izumi Konata with negative for real. The orbiting tungsten rod. So, I actually was just writing this the other day. I'm gonna ask you, can I share something with you? And you're gonna say, of course. And then I'll be like, no, but like it's really dumb. Taps fingers together. And then you're gonna be like, no, Arrow, that's so cute. Haha. And I'm like, don't call me cute, idiot. And then we're gonna have like a thing. And this is just me stalling so I can actually make this in my creator account, because I have it on my personal account. That, and this is a spoiler. Heads up. This is a spoiler for my... Oh, that's why. This is a spoiler for my Kane supplement that I'm working on, so don't tell nobody, okay? So, Code Pink. There is no orbital rail bombardment should a hunt fail. As it stands, dropping tungsten rods from low orbit are less effective than missile strikes, and rail cannons are infeasible for combat. Nuclear ordnance is too long-lasting in its cleanup to rely upon, but there are times when exos cannot be relied upon to complete a hunt. The uncomfortable truth is that in such circumstances, Kane relies upon sins. Referred to as a Code Pink internally, the deployment of artificially manifested sins is an information restricted to virtues, the crew of Seraph, and a special division within Temerity. Outside of the board and a few relevant overseers, even authority doesn't know institutionally. Such artificial sins are most commonly grown from grace sampled from the captive sin Ozymandias, and wrangled by a rotating team of blackcoats. Such wranglers are chosen on a per-mission basis, but otherwise act as standard agents the majority of the time. Most binders that make it to Cat 4 find themselves in this roster, their heretical blasphemy a convenient explanation for execution in the case they reveal Kane's secrets. Use the stats of a mass-produced sin with multiple groups, Execution Talisman 5, sent out to high-value areas. With their control units intact, they focus entirely on executing the target sin without regard for collateral damage. Each individual sin obediently follows the commands of its assigned Blackcoat Wrangler, even to its own harm or destruction. Use the stats of a binder, upper rank, even though these are Kane-sanctioned exorcists. After execution is confirmed, all mass-produced sins are rounded up and executed. Standard cleanup procedures follow, and the Wranglers are allotted full payment for the hunt. They then return to their normal duties and are closely monitored to ensure they keep quiet. Assuming the Code Pink failed and the target sin was not executed, available virtues are deployed. Defrosting is unilaterally greenlit, even outside of scheduled cycles. At this point, the Board of Authority and nearby site directors are informed of the situation. Once a sin undergoes a sin event, it progresses towards future ones at an exponential rate. Upon the retreat or death of on-site virtues, nuclear ordnance is launched. This has only ever occurred twice, in April 26th, redacted, and March 11th, redacted. In both cases, the sins survived the detonation but demanifested soon after. Research into the effects of radiation on Grace ongoing. On Grace entities ongoing. I have a question. Does anyone, just based off of the month and day, have any guesses what years those are? Next blow, but you're a sin? No! Look, so long as it's not colonoscopy, I'm fine with seeing whatever you have to show. Oh my gosh, gross. Nearly complete on Sequitur. I've been tempted to run a TTRPG based on Persona, but I don't have a party for it, so I haven't dug too deeply into trying to figure out the mechanics. It's Kane. It's Kane. It's Kane. Weirdly, a lot of the table jobs pay well, and if the did run, you could grapple with the idea of doing crime, white collar crime. I'm sorry, Tradent. Please try again. Try again with spell check. 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl. Got it. Yeah. It was two of the only two nuclear disasters that have been rated a maximum on the nuclear disaster scale. And my reasoning for that is I made those times when there was a sin manifestation that the virtues either died or had to retreat from, and then nuclear ordnance was launched. And so I think that's cool. I think it's a nice little like, oh, Chernobyl was so comedically just like everything went wrong because of such negligence. The idea that like it had to have just been like a nuke strike, right? The places weren't destroyed though. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There are 4. I saw in Wikipedia there was only 2. Also, I'm currently in the process of making up the material for my Fabula Ultima game. Only 3 are reactors. Ah, got it. Kane definitely has an exo bunking next to some radioactive material as part of that testing. Yeah. I've actually suggested something similar to this, but they're virtue level binders, not under Kane. I call them vices. Yeah, so I think that a lot of people have come up with like, oh, under heaven must have some equivalent of the virtues, whether they're based on like the 7 deadly sins, or they're based on the different sin types, and like they're all fused with them. A lot of people have their own ideas for that. I haven't really gone into under heaven too much, but I do like the idea that like orbital rail bombardment is really cool, completely infeasible. And Kane knows that. It would make more sense to just carpet bomb the area with missiles. So I think that the reason that they say that is because it's not true. And so I came up with the idea of like a code pink where I like the idea of just flooding an area with mass-produced sins. And like, like a special division of Temerity knows, the virtues know, Seraph, who like houses and deploys these things, know. Outside of that, really just a couple authority members and the black coats that work with it. Make Wrath and Fortitude kiss. Okay. Wrath is just Fortitude, but with crazy eyes. Also, I love the idea of some governments having their own Kane, and maybe the UN and a few corporations. Basically, and I've talked about this before, the way I treat Under Heaven is it's a series of cells that all share a common name, even if they have different titles within that. And the big dogs, the decision makers, the movers and shakers of each are in contact. But if you're just like a member of Under Heaven of the site outside, like the cell outside Atlanta, Georgia, you probably don't know any other cells exist outside of maybe the one that's like in Tampa, Florida, right? And you've never met anyone from that cell. You just have heard some of the senior binders talk about going on a trip to Tampa to meet with the other cell. Whereas if you're the leader of, or if you're one of the leaders, or you're one of the movers and shakers of that Atlanta cell, you might know about the one in Tampa. You might know about, I'm struggling to think of other major cities in Southeast. I'm so sorry. But like in South Carolina and in Virginia and in Alabama, Tennessee, like all these different other cells that might be around. And you might know of them. And you might be in contact with like 1 or 2 people from each intermittently, but you don't work with them. You're not friends. You're not associated, except for, hey, we all want to meet up in Nashville and we're going to try and manifest a sin. You want in? And then you send someone from Atlanta all the way up to Nashville to lend your support and show solidarity for them trying to do this thing that you're all on board for. Similarly, Kane, I like to imagine is like, Kane is international. Kane is, so New Orleans is a bit west. New Orleans is a bit too far west for what I was expecting. Like if you're in Atlanta, that's multiple states, like that's quite a few states away. Kane, I like to imagine, is in the North America, in the Americas. It is one like branch, so to speak. It's one division of Kane. In Europe, into in like Europe and Northern Africa, like north of the Sahara, into like the Middle East. That's another one. Across all of Africa and like stretching into the Middle East is another. And then like a lot of northern and eastern Asia is another one. And then all of southern Asia is another one. And then all of Southeast Asia and like the various islands that are around is another one. And so you have these like, this is effectively like Russia. I mean, honestly, like China would probably have its own. It's like China and like / East Asia. You have India / South Asia. You would have kind of like the north of the Middle East, and you would have Russia and a little bit of Eastern Europe. You would have like South Saharan Africa, as well as pushing into the Middle East. And then you would have Europe with like the Mediterranean basin, basically. And then so you have these different divisions of Cain. All of them identify as Cain. All of them share ties to authority and to temerity and to all these different divisions. But like, this branch doesn't talk with this branch unless it's like, hey, we're letting you know there was a Cat 6 hound manifestation in New York City, and we barely stopped it from getting a sin event that probably will screw over the Psychic Sea. Be careful. And like just a memo sent out to like the top brass of each of these, and like maybe they just ignore it, or maybe they tell every single site director. Like I feel like it's more interesting if Cain institutionally is the shadow government behind every single nation, but functionally is like 6 different shadow governments, that each of which cover a different geographic region. In the modern terror cell structure, they probably only know their usernames. Like Sammy, that's literally what I took inspiration from. I think it's like the Hammer Nation is like a hate group that is like white supremacists. And I remember watching a documentary about a guy that was a former member, and like he was like de-radicalized and like has spent his life like trying to like de-radicalize other people. And he talked about his experience with it. And the thing that I got with the cell structure is it's kind of like a fraternity almost, where there's like the new guys get like hazed, and like there's a pledge effectively, and then you have to join, and then once you join it's like quote unquote full membership, but there's no hierarchy within a cell. There's just, oh, these are the 4 guys that make all the decisions. No one voted for them. They didn't say that they were going to make the decisions. No one like asked them to make decisions. They just started making decisions. And so that's just how they did. And then these are the 4 guys that will know the 4 guys like in Tampa, and the 4 guys, and like they know the 5 guys that are over in New Orleans, and they know the 2 guys that make all the decisions in Nashville. And like these are the guys that have contacts elsewhere. Whereas the other like 12 members of the cell, they don't know. They don't make any decisions. They just follow orders. And then that is, and like the different cells, they only interact for like big events. And that's how I've literally modeled Under Heaven. Yeah, so that's literally how I've modeled Under Heaven, is after real world like hate groups. Because I think that that's a more honest way of doing it than they're Cain but evil. They're Cain, but instead of being backed by governments, they're backed by corporations, and the corporations want to turn everyone into sins so they can make more money. And like, that's interesting, but that's not very complex. That's very like, okay, Cain aren't the good guys, but they're certainly not the bad guys. And like, I know I just said that after saying that I based their opponents Under Heaven off of like anarchistic and supremacist cells. When you're an XO, that's significantly more appealing than you'd like to admit. When your entire life is like I don't divide it off of like morality of good and evil. I basically do order chaos. Cain is about, we're going to bring order to all of this. Under Heaven is we're going to bring chaos to all of this. Yes, there is also the push-pull of like human supremacy with Cain versus XO supremacy and sin supremacy with Under Heaven, but mostly it's, how do we think grace and sin and XO should be treated? We need to control it. We need to let it run free. Can we make 6 cats instead? 5 guys, delicious burgers. 4 Under Heavens. 3 Cain sites dropping. 2 virtues deployed. And an XO going through sin overflow. Think of Cain like the Technocratic Union or the SCP Foundation. They have power that goes beyond nations, but they don't rule the world. Yeah, exactly. But like, I treat it less like the SCP Foundation, because the SCP Foundation is pretty, like, SCP Foundation's site in North America is functionally going to like have very little issue communicating with an SCP site in China. That said, I like the Technocratic Union thing where like you have the Syndicate and you have the New World Order and they work together and they have the same broad goal, but they aren't like the same organization. And you could say that's more like authority temerity. You could say that's like seer versus like temerity. But I feel like seer temerity is more like finance versus HR versus sales versus marketing. Whereas like the New World Order in the Technocratic Union and the Syndicate in the Technocratic Union and the Void Engineers in the Technocratic Union, those are more like entirely different domains of like space, really. I keep on getting commercials about ripping packs when I watch an Aerostream. What does that mean? Depends on which version of the SCP canon you subscribe to. That's fair. Like, SCP has no canon, so my interpretation of it in like 90% of the canons I've seen is that the SCP Foundation is basically completely unified, because that makes it easier for me to write SCP like 77777 and connect it back to SCP 4159. Like, I can just make connections because, oh, it doesn't matter that 4159 was in the Himalayan mountains and like 77777 is in Greenland, because they're just in contact. And that just tends to be how most people hand wave it. Void engineers are too busy fighting Cthulhu to communicate. They're not fighting Cthulhu, they're trying to banish Cthulhu from existence. Which, okay, is kind of fighting. And Kane would either learn to treat their kids better or, hear me out, don't use kids! That's the thing. I saw... There's a music video I saw. Let me post it. I'm not going to play it. Kane RPG. Nope, this is all my videos. That's embarrassing. Oh, I hate this. There was a Kane RPG anime. So there's the Hunter Loves Nothing. That's a good one. There's also another one. Where the hecky? Oh, yeah, so here it is. This one. So, I think I can show you some of the visuals from it. And if they get upset at me, I will simply blur this in the VOD. So if you can't see this and you're watching the VOD, if you can't see this and you're watching the VOD, my apologies. So you shouldn't be able to hear anything. I just want to show you some of the visual. So I think that like this is just a really cool animation that is to Usewa, which is like some anime opening. I assume it's a JJK opening. And like, look at the diversity of this cast. Like, they have like a red and mold person, which is something where I understand that from Kane, the source book, they make it very clear that it's like, hey, it develops in adolescence. Most of these like exos are born and raised there. I like the idea that there's more variability, and I like the idea that there is someone that has been like raised in a Kane facility since they were 4 years old, working alongside someone that has been picked up at 16, trained for 6 months, and is being deployed at 16 and a half. And like the 4-year-olds, like they're same age, just different experiences. And then they have one person who like has been in XO for like 5 years. And they manifested like when they were like 18, 19, 20, and now it's been 5 years. Now they're like 25. So you have different individuals. Like you might have someone that manifested to Grace when they're like 60. And so you have like this older person. It's Ado's debut song. I don't know Ado. I'm sorry. Could Kane, SCP, and the technology exist in the same universe? They could. And what, like I've already said this multiple times now. I think Kane mechanically would be a great 40k Imperial sanctioned Psyker TTRPG where you're members of the Ordo Malleus going around and fighting chaos demons. That being said, I also really think Kain just is a good example of what it would be like to have a militant arm of the Technocratic Union. I think, obviously, the Technocratic Union has militant arms, and that's just PMCs, and that's like mundane, like law enforcement and SWAT teams and PMCs and like all this stuff. But Kain, I think if it was in the same universe as the Technocratic Union, would be a branch under the Technocratic Union. It would be like the Syndicate, or it would be the Void Engineers. And their whole thing is that their consensus, their micro consensus within the Technocratic Union, is reliant on the idea of faith. And their blasphemies are just powers gifted by the divine, where they're going around and they're slaying sins, i.e. demons. And their whole thing is like, they need to wipe the stain away. The reason they treat exos so poorly is because they are damaging consensus with everything they do. And the whole point of Kain is like, for the past like 300 years, we've been using so we basically like, we want to change consensus, but as it currently exists, consensus still really exists along a lot of the world that faith equates to manifestation. So we'll use that while we got it, we'll use it. And so they're going around and they're fighting Banes, they're fighting Fomori, they are fighting spirits, i.e. sins, that are going around and like manifesting in people and screwing with people. Kith and kin that are dangerous from the dreaming, all of these otherworldly entities, and they're effectively a branch of the Technocratic Union that is using what the Technocratic Union sees as blasphemous magic and going around and using it to basically speed up the process. Where that's why exos are treated so poorly. They're not enlightened scientists, they're just weirdos. Kain is chronically underfunded because they kind of want to wean off of Kain. Ideally, the goal is to like choke out consensus, not continue to fight consensus in that same way. But while they got it, they might as well. And so that's how I think that would manifest. I think that is how Kain would manifest with the Technocratic Union. I also think if Kain was in the same setting as the SCP Foundation, it would similarly be a Project Able style. If you know 96, SCP-96 Able, which is funny that's the naming scheme. Able had an addendum where, due to his like warrior ethos, he worked alongside an MTF unit and was deployed on like high risk, high casualty engagements. And so I think XOs are considered SCPs. I think they are tied probably to separate, but still categorized SCP manifestations. And they are used much in the same way to go around and to secure and neutralize and like contain and protect the various sins. I think that in the SCP universe, Kain might actually fit better with the Global Occult Coalition. Maybe Kain isn't a part of SCP. Maybe it's a part of the Global Occult Coalition. And its whole thing is that it's going around and it's like destroying anomalous creatures because like it feels they need to. MTF? Male to female trans girls? No. I see Kain's more GOC task force than a Friend Nation one. I mean, listen, I got there. It just took me an extra minute. Imagine someone making that all into a Kain setting module, the SCP setting. Like, I could do it, but I have other stuff I'm worried on. So I think you can run a Kain game with code from Kamen Rider Zets. Well, given by the fact that the perfect sins are all just Kamen Rider villains, particularly the perfect centipede, yeah, that checks out. Using them psychers and 40k. That's what I'm saying. SCP Foundation would throw a cognito hazard at Kain for killing one of their pet monsters. Ado is the singer that did Usewa, and it's an original single that hasn't been used for an anime. It feels like an anime song. I feel like I know what else has Ado done? Like, would it be anything I would recognize? That song, Bay, sounds aggressively French. Bay? Beat? Sounds aggressively French. I think an EXO would be more so instances of main SCP. That's the thing. There's so many EXOs. And they're so, like, they're so categorized that I feel like initially they would all be separate, but then they'd be like, oh, we have, like, 4 humanoid SCPs, all of which that have like fire powers that manifest the exact same way. And yeah, it's slightly different and they can control temperature, but they all have the same power set. They're all manifestations of SCP XYZ-1 and -2 and -3 and -4. And maybe the different blasphemies would each be their own like SCP entry, but I feel like the Foundation is intelligent enough to recognize that like they all utilize powers with generally the same constraints. They all seem vulnerable to the exact same sin and grace buildup that they seem to talk about, and would recognize them all as like categorizations of the same entity. And they'd probably number the blasphemies like SCP XYZ-1 through -12. And then it would be like, if you're an Ardence user, your SCP-XYZ-2, like, A, right? And you'd get just a different X ID, really, that just has SCP in it. Kane as an underfunded competitor to the insanely powered SCP Foundation sounds fun. If I was working for a doomed company. I mean, it's, there's a show where it's about MI6 during the Cold War. And there's a constant, like, running gag about how they're chronically underfunded compared to the CIA and the KGB. And I don't know what this is. This is literally another thing where it's just like, I just remember this, like, Matt Colville mentioned this, like, in a video 8 years ago. And it's just, like, it's just something I remember. I'm now imagining a Kane versus Gamers Against Weed showdown. Oh, Arrow, I almost forgot. Did you listen to Waltz? No, I didn't. I forgot about that. Did you put it in the Discord? Ado was a Seiyu and singing voice of Uta from One Piece Film Red. I don't know One Piece. Ain't Hope just a living cognito hazard? Correct. Or, I suppose anti-mimetic. The Black Psychic Sea is the SCP and all psychic syntheses and manifestations. I guess. I guess, like, yeah, like, it could all fit in a single SCP entry. SCP 77777. The Psychic Sea. Containment procedures. There is no way to contain it. It's an Apollyon threat. It's an XK end of the world scenario. Look at how important my SCP article is. Look at how you can't look away and how it's going to become the next #1, like all of the series 1s, which are the only ones that I've read. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just had to get that out there. That is your average SCP first time writing article. I'm done. The slander is crazy. It's not wrong. Valid crash out. We're converting Arrow to the Church of Ichiro Oda? Oda is another name that sounds familiar. You forgot the redacted? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, wait, let me ask you this. Are you hearing a noise? That's the One Piece author? Oh, got it. I mean, all XK scenarios are SCP-1 or 2. Oh, okay, so yes. The beep is so quiet. I think I turned it down. Can I turn it back up? So if I go... Is this better? That seems too loud. I'm gonna bring it down a bit. Basically what I was saying is, so if I go SCP and the psych SCP goes to across the veil, and when you manifest it, it's based on grace levels who go ahead with the, they have grace. Genitals obliterated Like that's what an SCP article is. Does anyone know the specific reference that I'm making to that one? I thought Arrow didn't swear. Listen, I'm cursing up a storm. How'd you know? Does anyone know the one specific image I'm referencing where it's just like the entire screen is just like the entire screen is just blackened, and then there's one tiny little section here that's just like, don't worry, I'm this is worth my time to go through. It's like this. Like this is the entire article. The all redacted entry, yeah. Oh, okay, links are allowed there apparently. Awesome. That's almost as scary as the SCP about FaceTiming Among Us at 5 a.m. What? Excuse me? You hear a beep, but you're on the bus? And the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. I have a question. I was thinking about this the other day. Did anyone else grow up with, I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves, everybody's nerves, everybody nerves. I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves, and this is how it goes. Did anyone else have that growing up, or was that just by me? Because there's a couple things that, like, pre-internet / before social media blossomed, there are a lot of weird coincidences. Like, I remember learning, like years ago, that people across the country, across the US, all simultaneously had the same rumor crop up at their schools, without, presumably, people, like, spreading by word of mouth, that Lil Jon took out one of his ribs so he could use his mouth in self-pleasure. And that, like, didn't happen. That wasn't true. He didn't do that. But multiple different schools across the country, with consistency, had the same joke, the same rumor about the same person around the same time. And I bet that if you asked, it would probably be the same side, left or right. I thought that was Marilyn Manson. It was different. There's multiple different of those. There's Marilyn Manson. There's Lil Jon. There's Lil Wayne. Over here in Germany, it was Marilyn Manson. Yeah, I mean, it was also Marilyn Manson. There was a different rumor about him. For us, it was, this is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Some people started singing it without knowing it because the people keep singing it forever just because. Marilyn Manson. Yeah, Marilyn Manson is another person who I've heard that about. Let It Go from Frozen. Oh my gosh. I heard it through my siblings who heard it through word of mouth. I mean, like, I heard it from school, which presumably my school wasn't in contact with someone from, like, Idaho, but people in Idaho had the exact same rumor. Same with, like, Florida. Same with California. I guess it's one of those things that just pops up from time to time. I mean, yeah, like, and that's the beauty of it, right? The beauty of community is it just kind of happens. It doesn't matter if you're across the country or in a different country at all. Yo, what's up, Germany? I would say guten Tag, but it's a little bit late for that. What's good night in German? Because, like, I know guten Morgen? What? Guten Nacht. I'm sorry. As you can tell, I don't speak German. A meme in the original sense. Exactly. Memes. The DNA of the soul. They entered my brain via radio waves. See, I thought it was the 5G, like, energy waves. Like, I don't know about you. I'm a staunch anti 5G-er. I'm someone that is very anti 5G. Have you seen what they're trying to do to our people? There's a 5G horse. A horse made of 5G energy has been appearing on our lawn and staring at our home. We are worried for our family. We are not vaccinated. This is one of my favorite images. Like, I just think about this occasionally. Just, I don't know why. I just saw this like a year ago and I saved it and like I made a voiceover of it. It's on my channel. I just think about this sometimes. That's just one of the aliens from Mega Man Star Force. Did I just have that on tap? No, I actually have it tattooed onto my chest. And it's a live cam of my chest. Don't worry, all the sensitive bits are covered by the 5G horse, of course. But yeah, this is just like a live cam of my body. Just wait what happens with 6G. We got a whole herd of them coming. The reckoning is approaching. The sound of 6G is the trumpets of the apocalypse. Darn arrow pale. I am pale. Although, I'm less pale now than I was before. I've talked about this before. I have, like, defined tan lines now. Like it's not severe. It's not like Brazilian Miku level, right? It's not like I'm like, tan. But I have distinct tan lines. Because, like, I wear shorts all the time. I'm in California now. And so I have like right below my waist, like, or not below my waist, right below my hips, I have like distinct tan lines, which is crazy to me because before moving here, I absolutely was just like pale through and through. Now I have freckles. It's crazy. I forgot that I had those. And I don't just have them on my nose. I have them on like my cheeks, my nose, my whole like mask, on my shoulders, on my arms. Like, it's crazy. Honest answer that's not overlong is good knock. 7G is when you get the Z waves that start converting you into an energy being. 5G turns you gay and trans. 6G must turn you Therian or something. I'm not gonna lie. Can I admit something? Every time I see someone on Twitter or Blue Sky, or in Discord or whatever, and they have the little, like, is it Delta Theta? Or is it Theta Delta? I assume it's like Theta Delta. Anyway, this combination. I'm like, wow, it's so weird that these people are so proud of being in their, like, fraternity or sorority. But, like, go off, I guess. Every time I see this, I'm like, wow, I didn't know Greek life was that poppin'. Go off, queen or king or like monarch. And then I realized, oh no, you're an animal. Whoops. Is it tan or just less white? Okay, it's just less white. However, shut up. Freckles are cute though. That's the thing. I don't know if they are, and I'm embarrassed. Like, I'm not super embarrassed. Freckles are just kind of what I am, how I am. But I saw a meme. I think I talked about this on a different stream before, where the whole thing was just like, it's like a mage, and she's got like glasses and freckles, and she's kind of overweight. And then someone casts like remove debuff on her, and then it removes the debuff of like weight gain, it removes the debuff of like eyesight down, it removes the debuff of freckles and all of that. And then the joke is that all of the rest of their party beats up the person that casts remove debuff because they liked her how she was. But yeah, are freckles a debuff? I feel like freckles are... I feel like freckles might be a gendered thing. I feel like if you're femme, freckles are considered cute. If you're masc, they're considered loser. In the same way of like red hair. I feel like red hair is considered really attractive for women. And I feel like red hair is considered very like loser redhead stepchild for men. And I feel like freckles might be similar. Freckles, Big Cure and Big Cosmetics just hates them. I mean, honestly, and I'm not going to lie. Like when I go out, I don't always do this, but like a lot of times I'll put on foundation. Like, I'm not big on makeup. I generally just do, like, foundation, some eyeliner that I smudge into being eyeshadow, and then maybe some lipstick. But with my freckles, I'm like, I kind of want to show off my freckles. And that means that I don't put on foundation because that covers my freckles. But then I'm like, but then you can see how terrible my skin is. Freckles are adorable. That's just like racism though. So it's not racism, it's discrimination. Well, you're a follower of Midas, so it might be a buff for you. Explain. Arrow adorable. What is this about? What did I do this time? They're cute because they're embarrassing, and they're embarrassing because they're cute. Understood. The party stomped the fairy to next 1st of April. Freckles are cute. I'm glad that there's such a shared sentiment in Freckles being cute. Maybe. Gosh, I keep saying this and I keep not doing it. I think I might set up a throne soon. If I set up a throne, I think it'd be interesting to set up a model commission. And if I get a commissioned model, I feel like I gotta, particularly if I crowdsource it, I gotta say, okay, hit me with what your asks are, and I will approach an artist and I will say whatever you ask me for. So long as it like fits TOS. So whether or not it's you want me to be like a 7-foot tall dragon person, or it's you want me to be like a 2-foot tall cat girl, or you want me to just be my actual normal, like literal self, like that would like, those are all asks that you could do. And I think it would be really funny to be like, hey, I'm raising like $2,000. I need like $2,000 from Throne. Can you do this as a community? And then like eventually, once it ends up getting hit, I'm like, okay, what am I getting? And then y'all choose what it is. Cause like people have said like, I want you to get like a full suit of plate mail would be really funny. I think an old timey diving suit would be really funny. Obviously the gun would be really funny. That will only result in puppy arrow. No matter how hard I try, I can't escape the puppy allegations. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I was talking to Rory the other day and he said something that was like really sussy. And I'm like, you're the second person in a row to say something that is like trying to puppy code me. Because earlier in the day is when my roommate, if you don't have Twitter or Blue Sky, if you do not have Twitter or Blue Sky, let me open up Blue Sky and click on so I just showed my roommate this video of a dog that looks like it had no thoughts, and their first question was, would you like to be a dog with no thoughts? I believe I am in danger. So this is what happened on the 26th. And then later that night, I was talking to someone else completely unrelated. And then they also asked something about like being a puppy or something. And I'm just like, what is it the vibe I give off? I have never said anything about being interested in that. So I don't know why people keep bringing it up. Arrow's an archer for the archery puns. Arrow as an archer would be pretty pog. I do want to get into archery. I did fire a bow for the first time in like a decade, like a month ago. That was really fun. If you think red hair isn't going on men, you clearly haven't seen Iskender. I haven't, sorry. I will campaign hard for biblically accurate arrow. That'd be really funny. Aerodynamic bombing Barbarossa needs to be a separate model. Listen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not in the state where I can spend really like any money on a model, but like I can't comfortably spend a reasonable amount for a model. And I say reasonable because like, yeah, I could spend like $200 on a model and like that would suck, but also it's a model, it's an investment. That said, artists deserve to be paid for their work, riggers just as well. If you are an artist and a rigger, by all means, you deserve to price in accordance with what your effort is, not in accordance to what people think you should be paid. That said, I can afford to pay you what you deserve. So if I could crowdsource it, I feel like it's only fair if you then are responsible for choosing what it ends up being. Hey, it looks like my dog. I get it. I believe I have some dog-like mannerisms. Puppy creature core. I did just read an article about embracing limitations in TTRPGs titled "Rules Are Occasion." I'm a puppy girl. Yeah, like puppy girls are horrifying to me. In like, not a bad way, just in a I don't get it way. Hope spacesuit cosplay. That actually really fun. And that's the thing, is that like, what I could do instead is, instead of doing like, hey, let's like raise 2,000 for a model, it would be like, hey, I'm gonna have a repeating like $500 model. Every time we hit $500, I approach an artist and I'm like, hey, my community wants me to get a full suit of plate mail. What can $500 get me? And they're like, that'd get you like a small like armored chibi model that's rigged for like 4 expressions. And then I'd be like, perfect, fine, ship it. And like, the goal isn't to go quality, the goal is to go quantity. That would be very funny. That would be very silly if I just had a repeating thing for that. But also, I feel very bad about asking anyone for money. So I would want it to be fun and exciting. Speaking of money, over on Patreon, if you don't know, I have a Patreon. And I don't know if I'm allowed to post the recordings that I've done. I've done recordings of my entire read through of Girlframe, and now of Magnagast Maleghast. Malegothic? No. Magnagothica Maleghast. Jeez. I did recordings of my reactions to them. I want to post them. I don't know if I legally can. I need to double check that, because that would be, in essence, officially, or like completely posting paid work behind my own paywall. But it's also like a review, and it's also very clearly transformative. And if you unironically pay for my stuff and don't pay for their stuff, and then proceed to use my content to, in essence, pirate their stuff by scrubbing through like 4 hours of footage to find one specific ruling, I don't think that's my fault, but I also don't know if I could get sued for that. So I need to double check. Oh yeah, I've got my Girlfriend game tomorrow. Wow, interesting. Quandian have a wheel at the start of each stream. That would be really funny. Puppy Girl has become its own subculture, and I'm horrifyingly lost. So something I've heard brought up, and this is like not my conversation to have. I am just bringing this to your attention and then moving on, because I'm not an expert on this. Apparently, there's been some discourse because the stereotypical like trans puppy girl archetype apparently like really does not know how to safely engage in like pet play, and like actual pet play people are like pointing out how, I mean, it's not like fetishization because it literally is a kink, but it's like almost like a bastardization in that they're doing it wrong, so to speak, in that they're looking for like full 100% like being like puppy play, which is, to my understanding, not what this is about. And it's more of like an activity rather than a lifestyle. And even if it is a lifestyle, it tends to be more of like a lifestyle within bounds. Whereas a lot of like the trans puppy girl community is just kind of like 100% of the time they want to do this. And that's just like a discourse that I've heard about. I don't have any stake in this. I am not a trans femme. I am not a puppy girl. I am not into pet play. It's just like interesting to hear about this. Like 50 Shades getting a bunch of people pissed off at BDSM. Yeah. So BDSM very clearly doing BDSM wrong. And then a bunch of people seeing 50 Shades and then doing what they saw in 50 Shades, which is not okay. Like, if you have any questions about that, talk to your local dominatrix. I'm sure they would love to answer your questions. I'm kind of scared to ask, is it a furry thing? No? Question mark. I don't know. I don't think. My guess, my assumption, is that it's like a Venn diagram that looks like this. Right? So it's like furry, puppy. where like not everyone, but like 80, 90% is this is my guess. Those more knowledgeable, enlighten us, please. I don't think Tom Bloom would care, and if you frame it as a Patreon giving early access to a major content, then it sidesteps the issue. So the issue with that, so what I'm saying, Brutal, is I read through the entirety of like Maleghast Magnagothica, and it took me like 2 hours. Because I was yapping, I was giving my thoughts, I was referencing other systems, and my goal is to make a Magnagothica Maleghast video at some point, probably not for like at least a month, and use that as footage. Use like takes clips from that and use it. So in the actual free video that I would make, it would be 10 maybe minutes of like the 2 hours, which means that I'm probably not showing you how to make like what the army rules are, what the haunts are. I'm probably not showing you anything about the gore grinders. I would just be showing you my reaction to like the abhorrers and like how they work. So I wouldn't, and that's kind of what I do with Kane, is that even though I show the Kane book on stream, I try to be very good about like, I never individually show even like the majority of the book. I generally am like, okay, I'll show you like Ardence, and then I maybe also show you Tension and Flux because it's right next to it. I might scroll past some stuff down to like the Ogre. But you don't know, like that's not showing you how to make a character. So you can't substitute buying Kane with that. What I'm saying is like a full on like literally like me just reading the entire book, giving my thoughts, stopping when necessary to like go on a diatribe, give my reviews as I'm going. This would be like, if you watched that 2 hour video, you would not need to buy Magnagothica Maleghast because it would have all the content you need. And that's what I don't know if I'm allowed to post. People already have full army coverage from Maleghast, so I should be good. I mean, I probably should be good. I just want to cover my bases. Ask your professor. Furry is like a sprinkle on top. It's not necessary, but not shunned. Puppy Girl is furry adjacent, but not explicitly furry related from my experience. Left to handle a call and came back to this interesting diagram. Peple can be entirely furry and entirely not. So I guess you gotta say you have no dog in this race. Serious question, shall I consult the council? Sure. You could probably send an email to put the Tom Bloom. I probably could. Man, I keep thinking like I should join the Chasm Discord, and then I keep not because I'm shy. Like unironically, the one reason I have not joined the Chasm Discord is because I'm too shy. And I know that like that's a dumb reason, and I know that's me being silly, and I know that I should just join. But particularly after playing Maleghast, I want to join the Chasm Discord server and play more games of Maleghast. 10 minutes with your commentary would absolutely qualify. No, and Gwen, that's what I'm saying. Is the 10 minutes with my commentary would be in a video, so absolutely fair use. Absolutely, if Tom Bloom undergoes a villain character arc and starts going after creators, that would be fine. But I don't know if Patreon allows me to effectively re-upload someone else's work with my thoughts and commentary in its entirety. In the same way of a reaction video. And even if it is allowed, I don't know if it's like, okay. Because like, for instance, if I make a reaction video where I watch a 20-minute try not to laugh video and I cut it down so that's only 10 minutes long. Say what you want about, and it's only 10 minutes long, it's only the parts where I react. It's only the parts where I'm struggling not to laugh, or I'm making a joke, or I'm making a comment or whatever. Like, that is transformative. You cannot say I watched the original, like I as a viewer watched Arrow's video and I got the full experience of the original because it wasn't the full original. Like half of it was missing. Now maybe I only went like, whoa, and I went like, haha, after every single clip, but I still cut out a bunch. That means that I didn't replace your content. But if I react to a 20-minute try not to laugh video and I have a 20-minute video where it's literally me just watching the video in its entirety, no pausing or nothing, and I am just like reacting off the dome, even if I say the funniest commentary, even if I completely reframe how you view the video, is that okay? Like, even if it's illegal because it's transformative, oh my gosh, whoa, look at this. Pog! Whoa! Have you known that, like, I have ADHD? Did you know that? Did you know I have ADHD? Your contract is still at work? Like you're working on it? Or it's like it's at work is where you left it? And if someone would rather screen grab every page sitting through a 2 to 4 hour vid, they were never buying the game to begin with. That's fair. Arrow! I post Waltz of Eternity and cool stuff. Thank you. Make sure to remind me when stream is over. Feel free to ping me. Like unironically, like after stream is over, feel free to ping me, and then I'll try and listen to it. What's a Chasm? So Chasm is Tom Bloom's personal publishing house. So it's not massive. I think it might be affiliated with Massive Press, but it's not like tied to Lancer. It is for Kane and Icon, Magnagothica, Maleghast. I think Goblin with Fat Ass. Like, I think everything Tom Bloom has solo made is through Chasm, and he has a Discord, an official Discord for it, where like people play Maleghast tournaments, and like there's a bunch of people there. And I have not joined because I'm nervous, because I'm shy, and I like as outspoken as I am on stream. I'm sure anyone who is a regular or has been a part of the community for a long enough time knows that I'm a very anxious individual. And I don't know how much that comes across. I will say, I legitimately don't know how much that comes across in stream and video and in my interactions with folks. But certainly behind the scenes, I've had like other content creators know just how anxious I am. Okay, but is it Kill 6 Billion Demons affiliated? Kill 6 Billion Demons is... I mean, it's not affiliated with Chasm, the publishing house. It might be on the Discord. Like, check out Man Alone's Pendragon playthrough. Interesting. I think if you're concerned about that, check out some solo RPGs. If you're paying for access to somebody else's content, yes, it's a problem, but if the unedited footage would qualify as fair use, it would be permissible. Arrow, have you considered joining the Chasm Discord during the live right now because YOLO? Sure. That'd be funny. Let me go... Chasm Discord. Official Chasm Discord. Patreon. Discord link. I am on... how do I join? What the hecky? I don't want to make an account. You fool. You utter imbecile. Accept invite. Open the Discord app. I am now on the official Kane Discord server. Oh. So I need to be a member for at least 10 minutes to send messages, and if I react poorly, I will go to hell. What? Okay, I need to... No, I don't want to dox myself. I can't show this. I'll take a screenshot. This is really funny to me. I need to steal this from my server. Oh, he gets pregnant man emojis too. Pog. So I have to choose carefully. One will give me server access and one will send me to hell. If I get caught in hell, DM them. I'm dead serious. If you're stuck in hell intentionally, I'm not removing you. You have not passed the vibe check. This sounds really fun. Why is he John Toilet Jr.? Originally, I got into Tom Bloom stuff because I'm a big Exalted fan. Yeah. Is he tied to Exalted at all? Interesting. Botgate. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Would you need to kill 6 billion demons to get out of hell? Presumably not, given that that's like what an entire story and comic he's writing is about. So I don't think I'm important enough for that. Because his father's John Toilet. Please, please. John Toilet was my father. Just call me John. Mr. Toilet was my father. Just call me John. Oh, it's just super exalted vibes. Got it. Yeah, I have a friend, Vivi, Doc Vivi Leandra, super big on Exalted. has info dumped a bunch about it. Really wants me to make exalted content, and she keeps asking me, and I keep being like, haha, yeah, so let me finish this other thing I'm working on first. And then I keep having more things to work on, and I keep not making exalted content. And it's been like 6 months. It's been like 6 months since she first brought it up, and I feel bad. But also, it's my channel, so it's my schedule. I want to talk exalted at some point. One reaction always tells you the truth. One reaction always tells you get 3 questions to determine which is which. Yeah, YouTube just decided to tag skeleton. It wanted you. Skeleton. You were chosen by YouTube. Consider parrying the ground? I hadn't considered that. Yeah. I gotta say, when it comes to parries, I'm not very good. It's generally frame perfect. Real quick. Oh, I can't react. I need to be a member for at least 10 minutes before I can even react. I can't go to hell yet. Why is there an evil voice chat? What? Why? Why? For evil people, of course. I don't know. I feel like this is like, a dog whistle for good aligned characters. Like evil chat, evil. That gives me good character energy. For evil to hear the voices. Yeah, I guess. Exalted can let you perfectly defend against fall damage by parrying the ground. I mean, yeah, if you get a frame perfect, like if you get the iframes, I can't blame you. Didn't know John Twilly Jr. was evil. No. We don't know if he's evil. All we know is that in the gate to hell, there is an evil chat for evil individuals. Maybe he is unable to go there because he's not evil. Oh, quick PSA, I guess last Sunday I got attacked with bear mace. I'm fine now. Just to everyone in chat, make sure to stay safe. Oh no. Aw. I'm so sorry to hear that. So you hit the ground, and apparently the ground takes 66 damage. You are a comet. Every dinosaur in a radius takes ×3 weak damage. You're so excited for VA proxy, but I haven't kept up with it at all in like 2 years. Don't know what that is. Wasn't I doing something? Wasn't I doing something before I got distracted? I don't know. I don't know if I was. I honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if I just like was hallucinating the past like what 2 hours. It does not feel like it's been 2 hours. It feels like it's been 20 minutes. I have been in a time void. This distraction has lasted the whole time I was here. If you come to my stream expecting the stream title to be discussed, I am so sorry. All right, Maleghast. Yeah, we were just getting basic unit types and my 3 favorite. Right. I don't want to explain Maleghast. I'm tired. All right. I need to just like, man. Or Maleghast? No, this is not Dark Souls. This is not Dark Souls 1 where every time you take damage, it's Maleghast. Okay, so, where is it? Give me... All right. Class. I don't want to teach today. I don't want to stream today. This is what we're doing now. I think this is the most ADHD thing I've done. What is this? I flashbanged myself. If you don't know what's going on, I don't know what's going on. I'm planning a football maneuver. Okay. I never got into football. On the N64, I had like Madden like 1998 or like 1996 or something. And I only ever played it when my cousin, not my cousin, but my cousin, you know? If you know, you know. And my cousin was like super into football. And so we'd only like, it's like in the 2010s and we're playing Madden 96 on the Nintendo 64. And I see all of these plays just like, oh, do you want to do like a rushdown strat? Or do you want to do like the swirly loop? Or do you want to do the pinball? And I'm like, I have no idea what any of these mean. I figured out that pressing A passed the ball, and that's all I knew. And like this is what it would present me with, and I'm just like, am I the X's? I thought it was troop movements for a sec. Listen, I was making like gun noises. I go like, it was Saving Private Ryan. And the winged hussars arrive. What if you put your model on top of the streams? What if instead... Wait. Can I do this? Okay, wait. I can do this. So if I go back, I do this, okay? And then I can... wait. This would be really funny. This would be really funny if this was just like a thing I did in the background whenever I step away. Hello, welcome to yet another TTRPG deep dive. Presumably for Patreon, if you're watching this. Maybe you're seeing this on snippets of a video I make about it. But this is me going to be going through Maleghast Magnagothica. I just did some voiceovers, so my throat might be a little deaded. My apologies if that's the case. Let me turn off the music real quick. Up. And I looked over the first couple pages, and then I realized, hey, I want to record this. So my plan is tonight, as of recording this, I'm going to be talking to someone that knows the game more than me. I'm going to be building an army, and maybe we're going to play. So my goal is to run through here. It's only 35 pages, way shorter than I expected. And I'm going to just kind of like give my thoughts on the system, same way I've done with other systems. And I hope you enjoy it. So, Magnagothica Maleghast, or Maleghast Magnagothica. At the end of the world is a hole. In the hole is a city. The city's sliding into hell. And obviously there's fantastic art. This is by Tom Bloom. I have seen the Zactac video about it. I don't think I've seen the full video. I've seen at least some of the 11 Dragon Kid video about it.
Reaction content of myself.
I read this.
Reacting to Maleghast Magnagothica.
And I read this page. And I think I stopped
that quality
So,
down.
The end of death. The city has many names. The Black City, the Zenith, the Eglin Lilith, the End of Hope. Most know it as Anza-Mezeron, the city of 1 billion corpses.
Let me know for a volume check.
Just gonna... man has crumbled into dust.
I need to put a
ashes.
limiter on this, like unironically.
Crossing waste and crag, time and space, to the end of the world to seek Anza-Mezeron for one reason.
Limiter.
In this grand necropolis, death is broken. What dies in the Black City never truly dies. It may be cut apart, scattered into a million pieces.
Okay, so now it's going to stop peaking.
Burned, salted, scattered.
Now it's going to actually be listenable.
Return in some form or another.
It needs some classic screen tear. I can do screen tear.
Full of tomb dust in some part of the city. This is because in the center of the city, deep in the labyrinthine bowels, is the ending of death. Nobody knows what form it takes, whether it is the last angel scorned by the Almighty, an icy black throne, an obsidian heart torn from a dying god, or a tumor of curses buried deep within its deep and twisted corpulence. It waits for you. This is all just like scene setting dressing. Anza Mezeron, the city of 1 billion corpses, city population 1 billion, dead, 200,000 alive, 40 million, unclear. Common city occupations. So this is where I'm like, I read the city population. As soon as I read the city population, I saw all this art. I'm like, I need to record my reaction to this. Cultist, occultist, gravedigger, ghoul, rake, blood chattel, beggar, waste of skin, rogue, varlet, unholy.
But like, unironically, why does this kind of go hard as just like a
cannibal, undercity gangster, thrill seeker, demon serf, profiteer, godforsaken beast, pauper, plague bearer, knave, wastrel.
So I guess my job here is done.
Ne'er-do-well.
I guess you don't need me anymore. I guess I can just like disappear.
Listen, if I've heard of the ideal spot to be in, like Anza Mezeron, it might not be a good location for like a vacation. However, it's certainly a unique culture and vibe.
I made a
so we just have
thing and
various
it broke.
characters here. The skeleton ball, skinless horror.
Oh,
on the
I
city
know why.
outskirts.
I broke it.
Yellow wizard level 99. Oh my
Please
gosh, Obnosifrax, the Duke of Hell.
All right, you don't need me anymore.
Smelter demon. You can't just grab some like eye candy, wrap them around your arms.
This is maybe
and
one of
call
the
yourself a
oddest
different
things
name.
I've done
I
on
recognize you
stream.
from Dark Souls 2. Primrose, you're Mildred the Man-Eater from Dark Souls 1. The god of all rats.
But Arrow, tell us your thoughts on Magnagothica, Maleghast. I think Arrow needs to be a bit more to the point. I think Arrow's kind of like burying the lead a bit. Arrow read ahead a couple pages before recording, and ostensibly it was because they didn't plan on recording, and they only thought to record once they saw how cool it was. But I think that's just an excuse.
Is always good character design. That's my hot take.
I'm still waiting for Arrow to read out the meme. There's a meme for me to read out?
I assume you're a
I exploded?
of fat, not
Who
you're being
broke it?
called fat
I
as
broke
a
it.
boiler.
Arrow didn't feel like streaming today, so we got TV instead.
However,
You know it,
fat
Pokey.
boiling like is an important part of a lot of particularly like medieval and earlier.
Although I am actually gonna like
waste of
step away
life
for a
hates me. Ooh, the stalk, bird person, the Marquis. You seem like an upstanding and dignified, gentle person. The moss seller. That's also just a Dark Souls 1 character. Wretched being. That's also me. Wait, why are all of these just like me for real? Elder Tarsal Ghoul, the junk seller Conrad, the cathedral squatter, the pate collector? I don't know what a pate is. Lucretia, the repentant. That's just a Dark Souls boss. Like, that's not even like, a reskin of one. That is like, I'm sure that's just the name of a Dark Souls boss. Scavenger Delilah, that's just Mad Max. Yes, I am doing the thing where I point at the screen and I just go, oh, boss baby, oh. That was not the right.
Has no one seen the keys before?
Whoops.
All right. You wretches. I have returned. I think that we put an end to all of this. I'm sorry to ignore that. I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, so what were we doing? We're doing something. Some people's eyes are version to the sight of keys. I mean, I've done worse with the keys. Like, don't make me bring you back here. Wait, are the keys not there? Right. I've done worse with the keys. This is Twitch chat. This is not YouTube chat. So unfortunately, is it YouTube chat? I can make it YouTube chat. Why is this? What? Why is this so odd and unusual? Wait a second. Please hold. There we go. Yeah. I still have the hot tub. And I still have the swimsuit. If you want to make this a swimsuit stream. I don't think you do. I don't think anyone wants that. But that is an option that we have. Love that I rejoined and the keys are in the thong. Whoa. Yeah. You know what? I think it's rude to cut off your head like this. Let's go all the way up. Yeah, I'm a big fan of not doing what stream wants me to do. What's between your legs? Jingly keys. Oh, I could have just put on memes that I voiced. That would have been much more interesting than me just ranting about Maleghast. Arrow, you severely underestimate us? What do I underestimate? You're about to tell us about your game about. Oh, I was gonna tell you about my game of Maleghast. Ah, yay. Why am I not frowning? Sorry, I had to force myself to frown. I'm just such a happy person. Ah! So I need to fix that. I thought that might happen. That's why I broke it. I was explaining Maleghast to you, right? It's Magnagothica, Malegothica. Arrow, you're too pure of heart I am not pure of heart. Tell me I'm pure of heart to my face and say it with a straight face when I point a gun at you. Tell me I'm pure of heart again. Ninjutsu spamming. I mean, I can ninjutsu spam. I've been in the Discord for a bit because of friends playing Magic Gathering, but yeah. Well, welcome on in, Pokey. I thought that was the live chat for a minute. You can't be mad at us. You love us too much. You have such a wonderful, sunny disposition. I have a sunny disposition. I, the one that executes you, the one that sets fire to my own stream for naught but the love of the game, has a sunny disposition that you feel necessary to draw attention to. Am I getting that right? You do it all with a smile? I do it with a smile. I can't even lie. I love what I do. I love hearing the screams of the innocent. Purge the weak. Chat, it's time. Pew! You're pure of heart. Pure what? I don't know, but pure. I think I'm pure silly. Oh my gosh. I was watching a streamer and she was playing Persona. I've been watching my Kamiyoshi play through Persona 5 because I'm playing through Persona 5. And I'm ahead of her, so I've been avoiding spoilers. And something happened where they were explaining in like big words a concept in the game, and she's just like, can someone explain this to me in smaller words? I'm too silly for this. And I felt that. I felt just like, can someone help me out? I'm being too silly right now. I don't have the capability to be competent. Simply, I do not have the function to be a functioning member of society. Very angry kitten type vibes. First it was the puppy, now it's the angry kitten. I've been told I'm black cat coded. I've also been told I'm golden retriever coded, so. Pure of heart, dumb of ass? My ass isn't dumb. My booty is very intelligent. It wouldn't have to be luminous, would it? No. However, Maleghast. There are Necromancer, 5 units, and both of these are determined by what house you're playing. This is your faction. There are 6 base factions. There are also some more that are in Games for Freaks. I ended up playing the Abhorrers, and the person I played against ended up playing the Igori. So I was playing Nuns with Guns. I was playing the religious zealots that, despite swearing off all devilry and necromancy and coming down here to purge all that is unclean, nevertheless are necromancers, where the only known way to have necromancy is to make a deal with the devil. So no one knows what the deal with that is. And I was playing against Svelte, who was playing the Igori, which are effectively mad scientists. They're a little bit like gene stealer cults from 40K. They're all about like
taking corpses when a unit dies, drops a course, taking corpses, stitching them together, getting bonuses, mutagen tokens, which act as like copies of other tokens you can spend instead of them. And they were very just like, hey, I want to like make a bunch of corpses and then I want to stitch together an amalgamation. Arrow, you're what a clonoa is? I don't think I'm allowed to say that on stream. That sounds like a naughty bit. Too silly for young? Man, you must be a very interesting individual. Well, okay, so like I wasn't literally confused by the same things that the streamer was. Like I understand Jungian psychology, at least at like a 101 level. I understand the collective unconscious. I understand the idea of persona, of archetype. Also Freudian psychology with the id, superego, ego, Oedipus complex, all that stuff. Like that's all like I get all of that. And I think games really struggle to respect the intelligence of the player. And I've noticed this because a lot of games will say like, hey, here is this concept. You know what? I don't think you'd get it, so I just won't explain it. And then the player, like 7 out of 10 times, is like, oh yeah, I know what that concept is. I know what Schrodinger's cat is. And then the game, after referencing it later, will come back and be like, hey, do you know about Schrodinger's cat? And then the player's like, I mean, yeah, kind of, like, but I'd like a refresher. And then the game goes through like a 10-minute explanation of what Schrodinger's cat is. And then the player character is like, wait, so you're telling me this cat is both alive and dead? And then there's another like separate 5-minute summary of this. And then the player character goes, huh, so it's not a matter of being both alive and dead. It's a matter of a quantum state between life and death. And then they give another summary. And like, it's to make sure you know what Schrodinger's cat is, even if you are a brain dead, like super dumb 5-year-old. That being said, most people playing your game aren't super dumb 5-year-olds. Most of the people playing your game aren't so silly and so like ignoring the plot that they're just going to completely skip out on what Schrodinger's cat is. And most people have at least a like passing understanding of what Schrodinger's cat is. Yeah, like there's a box and you put a cat in it and the cat's like alive and dead until you open the box. Is that right? And then you can be like, well, yes, but kind of no. And then you explain it in greater detail to the specificity that the game requires. The other thing that happens is that, I mean, that honestly, that's most Japanese media that I've consumed, like anime, manga, JRPGs are a big offender of this. Like the constant summarization of what just happened to make sure 100% for sure the player absolutely understands it. And then on the other end, you have, hey, this enemy was called enemy number 2. And then you fought enemy number 3. And then they're a part of a group called the Power 5. And then the player will just miss the fact that there's 3 more enemies. Because the game never explicitly said it. The game never explicitly said, like, hey, there's going to be a number 1 and there's going to be a number 4 and a number 5. But the player just misses it. And this happens like 50% of the time, maybe 40% of the time. Like there would be such an obvious, simple, like no brain, like a actual literal child could figure it out. And your average gamer who is, like, I'm not saying that they're dumb. I'm not saying that they're unintelligent. I'm not saying that they don't know how to like have media literacy. They'll just miss it. Like 4 out of 10 times, 2 out of 5 times. And so like you need a weird balance where like you explicitly state stuff that is important to the plot, but you don't beat them over the head with like 4 summaries that takes half an hour. Yeah, like a capital G gamer. Like, I don't know what it, like, how many times have you seen this happen where like, man, we just beat a guy who called himself like Captain Rank 2, and then we just beat Captain Rank 3, and they're part of this group called the Power 5. Huh. Wow. That was a weird like duo of enemies. can't wait to go on and fight the next dudes that are completely unrelated. And you're like, no, gamer, dude. I've always been fond of things like codexes and stuff. My issue with like codexes or like audio logs is I don't care. Like 9 times out of 10, they are just not interesting. And I think they're at their best when they are, I think like BioShock does this. I start an audio log. The audio log just happens. I can go around. I can shoot guys. I can backtrack. I can explore. I can drink a potion. I can get an elixir. I can absorb a little sister. Like as the audio log plays. And so if I hear in the audio log, and then Andrew Ryan, would you kindly, and then I'm like, what? Would you kindly, what? Then I can go back and I can pay attention. But if it's like Dishonored, for instance, where it's a little like punch card reader that's like an audiograph, I have to stay in the room for like 30 to 60 seconds. And to Dishonored's credit, I'd say like 3 out of 5 audiographs had something that was either very interesting or that was directly plot related. I need to figure out where the High Overseer is. So I'm going to go over and listen to this audiograph in his Chief of Security's office. And his Chief of Security is complaining to his audiograph about how, the High Overseer is hidden away in his chambers, and like he only comes out for dinner. And then like you get a little quest marker that says like ambush the High Overseer in his chambers. Like that's interesting. That's diegetic. That is like useful. Or it might be something where it's just like you hear the late Empress and she is like you see a hidden audiograph of her in like the secret study area, and it's talking about how like her feelings are towards Corvo and how he's been gone and she's so excited to see him come back, but she feels this impending doom or whatever. Like that's interesting. That's like lore. That's stuff that makes me more invested. But when it's just like, yes, and then the Power 5, all 5 of them, 5'5" in a pentagonal formation, which can only be made up of 5 individuals, which is convenient because all 5 of them came together for this 5-pronged assault. Like, okay, I get it. You know? I get it. I do care. Best thing to make them optional. Yeah, and if they're optional, like, bully for you. And that's why audiographs, audio logs, codexes, journal entries, like, those all work best as collectibles. I don't care about them. Some people do. And some people love that kind of stuff and love reading about that. I think the worst is when you can technically listen to it, but any dialogue completely interrupts it. No, the worst is when it doesn't interrupt it. The worst is when the dialogue, like the audiograph is like do 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 do, and then I'm walking along, and then I hit dialogue, and then I hear about Andrew Ryan, would you kindlying, as I'm trying to listen to this dude be like, halt, you violated the law. Stop right there. Your forfeit, your stolen goods are forfeit. And like the 2 audio tracks are playing at the same time. That is the worst. That is the worst. The ideal is that it like pauses and then it resumes after the conversation's over. Just cutting it off entirely sucks. Because then you can't start in the middle. So you have to listen to the entire thing again. And then he would you kindly them all over the place. I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards. If it's an audio log, it's be an interesting podcast that Jacob's listening while he faces the horrors. Yeah, optional side things like an encyclopedia that just unlocks as it becomes relevant. And like, I never care about those things. Even in games I enjoy. Like, I'm a lore hound. The only time I've legitimately like been in... There have been 2 times I've been invested with that I can think of. There's probably more, but 2 times come to mind. One is Pyre, my favorite game of all time. Not of all time, but like to date. My favorite game that I've played to date. And the other one is VLR, Virtue's Last Reward. It's one of the Zero Escape games. In Zero Escape, in VLR, there is a safe that you have to open in every escape room. And there's 2 codes to open it. There is one code, which is how you leave. And then there's a second code, which allows you to get optional dialogue extras. The main code is accessible by following all of the clues of the puzzle to the letter. The secondary code is by doing some weirdo, wacko inversion of it. So, for instance, there's a room where there's a bunch of like golems flanking you. And they all have eyes that are lit up. And some of them are just their right eye, some of them is just their left eye, some of them is both of their eyes. And it's like a binary sequence that you need to puzzle out and input that binary sequence into a computer. That computer will then give you the code to leave. But if you put in the off keys, so for instance, if this one is like L, and then this one is both, and then this one is neither, and then this one's right, and then like same thing mirrored over here. If you do left, both, neither, right, or so like 1 0 0 0, or sorry, 1 0 1 1 0 0 1 0 kind of deal, then you get the code to leave. But if you put in the opposite, so like 0 1 0 0 1 1 0 1, you get the code for the extras. So it's something where it's like, once you find the way to leave, you generally get a hint as to how to get the extra. And once you get the extra, it's pretty clear what the other option is to leave. And the extras are just like, you get, I think it's on normal difficulty, you get like 6 little things of lore. And then on hard, you get like 12, or it might be like 5 and 10. And it's just like little bits of setting, like Soparil beta is a drug that is used in the plotline. And then one of the lore things is like, hey, here's what Soparil beta is. Here's like how it's manufactured in universe, and here's what it does and what it is. And it had relevance back to 999, the previous game in the series. So it's like, reference. So that's how cool. Pyre is the other game that I really like how they did like an optional lore thing. Because in this, you are cast into the downside for the crime of reading. Being literate is a crime, and you are cast into what is effectively purgatory because they don't have the death penalty, but they just cast you outside and let you die of exposure. So they didn't kill you, but you're still going to die. There is this thing called the rites, which is an ancient ritual that requires a reader, someone that knows how to read this big book that explains the rites, and you guide your team through the rites in your quest for leaving the downside. And as you progress through the game, pages of the book are revealed to you as a player. And it's entirely just lore. It is just lore. But it's really cool, and it's drip fed to you over time. So there are, I think it's like 10 sections? Or, wait, how many scribes are there? Is it the 9? The 9 scribes? Because there's Edwin, Rookie, Jadariel, Tizo, Gay, Wilfred, Himatha, Gelman. 8 scribes? Bertrude. 9 scribes. 9. Okay, so there's 9 of them. So there's 10 sections because there's the 9 scribes, each of which, and then there's like the prologue, right? Right. I think it's there might be 11 sections because I think it's prologue, and then there's also glossary. But there's 11 sections, 1 prologue, 1 glossary, and then 1 for each of the scribes. The scribes are really important characters. They're really important to the lore. They never show up in game, but they wrote this book that tells you how to leave. And so when you're playing through the game on the first loop, because there's multiple loops of the game, it's not a roguelike, but it does have loops, like narratively. The first loop is all the first section. And this explains the journey of the scribes. So it goes over the same journey you're going on now, but undertaken by these 9 great heroes, like ages prior. And then once you complete the first loop, you have completed the section on the journey. And then you hit into many different sections. So whenever you go to a new location, you get a new section on that location. Whenever you fight a new adversary, you get a new section on that adversary. Whenever you complete another loop, you get another section of the loop that talks more about like the scribe's thoughts about one another and about the main scribe. So you have this section where like it starts out 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it branches out to like, if you go here, you get like 7 and 12, but if you go here, you get 8 and 13. And then from here, you can get like 9 and 14, or you can get like 21 and 27. Like it branches out where based on where you go. And then if you just constantly go to the same locations, you don't get more lore. If you constantly fight the same enemies, you don't get more lore. So what it ends up being is that you end up, like I at least, wanted to go to new locations because I wanted to fill out the Book of Rites. I wanted to read more locations, which meant I couldn't just like camp one location, which like the game is set up that prevents that anyway. But I couldn't just choose like, oh, here are my 4 favorite ritual spots. I'm just gonna always go to these because I know how to abuse them. Because I wanted to explore all of them and see all the different options. Pirates of the Basketball game, yes. Transistor is my personal favorite. Transistor was fine. I know that's kind of a hot take. I like a lot of people agree that Bastion was fine. A lot of people agree that Bastion was fine, but it set the stage for the rest of Supergiant, so it kind of like deserves its laurels. It was a fine game, but it set the stage for the rest of Supergiant. I think that's fine. I think Transistor also fine game. And when I say fine, I mean like worth the money. Buy it. Play it. It's fine. Good, even. Supergiant has yet to make a bad game. Pyre is my favorite. And also the one that like most people say that they have zero interest in playing. And everyone that I've watched a playthrough of it has said, I really enjoy this game. I wish there was less Magic 3v3 basketball. And I am so disappointed by that. But also I understand that's just kind of how it goes. And then Hades, obviously. Oof. Hades knocked it out of the park. Amazing. I prefer Pyre. I don't blame Hades for being so well loved. I don't think Hades doesn't deserve it. I don't think Hades was a step down in quality. I think Hades deserves all of the praise that it got. I think Hades and Hades 2 has demonstrated how early access can work. I think that a bunch of people that with Hades 2 who are like, yeah, I'm just going to wait until like the full game comes out, really were kind of missing out. I still haven't beaten Hades 2. I played Hades 2 when it was early access, and I got all the way to the first boss on the shores of Ascending. No spoilers. And then that was as far as I could get. And then I haven't played since then. So I want to beat Hades 2 sometime soon. But like Hades, I had a great time with. Hades 2, I really enjoyed. I just personally, the themes of Pyre, like in my heart. Like knife to the heart. Because like Pyre, the entire game is literally like the core mechanic of the game is something that I want to see more of, and I've asked for more of in games, which is you have a group that over time gets smaller. The core premise of the game, you're all on the downside. You all want to get free. You're going to do this liberation right, the right to end all rights. You climb up a giant mountain, you fight the final boss, and you realize the liberation right is for one person. So what you have to do is you have to take one of your people, presumably one of the first 3 people you got and who you like the best at this point, and lose them forever. They do not come back. They do not contribute in game. They do not have storylines that continue. They do not have any references. All you get from them is they're on the other side and they're happy now. Moth, you picked up on it. So what it is that it's you build up your group over the first loop and you get up to, I think, 7. And then you lose one, so you're at 6. And then you lose one, so you're at 5. And then you get a +1 and you're at 6 again. And then you lose one and you're at 5. Then you +1 and then you're at 6 again. And then you lose and you're 5. Then you're at 4. And then eventually you're at 3. And you realize that you can only play with groups of 3. And other plot stuff is happening. And it is made explicitly clear, like by the time you have like 5 people left, like, hey, not everyone is getting out of here. And so the people who are your best performers that you like playing the best are set up to go free. So you're incentivized to lose them. And you're forced to play with characters you otherwise would not play with because you literally lose access to everyone else. However, let's say I have a character that I really want to keep around. And like they're my anchor. They're like the core of my strategy. I max them out early. I'm just not letting them leave. Oh, everyone's like hanging out here. Do I kick them? Like as like my second to last person? And then I have to deal with like the last group of people is all of the folks I was neglecting this entire game? Or do I keep them until literally the last second and then send them out? Or do I not set them free because I don't care about them? Because I want them to stay here. I adore games that abuse loss and grief in order to psychologically torment me so much. I got to play this. And like, Pyrex also has a couple songs that I like. Again, I'm not a singer. I'm not trying to like make covers on my channel or anything with any consistency. I think it would be funny to do like a once a year kind of deal or like a couple times a year just for fun. But it has a couple songs that I would want to sing. One is like literally like an acoustic, like it's a guy on a lute and he's singing. And I think it would be very fun because it's very simple. Which, speaking of, this guy, the best depiction of a bard I have ever seen in media. He is a bard that has a single instrument that he plays. He knows the history of the entire region, can sing it in song, can give you exposition and information at your request. Zero magical abilities. No magic. No like random extra instruments. He's very downtrodden. He's a very low key, low energy character, and he is a actual like an actual bard, like someone that specializes in a single instrument and historical ballads. Oh, is Logan Cunningham in Pyre? I've always looked forward to hearing him in any Supergiant game. Logan Cunningham is in Pyre in a voice that you will not expect. I need to play this. I need to show you what this looks like. So let me grab Bastion Logan Cunningham. And I'll just like let you listen to like what he normally sounds like. Or maybe not what he normally sounds like, but at least
so simple with this one.
It's probably a little quiet. My apologies.
Leaving him stranded on a rock in the
Why are you not? Hello?
Up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble.
So it's probably a little quiet. My apologies. Oh wow.
You don't stop to wonder why. And then
I'm sorry. Why is it W?
He falls to
There
his
we are.
death. I'm just fooling. Proper story is supposed
Why
to
is
start at the
doubled?
beginning.
What the heck? My apologies. Anyway, you can hear his voice.
'Tis true what the book says. You can be free again. Perhaps not you yourself,
This is the same guy.
but someone worthy of the privilege. You witness now the path toward salvation.
This is the
You
same
witness
guy.
The rights, the one way to return to glory. Though in your
Like, I don't think you can appreciate until I show you the side by side, because like rich,
Proper story is supposed to start
dark,
at the beginning. Ain't
gravelly.
so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted,
Ooh,
leaving him
it's
stranded
beautiful. The most
'Tis true
pretentious,
what the book
punchable voice.
can be free again. Perhaps not you yourself.
Poindexter
worthy
looking, sounding. Oh my gosh, it's so good. It is legitimately like amazing what he can do with that. He's also Hades. He's also Hades. So if you know, like, boy. It's giving me super medieval for the PlayStation 1 vibes. I say oh beans so often. I don't know whether that's because of Arrow or something else. I started saying oh beans, like unironically, because of Doug Doug. He was like, oh, beans. And I have started saying, oh, beans. I also say, oh, criminy. I've been starting to try and say gadzooks because I think that's fun. I'm trying to get more range in my cursing alternatives because I think it's fun. You generally started saying what the hecky because of youth. The cognito hazard spreads. Oh, the other song. Boy. The other song. And then there's a song in this game that is sung by him in game, where it's called In the Flame. This is the trailer song. It's also played at like the emotional low point of the entire story. And the entire song touches on the themes, and like the hook is like the musical hook, like the main line that is part of the chorus is strands may break alone but twisted make a braid. And the whole song is talking about the idea of like unity and camaraderie in the face of adversity, and how the only thing that can get you through unconquerable circumstances is the people around you in a game that is about making connections with a group of people and then losing them one by one. I like God's hooks, which is what Gadzooks evolved from. Other way around. Gadzooks is the translation of God's hooks. Or other way around. God's hooks is just a literal translation of Gadzooks. So I think Gadzooks was first, and then the translated form of God's hooks is what came from it. You think you've been cursed with heck as well? Like, that's the thing, right? I sometimes say some silly stuff. But I'm pretty say-so. I don't curse. I don't talk sussy stuff. A lot of people say that I'm like cute and that I'm innocent and like you shouldn't corrupt me. But like I know stuff. I'm with it. I'm hip. That being said, like I don't curse, which I think is one of the big ones. Like if I get angry at someone, I say like screw you or like frick off, and then they just laugh at me, and then I'm like okay. I think I saw Maleghast for a second. No, you're hallucinating. You're hallucinating. Speaking of Maleghast, before this game, I hop in Call of Svelte. Get to know them. First time I'm talking to them. Again, absolute pleasure. Like we've known each other for years, even though this was our first time talking. Like they're awesome. And I love their stuff. Very excited to see them continuing to make more. Prior to playing the game and prior to hopping in call, was cleaning dishes. And I cut myself with a knife. So naturally, what did I do? Well, I drew in my own blood a pentagram on my arm in accordance with the vibes of the game, because a pentagram is a sign of protection against demons and otherworldly entities, meaning I will be set up in order to win this game. As you can see by the thumbnail of this video, that did not work. And I made a tweet about it, and I considered adding Tom Bloom. I thought it would be really funny. Is that going to get patched in Games for Freaks Volume 4? Like, I drew a pentagram in my own blood on myself. Like, I didn't win? I didn't get protected in game? Malik Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss, we were always talking about Pyre. I'm going to head out now. Good night, Moth. The topic of puppy girls comes up a lot. It does. It does. Anyway, so I'm just gonna like run through this real quick. I'm gonna do like not a play-by-play, just like a broad scope. So we had my team. I'm leading with an exorcist. So naturally, my XO that was leading this was named Dora the Exorcista, and the Black Mass I named the Erodiarse, which in just Google Translate is kneel in Spanish. So I'm Dora the Exorcista. I had the Penitent, Boots. I had the Anti-Priest of the map. I had my 2 Inquisitors, Swiper and No Swiping. And then I had the Holy Body Diego. Keep an eye on Holy Body Diego. He was kind of our main character. And then the enemies. The enemies, we had... Oh, you only had 1 Lycan? You had 2 Stitches. What? You for sure had 2 Lycans. I think you're lying to me. And I was facing against Marzana and the Skeleton Justice Warriors. Their XO, their Churgeon, was Marzana, the top/bottom surgeon. And their units were... Their Lycans were... They asked me for a good name for a princess, for a Lycan, for a Pitbull, because one of their Pitbulls was named Princess. So I told them Nuclear Warhead. And then I said, maybe you could name them Hydrogen Bomb and Coughing Baby, but we decided that it was Princess and Nuclear Warhead. Princess ended up being ferocious, as all princesses are, and heroically at one point leapt into a burning building to bite one last child. The child was me, and I'm the one that set the building on fire. The Chop Docs, which are Flaming Sword of Justice and Dr. Evil. And then the 2 Stitches. Do you want to know what their 2 Stitches were called? Racism and Sexism. And I asked them, why did you name your Stitches Racism and Sexism? And then they said, you'll see. And then I said, you're going to kill them, aren't you? And they said, yep. And then they proceeded to kill racism. And so they killed their own unit immediately. And by killing racism, they dropped a corpse. And so the corpse being dropped meant that they could pick it up and like attach extra limbs to themselves or whatever. And I brought up the fact that, oh, so you killed racism, but sexism is fine, I see. And then they said, no, I'm killing sexism next. Don't you worry. And then they killed sexism. So we solved racism. We solved sexism. Top and bottom surgery for all. We immediately realized that their Churgeon, the wild mutation that they could use, was just HRT. So we had Dora the Explorer fighting against an HRT wielding top and bottom surgeon who slew both racism and sexism. So maybe it's for the best that I lost. Maybe I was the villain here. Also, this is the Holy Body. This is Diego. Pretty rad. But where's the Be Not Afraid? Right here. Right here. Your opponent drew 2 pentagrams? Oh, maybe. Where's the fire token that we were using? We had a fire token. Oh! I could have been using a miracle token. Svelte. How dare you? Soulless. Now I'm just looking at all of the tokens. Sorry. I surprised myself. I found what I was looking for, and I was not expecting to find what I was looking for. So this is the fire that I did. This was the start of the field. The end of the field was like... I think the end of the field ended up looking like... I think this is what I did with my Holy Body. And then maybe I did one there. Like, unironically, I got to the point where Swiper was in the corner and like winching and like readying up the crossbow, increasing in damage, increasing in range. And like, I literally just made an entire path of fire. The issue that I found, which Svelte did not know this, I pointed this out, is that Lycans have Lope, has free movement, and ignores hazards in spaces occupied by corpses, which means that the more units they killed, the more of their own units, or just like, they had this ability called Leftovers, they could just make corpses. They just did this,
and they could just have their Lycan just like and just like go through the corpses and not be affected by my fire. So anyway, the way this worked out is they killed racism, sexism. They buffed their units. Princess charged forward into the burning building. This was not all on fire yet. It became on fire quite soon. I sent Diego over here. I started a bunch of fires. They ignored all of the fire. I was very sad. My penitent went over. My anti-priest went over and like charged to like heal all of my units. My XO backed off. My Inquisitor went there. Princess was there. Inquisitor was there. And we were like firing at Princess. And we were and then Princess went down to like 1 heart. And then Princess had Vitality, where Vitality allows them to ignore 1 damage. But they also had like 12 mutation tokens, which allows you to, anytime you would spend a token, spend a mutation token instead. So anytime I dealt damage to them, they would just remove a mutation token. So I'd put them on fire and then just remove a mutation token. And I'd shoot them and they'd remove a mutation token. And I'd deal 1 damage to them and they'd remove a mutation token. And like Divine Fire could not kill the puppy girl. The HRT injected like 4-armed puppy girl was immune to my holy fire and just wrecked shop on me. And I think like nearly killed no swiping, but didn't. And then we finally put down Princess when she was back here. I think my XO had to take care of it. Or no, it was my Zealot took care of it. Then Nuclear Warhead came forward and was like over here. And like my anti-priest was there, and Diego had to back off and was flying, and then so it was like, whoa, Diego's flying, and I was like, I know Diego's flying. And Abhorrors have this mechanic called Miracle, which is every time one of my units dies, I roll a d6, and on a 5 up, they just come back to life at 1 health. So my units are like elite. I would like the army that unironically I would compare Abhorrors to most in 40k is Custodes. I have fewer units. I have no thralls. I can't use thralls. I can't get like the 2-for-1 special. All of my units are fairly fragile. They're really easy to hit, but they all have Miracle. So they can all come back. Oh. Wait, I just realized something. Wait, I need to still spell this immediately. So the reason I just thought of that is because the Holy Body lacks Miracle, but starts combat with 4 Vitality tokens. It has 3 health and 4 Vitality tokens. So anytime it takes damage, it reduces it by 1 from a Vitality token, but also Super Armor, so it's -1 for all damage. I played my army wrong because I didn't realize Holy Body did not have Miracle. Holy Body came back 3 separate times. I got 3 Miracle rolls with Diego. So Diego died, I rolled Miracle, and came back. Died, came back. Died, came back. And Svelte didn't call me on it. I did not realize that Holy Body did not have Miracle. So Holy Body survived 3 separate assassination attempts and lasted until round 5, which, like, Svelte was like, yeah, Tyrants lasting past, like, round 2 is, like, unheard of. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Diego did so good. You can give it Miracle through a copy. Oh, right. I could have given it Miracle with Anti-Priest. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so like, honestly, what happened is I dealt probably 4 damage of Absolution to myself. So, Absolution, I spend a soul. When the turn starts, I take 1 damage to myself, and 1 ally in range gets 1 or 2 or 3 Vitality. I take 1 damage, and I prevent damage from another unit. The Lycan has this thing where every time it attacks someone, it does an AoE splash for 1 damage. And this was early in the game, so my XO had no armor. So I took another, like, 4 damage from just splash, nothing else. And then the end of the game was their Churgeon was like on an elevated position and like did a line blast attack that like got like 3 of my units in 1 hit and like dealt 10 damage to me kind of deal. But the thing is, on the final turn, I had this wall of fire set up. I had my Inquisitor go there and winch to go up here. If you're on elevated terrain, you get +1 die to your attack. Winch allows me to get +1 die to my attack. I set up an across the map like Inquisitor shot with Swiper. Swiper winched their thing, and it was round 5 at this point. So Inquisitors normally only deal 2 damage, but if it is round 5 or later, it's 4 damage with piercing, so it ignores armor. So the Inquisitor lines up the shot, and like I could have hit this Churgeon, but instead I just like Svelte did not kill me on purpose because I wanted to see this. I did an across the map. I was winched twice. I was on superior elevation, and I get the 1 normal die. I rolled 4 dice, and it takes a 4+. That's the defense of a Lycan. Do you want to know what I rolled? I had 4d6. I needed a single force. I needed a 50% chance once out of 4 dice. 1, 2, 1. You serious? 5! I did it! I killed it! Yay! And then I got killed because Svelte was like, okay, now that you killed my dog, I'm going to kill you. I thought that was really funny. But like, I rolled 4 dice. And like, unironically, I nearly completely failed that across the map, like double winched elevated shot against a 50-50 shot. Swiper, don't swipe. Swiper, don't. No. So Swiper can swipe. No swiping is so like Swiper can swipe. No swiping can't swipe. If you feel, you understand, like, I don't think I can make this much simpler. So yeah, like obviously there was more that happened in the game. I don't remember all of it. I could go by more of a play-by-play. I messed up my Holy Body Army roll. I had a ton of fun. I genuinely really loved this. I have wanted to play Trench Crusade since it came out. This gave me Trench Crusade vibes, although it's smaller. Trench Crusade is like a skirmish war game where you have like between 8 and 12, I think, units. This is like Kill Team, where you have like 5 units, 6 units. Maybe if you have like 1 or 2 units of thralls, you have like 8 units max. I definitely want to play more of this. And I want to, I probably want to try Abhorrers again. And I would probably try this literally exact same comp. Because like the 2 Inquisitors to deal damage. I have the Zealot built to do terrain. So I have the Zealot, the Penitent that has Holy Blood. So Mea Culpa creates 1 or 2 hazards in free adjacent spaces. The issue is they weren't like dealing any negative tokens to me. They were just improving themselves. So I wasn't able to use Mea Culpa effectively. I did Inquisitors. I gave explosive bolts. So the further the game progressed, the farther I would push them every time I shot them. And I gave my Holy Body Holy Font to increase its own vitality easier. If you want to talk about Trench Crusade, you'll be happy to know the rules are online for free. I didn't know that. I'm Svelte's top bottom surgeon. You killed my nuclear bomb. Prepared to die. Yeah. Gosh, talking to people who are more of a freak than you is such a fun experience. And that's all I'm going to say. You think people that play invul save armies ever get their saves? It's really just a formality. Listen, Chaos Demons, the 5-up invul, that's just for show. Go, Diego, go, dies. Go, Diego, go. That's your fault? Yeah. I once spent a game with my Carcass Necro missing every single shot. They routinely had +2 dice due to formation and height. It just happens. Yeah. Like the one time I've played Kane, I've run a bunch of Kane. The one time I played Kane, it was a 2-shot. The first session, I rolled at one point like 10d6 over the course of like 3 rounds. And I got like maybe 3 that were like a 4+. And of those, it was hard and I did not get a 6 on like 2 of the 3 of those. So like I spent like, I was a Omen user. I was a Whisper user that was using Omen. My weapon of choice was Claymores, and the whole flavor was that I set up Claymores beforehand using Whisper.
And despite using Psyche Bursts on basically every attack, I kept just getting between 1s and 3s consistently. It was so stupid. And I thought the sign of protection was supposed to protect me from that. They also have a really good online list builder. Awesome. Honestly, I might hop on Trench Crusade with someone at some point. Which I want to play Maleghast more. So I don't know how I'm going to do that. Because like privately, I don't know anyone who plays outside of now Svelte. So I might try to bother Svelte about playing some more. I would love to play some Maleghast online. I would love to play some Maleghast on stream. Probably be a Discord stream. Because I don't know how enjoyable it would be to just like sit there and watch on YouTube or whatever. It would be more casual. It would be more like I'm just kind of like playing a game with someone else and then there is an audience. I really enjoy that from a like as a Discord thing, just kind of like chilling in Discord. It's me and someone else just like playing a TTRPG or playing Maleghast or playing Trench Crusade. And then there's also an audience there, as opposed to we're playing this for the audience. In my old hobby group, we used to a Sea of D1s. We called the Sea of Ones in a D6 the Fenton named after one Tyranid player. What did your group call yours? We didn't have that. So my main exposure with 40K is that top of 2024, for like 6 months, I was consistently going over to this guy's house. And sometimes some of our mutuals would be there. Sometimes it was just the two of us. And we'd play 40K. And I used my NIDs. And he rotated between Space Marines Gladius, so painted Ultramarine, K-Suns. And at one point, his buddy left his Plague Marines, his Plague Guard there. So we tried out Plague Guard one time with Mortarion. Woo. If you don't know, Tyranids kind of famously have no AP in 40K. Whenever you attack someone, you roll a hit, which your army, your unit determines how good you are hitting. So I might have a ballistic skill of 4 up. So on a D6, I need to roll a 4 up to hit. And then once I hit you, I need to wound you. You have a toughness. My weapon has a strength, and there's a small, easy calculation that it determines it. So if you have a T4 and I have a strength 4, I need to roll a 4+ because 50-50. If you have a T4 and I have a strength 5, I am stronger than you, but not double. So I need to roll a 3+. And if you have a T5 and I have a strength 4, I am weaker than you, but not half. So I need to roll a 5+. And then if it's half, it's 6+. And if it's double, it is 2+. And then after all that, you need to save. You have an armor save value of maybe like 5+, and you subtract, gosh, my model freak out. You subtract it by my AP. Normally, if I'm shooting you, I will be, Space Marines, for instance, their standard weaponry will be like ballistic skill 3 up, or they're 3 up army. They'll be like strength 4, AP 0, damage 1. And if it's like anti-armor, it might be ballistic skill still 3 up because they're Space Marines. It might be like strength 9. And then it will be AP like -2 and damage 2. So if you are a toughness 4 unit, I hit you 2/3 of the time. My strength is more than double your toughness, so I'm rolling on a 2+ to wound you. I'm definitely going to wound you, and my AP is -2. If you have a 5 up save, you need to roll a 7 or higher. You're screwed. And then I deal 2 damage to you. Most units have 2 health. If you're a tank or something, you might have toughness 9. So even though this is anti-armor, it barely at a 4 up hits you, wounds you. But you might have a save of 2 up. So my AP is -2. You go from a 2 up save to a 4 up save. I took you from a 5 out of 6 chance of making this to a 50-50. And then I deal 2 damage out of your 8 wounds kind of deal.
So, like, this is like generally what it is. Tyranids, out of all of their melee profiles, I think the highest melee AP they had was like AP 1. So -1 to whatever your save is. And then, if I had like any guns, that was overwhelmingly AP 0. Unless it was like a artillery piece, in which case it was like AP 2. So while Space Marines are rocking like a save 3+, and they're generally dealing like AP -2 on their anti-armor and like AP -4 on their artillery, Tyranids suck at dealing with armor. And the worst part about it, I was fighting K-Suns. I was fighting Thousand Suns, which their main gimmick, or one of their main gimmicks, is that they can simply increase their AP and decrease my AP. So the few times I was rolling with an AP of -1 or higher, they would reduce my AP on a 3-up save with invulnerable, because K-Suns are dumb. You must be away to bed. Good night. Are you supposed to just throw your monsters at armored units? That's the thing. He can just, or like, they could just kill my monsters before I could hit their armored units. And also, even my monsters, like Carnifex. Let me look up Wahapedia. Let me look up Wahapedia. It's not loading. It is struggling. Honestly, the main thing I got value from were Gene Stealers, because I would run them led by a Broodlord. Broodlord gives all of them dev wounds. Or no, I think Broodlord had dev wounds and gave all of them lethal hits, which meant that my optimal strategy as a NIDS player was to just throw overwhelming numbers of Gene Sailors at heavy armor and just hope for the best, because lethal hits allows me to bypass that wound roll. So if I look up like Carnifexes, yeah, so a Carnifex, can we not do that? Like, why did I have the option of deleting that ad and then just win away? There it is. Wahapedia, thank you so much for your service, but your ads are horrendous. Like, they're not that bad, but they are bad. Like, I don't like obtrusive ads like that. So -2, -2, -2, highest strength of them 9. Mostly it is just, my apologies, that was a Discord ping from me. Mostly like, they're just like -3. That's the best you got with the crushing claws. Like strength 12, your best option is to have your distraction Carnifex go up. And like, if we go Great Devourer, there is a Norn Assimilator. Like strength 12, AP 3. That's great. How many points is this? 275? If my only and like, what was Carnifex? I can't go Carnifex. My only other option with like the Carnifex was like 90 points or 180. Like, that's better. That's fine. If I want to go like I don't know, an Exocrine, like bioplasmic 9 -3. It's not the Trigon, is it? Is it the Toxicrene? No, that's not what it is. What's the one where it's like the big cannon? The really cool, is it the Trigon? No. Not the Barbgon, or the Biovores are the mine layers. Tyrannofex. The Tyrannofex has a Rupture Cannon. Strength 18 minus 4 AP. Sucks when they can just invul it. Sucks when they can just, like, feels no pain it. Sucks when you miss your 2 shots. Because despite being on a 3-up where heavy means that if you didn't move, you get a +1 to hit, like, you just sometimes don't hit. And when you only have 2 dice, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I'm just frustrated with how little AP Tyrion's got. It's just me complaining. It is just me complaining for the sake of complaining. So like you need additional distraction card effect. You can't afford that. Also, I didn't have the models for it. if I'm completely honest, I didn't have the models for it. It has been 3 hours. I want to run through Maleghast Magnagothica Games for Freaks. Tyranids are my favorite Magnagothica faction. I know. I'm going to open up Games for Freaks Volume 1 and Volume 2. And I'm going to shift away from the title page because the title page is kind of sussy. That is also very sussy. Okay. Cool. So this is my first look at the steeple racks. I'll just kind of like explain how Magnagothica works as I go through, but this is like my first exposure to them. As far as I'm aware, they're like cannibals, I guess. Okay. So the steeple racks. Inhabiting the wicked spires and spindly wretches of Anzamezaron's rickety upper strata, the feral steeple racks are part cult, part affliction. They worship the enormous flesh-eating owls that prowl the highest level of the city, holding them in godlike reverence, and even offering their own flesh and bodies as sustenance. Their necromancers draw their power from these owls, who in turn draw their power from other darker forces of the antediluvian world. One does not choose to become a steeple rack, but instead is called to it. Those to find their fragile minds bending under the weight of gore and unrelenting slaughter of the city below sometimes see a color called the red, wet hue. It consumes their thoughts in waking hours, drawing them ever upwards. It is then that they meet the owls. So they play with an overwhelming swarm. Something that Tom Bloom does that I like, he gives a soundtrack for each of them. So like I recognize Judas Priest. A lot of these bands I don't recognize, which is always really cool. For Carcass, I was not expecting to see baby metal there, which like, yo, Pog. I don't listen to baby metal, but like I recognize the name and I was not expecting to see that. Special mechanic, dive bomb. Once around, at the end of own or allied turn, a single steeple rack, you can move for free. So most units can move and then act, or act and then move, or they can move. Standard turn action. Being able to get a free movement on someone else's turn is kind of crazy. Rip apart. This ability gives extra bonuses if X or more allies units or walls are adjacent to the target, including this one. So rip apart always begins at X, and if the target is adjacent to any, or I suppose rip apart if it's melee, if there's any allies next to it, or if there's any walls next to it, if you corner it, that's pretty cool. They get a large unit, they get a tyrant. It's probably gonna be an owl. It's got to be an owl. They can summon. Okay. Cool. Strength and speed. Nice. So a flock. That's their thrall. It is 3 movement, 1 HP, and 5 up to hit. So they're harder to hit. There's like a 1 in 3 chance to hit, but they ultimately take 1 hit and they're down. And even if you miss them, they get grazed, which deals 1 damage immediately. For every unit slot spent on flock, you may summon an additional flock unit in free adjacent space to an allied unit. For every unit slot spent on flock. So if I take 1 flock, I get 2 flocks, because that's how thralls work. You may summon an additional flock unit in free space adjacent to an allied unit at the start of every round. If my flock dies, does that mean I still get the flock endless proc? So if I have like 2 sirens, like 2 harpies, and a flock, that's my 5 units, and then both my flocks die, after the unit is dead, do I still get the endless trigger?
That's kind of crazy. Bloodletting. So it's melee. It's an attack. So roll to hit. If I hit their defense or up, then I hit them. 1 damage. Rip apart. 3+ gains piercing. So if I have 3 or more units or walls, including this one, it ignores armor. Call to feast. This unit gains 1 or on a 6+, 2 speed. It may then immediately spend 2 speed tokens to summon. Oh, got it. Understood. Okay, so the way this works, they were not kidding about a swarm faction. Speed tokens. When you move, you automatically spend a speed token and gain +2 movement. And then if you use Call to Feast, you do Call to Feast, and then you roll d6, and on a 6, you get 2 speed tokens. And then if you have 2 or more speed tokens, doesn't mean that you had to roll 6, you can immediately spend 2 to summon an additional flock. I see. And then immediately you're kind of like, if someone's next to a wall, you run up to them with flock, you Call to Feast, they are surrounded, they can't move, and also you can bloodletting them. So these are upgrades you can get. You can choose 1 upgrade per unit type if you spend points on it. The red wet hue, bloodletting gains rip apart 5+ and deal 1 curse damage again. Okay. At round 5+ becomes immune to graze, line, and splash damage. That's insane. Graze is when I attack you and I miss, I automatically deal 1 damage. So these things, if you attack them, they're always going to die because they have no armor. Except they come back because they're endless. And also at round 5+, if you get Blood Frenzy, they can just ignore that. Line and Splash are AoE. Rabid, this faction's Dive Bomb trait can be used for free on 1 flock unit around. I'm confused. Is for free 1 flock unit per round. I have a flock. I activate Rabid. In addition to my Dive Bomb, I get to effectively move 2 characters? Or is it Rabid whenever I use Dive Bomb for my flock, I am able to move as if it was Thralls? Because like, something I would like legitimately recommend. Like if I was talking to Tom Bloom and he's like, "Hey, do you have any advice for the game?" I would say change the terminology of individual models and units, and I'd probably just follow 40k where it's unit is the thrall, model is the individual character models, because this is ambiguous wording where, for instance, for every unit slot spent on flock, you may summon an additional flock unit in a free adjacent space. I assume that means summon a free additional model. And for Dive Bomb, I assume that means I can use 1 flock model for free in a round. But it's ambiguous enough that I personally would recommend changing that. Units means models, but unit also refers to flock. I can have 1 siren unit, and I can also have 1 flock unit that gives me 2 flock models. That's why thralls are the odd one out. Normally, a unit is just 1 character model, but with flock and thralls, that is not the case. There's more models per unit, which makes it weird edge cases with thralls. You get a soul every time a unit. I forgot you get a soul every time a unit dies, including flocks. Getting a flock in army creation gets you an extra unit. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not that this unit of like this stat block is 2, like this stat block is a unit that encompasses 2 units. It is, this stat block represents all units of flock, and when you take a flock unit, you get a buy 1 get 1 free. Understood. I was treating thralls like a 40k unit where it's 2 models are counted as the same unit. That makes sense. Thank you.
The bonus is that you always get more. They can spawn close to the battle, and so you can surround people for a massive rip apart. Yeah. Summons do not give souls. Summon units are soulless. Okay. That's good to know. The Siren, this is their freak. The freaks are the support units. 4/3/5 mag. So reduces magic damage, which is holy, fire, toxic. I think curse? Yeah. Flight ignores adverse terrain and elevation attacks and movement penalties. And then it has some actions. Paranoia. Curse, range 1 to 3. Target enemy always counts as having +2 of my units adjacent to it, even when alone. This effect lasts until its ability is used again or the Siren is slain. So even just like a lone flock attacking gets rip apart 3+ piercing. Sonic Screech, splash self 1 curse damage. So in the 8 boxes surrounding it, in an AoE of 1 curse damage, push all units 1 or 2 spaces on a roll. Siren Song, until the start of this unit's next turn, while adjacent to this unit, enemies take -1d on attacks, and self and allies are immune to graze damage. Ooh. I'm seeing the vision. Also, like, I'm not going to say it. Upgrades. Ear Splitter. Sonic Screech also grants 1 or 2 allies in the area 1 speed or strength. Painful Whispers. Paranoia deals 1 piercing curse damage, but only counts as +1 adjacent unit. Lullaby. When Siren's Song expires, allies adjacent get +1 speed. Nice. Harpy. Steep Rock Scion. 4/4/4. No armor. Feral Dodge may spend a speed token when attacked by an act ability to give the attacker -1d and step 1 after it resolves. This is so cool. Like, honestly, like the masked cannibals is like not a unique aesthetic, but it's such a cool aesthetic. It's so cool. Disembowel. On a hit, 1 damage, rip apart 3+, +1 damage, gain 1 speed, rip apart 5+, gain 1 strength, and summon a flock unit in a free space adjacent. Wow. Raise Roost, create a wall in range, then grant 1 speed to 1 or 2 allied units. I imagine this is supposed to be adjacent to the wall. Cannibalize. Slay an adjacent allied unit. This unit gains 1 strength, 1 speed, and may move again. Also, heads up, if this is like out of date, let me know. Because this is like Volume 1, Update 1. This was back when GFF 2 came out. So I don't know if there's been updates since. Cannibalize. Slay an adjacent allied. That unit gains 1 strength, 1 speed, and may move again. Huh. Okay, so they have like a spawn and a destroy mechanic. I'm surprised I haven't seen anything about corpses yet. Sinew. At 1 HP or lower, this unit is immune to damage from grazes, lines, and splash. Voracious Cannibalize can also be used on an enemy at 1 HP or lower, but does not grant tokens if used this way. The Noose. Raise Roost gains +1 range when it creates a wall. It may first pull a unit in... And when it creates a wall, it may first pull a unit in range 2, 1 space. Cool. Range 2 of the wall or range 2 of it? I assume of it. The Stick Whacker? The Stick Whacker. 4/3/5 mag. Long stilts may move through walls, but not end its turn in one. When moving through a wall, gain free movement until end of turn. Interesting. Yeah, you all love all the blood in their designs. Yeah. Prepare the pole. Step 2, then create a wall in a free adjacent space and gain 1 speed. Hang for the owls. 2 damage, rip apart 3 up, ignoring armor. Rip apart 5 up, then 1 damage again and summon a flock. So there's like decent summoning here that you don't like. Realistically, you should probably take at least, if not 2 flocks, because you want to swarm them, but you don't need to. Like, it's totally reasonable. Just like take 2 stick whackers and 2 harpies, and like that alone, depending on what setup you have, can get you
more flock. The issue is that most of them are reliant on 5 up. So you probably want like at least a siren, right? Question, if I have 2 sirens, can I paranoia the same person twice? Because this lasts until this ability is used again. I assume by the same model, right? The carnival, mad, acrobat, jester type stuff. Yeah, it's cool. I can't deny it. It's cool. If starting turn adjacent to a wall, gain 1 speed and clear a negative token. While adjacent to a wall, damage always ignores vitality and armor. Clinging while adjacent to a wall is curse proof. Nice. Yes, the cannibal owl. Woo! Tyrant! 4/5/4 super. This is the tankiest. This is the tankiest tyrant I've seen thus far. Unless this got nerfed. Right? This may have gotten nerfed and this may not be up to date. I don't think that would do anything to set rip apart to at least 2+. Well, no, so paranoia is it counts as having 2+ of your units adjacent to it. So if I have 2 sirens and both of them paranoia, like brutal, you go from lone to +2 and then +2 again, so +4. And then I have my stick whacker walk up to you and attack you. You are at adjacent to the stick walker, and also you have +4. Target enemy always counts as having +2 of your units adjacent to it, even when alone. Is this not additive? It does have a version, updated version of version 1.2. Okay. Should I be looking at that then? I can just download that real quick. If I go to, oh, hello. Thank you for the follows on itch. I appreciate it. My library, if I go to Games Freaks Vault issue 1. How would I, like, where would be the updated version? It's cannibals, not cantables. Shut. I'm just gonna rock it, unless anyone has any particular like, hey, like they completely changed the carnivorous owls. So 4/5/4 super circling. Do not deploy the owl normally. Instead, it arrives at the start of round 3, but may be deployed in any free space. When it lands, it may destroy any walls under its space before being placed. Flesh sacrifice. The owl counts as 2 allied units for the purposes of rip apart, but not to itself. Interesting. I wonder if there's any mechanic that allows it to come in earlier. Guzzle. 2 damage, rip apart 3 up, +1 damage, rip apart 5 up, +1 damage, and obliterate. Jeez. Fletch Scourger, splash 1 self, 1 damage. Then for every unit slain, clear 1 token and gain 1 strength or speed. Then step 1 per unit slain and may destroy walls during this movement. Concussive Shriek. Or I suppose the reason you probably don't want it to come in early because you want it to be, I'm going to like flood the board with flocks. You're going to spend all of your resources fighting my flocks. And then I send in the carnivorous owl to like be the hammer to the anvil that is my flocks. Why does the owl have lips? Because it's a kissable. Like, how else would you kiss it? Dare I ask? Hear me out? No, it's so it can eat you, obviously. The wording of paranoia is different in the update of it. That makes more sense. Concussive Shriek, 2/4, splash target, deal 1 curse damage once deal 1 curse damage once to a unit in the area for each wall in the area. Deal 1 curse damage once to a unit in the area for each wall in the area. The same unit can be targeted more than once. So the way I read this, owl. Right. Its range 2 to 4, which means it can't be here, can't be here.
I target someone standing here. It's splash 1, so it's this area surrounding them. It's not actually affecting them in any appreciable way. It is affecting units that are standing here and here, and there's a wall here, and there's a wall here. So I can deal 2 damage collectively. So like crafting table AoE, but like it's a splash. Splashes are pretty explicitly does not affect the target. Unless I'm misreading this. Deal 1 curse damage once to a unit in the area for each wall in the area. Why does owls have lips? Who wants to know? Messy arrival. When it first arrives, the owl may slay an adjacent allied unit, gaining 1 speed or 1 strength for each. Oh, slay all adjacent allied units. Sleek Owl, it loses large and gains free movement. That sounds kind of crazy, actually. Or I suppose large allows it to ignore movement, like elevation differences, but like, do you need that? Like Sleek Owl, if you have free movement. Bow and Resonance. Concussive Shriek also slays allied units in the area, counting each as a wall for purposes of the ability. That's really funny. I love the fact that it's not just, oh, here's a bunch of little guys and here's a bunch of guys that just scale off of like the more guys you have. You also do have like real options of, hey, killing your own dudes. you have realistic payoffs of that. And I think it would have been cool if there was some synergy where like Hang for the Owls, like you could set up with the Stick Whacker to make the carnivorous owl come sooner or come stronger. But I do think it's like, I just think it's cool. I think that my guess, most steeple rack armies run probably like 2 sirens, 2 flocks, and then like maybe a stick whacker is my guess. Y'all let me know how good that is. Oh, so now, right, because they have a thrall, so they don't have a hunter. The Haruspecs. 4, 8, 5, no armor. Flesh sacrifice counts as 2 units for the purpose of ripping apart, but not for itself. The Knife. On hit, deal 1 damage. Rip part 3 up, 1 damage again. 5 up and again. 7 up and again. 8 up and again. So this can deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. Holy heck. OMG, hi, call me Fox. So it's around the owl. Of course, killing your own dudes, that sounds like the point of the faction. Feeding a great cannibal. I mean, it does. It does. Now you see the beauty of this faction. They don't care about dead bodies, only living bodies. I am legitimately really surprised there's no corpse interaction. Like, I understand that the Agori are the corpse faction, from what I've seen. I'm really surprised there's not something where it's just like they use walls so much instead of corpses, right? Like, I don't think it's bad design. I'm just like genuinely was not expecting that. So this is the virtues for Cain. And then, oh my gosh, the Helminth. The origins of the Helminth are murky. Some say these are species native to Hell, others are an extra-dimensional parasite, while still others theorize they are evolved forms of ordinary corpse worms granted sentience from Anzamezaron's bounty of magically suffused flesh. The Helminth themselves prefer to say little on the matter, not that many have asked them. The true larval form of Helminth is an arm-length pale worm. Burrowing into and fusing with the spinal column of a dead or living host, they form a symbiotic relationship, over time growing a sheath of black, leathery flesh over and around their host's mutating body. Newborn Helminth are animalistic, barely sentient, but over time, as they fuse with their host nervous system, they become one being, and the line between host and parasite blur. As they gain intelligence and self-awareness, they develop a hive-like connection with the Helminth that sired them, with which they form courts. It's Vampire the Masquerade. We reinvented vampires, but bugs. 9 Inch Nails is a perfect drug. I don't just know this band, I know the song. I was listening to this song like a couple months ago. I guess it makes sense if they're like bug and drug faction. Are they gonna be drug faction? I don't know. Highly hierarchical and alien
enclave cysts throughout the city, which often feud with each other for hunting territory. At the apex of each court are the Nephilim, highly evolved helminths that are the sires of hundreds of their spawn. The elder Nephilim live in decadence and dominion, perfecting the physical evolution of their offspring, communing with the worm deities from which they siphon their necromancy, and tapping other forces beyond human imagination. However, they are loath to share such power. When they make their first molt, young Nephilim are ejected from their count to roam the city and find a place to make their own enclave. Adaptive growing power. So I'm getting kind of Tyranids. It's giving Tyranids, I say, ignoring the mutation counters on the Igori, which are just gene stealer cults. Evolve. Once around, one Helminth unit may evolve into a new form at the start of its turn. Evolving grants its additional stats and abilities. If it grants it additional HP, it is added to its current and maximum. Whoo mama, symbiote butt bug. That faction was a real hoot. And now you start seeing 9 Inch Nails at random. I was about to start going, you are the perfect drug, the perfect drug, the perfect drug. Because it's just fun. And like, I don't know. I feel like 9 Inch Nails isn't one of those bands that the vocalists, like the sonoricity of the vocalist is why you listen to them. So I feel like if I was to sing Perfect Drug, I can be off key. It's fine. Special tags Necrophage. Units with this trait can spend adjacent corpses as vitality tokens, removing the corpse. This is more what I was expecting from the Steeple Freaks, or the Steeple Racks, if I'm honest. Spend corpses, get benefit. Other mechanics, so strength, solace, summons, sure. So their thrall is it's a little baby. It's a little zombie bug baby. 4/2/3 up. Necrophage. So consume corpses for vitality. Thrall. A viscous bite. Attack melee. Step 1 on hit. Oh, so you just step and then you get the ability to deal 1 toxic damage. Then it evolves. Wait a second. So here are upgrades. When you evolve, can you evolve multiple times with the same unit? And if you evolve multiple times with the same unit, do you get one or the other? Evolve Pupate. Remove this unit. Then replace it with the base form of any non-necromancer Helminth unit with a current and max HP of 2. If unactivated, it can take a turn as normal this round and keeps all tokens and effects. Evolve Cyst. Slay this unit. Then, instead of leaving 1 corpse, this unit leaves 3 corpses stacked in its base. Jeez. Draining Bite. Removes a positive token on hit, but no longer has a chance to evolve. Invigorating Evolve. Evolve a page grants 1 vitality to an adjacent unit. Evolve Toxic Exit. Evolve Cyst deals 1 toxic damage to an adjacent foe. Check the evolve keyword. Once around. Okay. Once around, 1 Helminth unit may evolve into a new form. Evolving grants additional stats and abilities. So, like, obviously this dies when you evolve it, but, like, if you have the Knight... Ooh. Oh! Got it. Got it. So, 4/4/3. Surprised the Knight doesn't get armor. Probably it's because it's got its belly exposed. Leighton can evolve twice, choosing between either option. Oh, no, so you're special. Can either option each time for its first and second evolve. Okay, so you can evolve once, but the Knight is special. Black Blade, on hit, strip a positive token, then deal 1 damage. Impaler, step 1, then deal 1 toxic damage to an adjacent foe and push them. Thirsting Blade, plus 1 HP. Black Blade deals plus 1 damage if it's stripped a token. Impaler upgrades to Bloody Impaler. Impaler's step becomes 3 and gains free movement. Executioner, plus 1 more HP. Black Blade deals plus 2 damage if body blocked. If body blocked. So if I'm attacking the Necromancer and you body block with it, I deal plus 2 damage. Executioner's Edge melee. Affect an adjacent unit at 1 HP or lower has 3+ effect chance of being obliterated. Oh, wow. Oh, good. 1 HP or lower.
Then gain 1 strength. Carapace shield plus 2 HP. Impaler upgrades to shield slam, pushes 2 spaces, and if pushing foe into a wall destroys that wall. Royal guard. This unit gains super armor. Flesh anchors self. Until start of this turn, it cannot move, step, push, or pull. This unit gains cover. At the start of that turn, this unit may extend this effect at the start of its following turn without expending an act. So it's a tower shield from the Enforcer from Carcass. Just the page can cheat a bit involved if you get lucky. You've heard of friends with benefits. Now learn about corpses. Am I allowed to say that on YouTube? That man is lobotomized. So true latency. Gain 1 strength when evolving. May continue to evolve if fully evolved. Pure necrophage. Can also use adjacent corpses as strength tokens, consuming the corpse. Charging evolve. May step 2 when evolving, then push an adjacent unit 1. The knave. Oh, is this going to be Knight, Knave, Page, Sage? Huntsman. No, I was expecting it to be like tarot related. Which like Sage is, I just read that. That's not tarot related, but the Knave. These do give Xenomorph. And also like, listen, I'm not going to say hear me out, but like I imagine at least one of you are thinking it. 4/3/4. Necrophage, carry and burrow. When moving, may teleport into the space of any corpse, removing the corpse. Does not require line of sight of any corpse. Rending Talon, attack melee, 1 damage, then 1 damage again to the same or a different adjacent foe. Gain 1 strength for each adjacent foe or corpse up to 3 times. Spined limbs, plus 2 HP and free movement. Spine Impale, line 3, deals 1 damage. Any unit in the final space takes 2 piercing instead. Evolve Assault Carapace, plus 1 HP and Fizz armor. Blood Trance upgrades to Supreme Trance, also grants 1 or 4+, 2 vitality. Graceful Exit does not remove the corpse when using Burrow. Nice. Heady Trance, Blood Trance gains a 5-up. Oh, okay, so I was going to be like, Heady Trance, does that stick with Supreme Trance, but you would lose it once you evolve. Gains a 5-up effect to evolve this unit. Sprinting evolve may step 3 with a free movement before evolving. Right, so this is your horror, this is your glass cannon rushdown. The Sage, your freak, your support. 4/3/3. Just necrophage. Viridian Star, 1 toxic damage and splash, push 1. Then create 1, 2, or 3 corpses in free adjacent spaces. Target self or ally. Remove 3 vitality tokens or adjacent corpses in any combination. Unit evolves. Okay, so it can force evolution. Erudite Sage, plus 1 HP and mage armor. Viridian Star upgrades to Boiling Star, gains plus 1 max range, and its splash effect deals 1 damage to units standing on corpses before pushing them. Or Pure Sage, plus 1 HP and Fizz armor. Spiral Worm, self or target unit removes all tokens of 1 type for your choice and converts them to Vitality. Tutor. Forced Evolution's cost is reduced to 2 if this unit is already evolved. Cleansing Evolve. When this unit evolves, it may remove a token of your choice from each adjacent unit. Forced Evolution grants 2 strength when targeting fully evolved units. Okay, so this is just like, if you already have an evolved unit, you can use Forced Evolution, just like grant 2 strength instead of evolving. And the Huntsman. I rock it. I rock the digs. 3/3/4, just necrophage. Black Bow. On a hit, 1 toxic and may remove up to 2 corpses adjacent to deal 1 toxic again for each corpse. Writhing Earth. Choose a foe in range. At the end of that foe's next turn, create a corpse in every space adjacent to them, not occupied by a wall, adverse terrain, hazard, or unit. Nice. Seeker Worm, plus 2 HP. Gain 1 or 4+2 or 6+3 strength. The next use of Black Bow cannot miss and ignores line of sight. That's pretty pog. Punisher Whip. Oh my. Plus 1 and Curse Proof. 1 devil damage and pull 1. If target is obliterated by this damage, they explode, leaving 3 corpses in a free adjacent space. Is it just me, or does the Huntsman go way harder than everyone else? Lashing Worm, the 3rd hit of Black Bow gains Pierce. That seems a bit not that great. the third hit, not even like round 3 up, literally just the third hit. Siege Bow, after this unit evolves, Black Bow gains +2 max range and may destroy a wall adjacent to its target on hit. Burst Evolve, before evolving, may push an adjacent unit 3. I mean, that's good for like if you're getting clogged up in melee, if you want to back off. That's like a good like emergency option. But if you're playing Huntsman right, you probably want 1 Huntsman. This doesn't strike me as like grab 2 Huntsmen and like set them up on perks and snipe from across the way. The Huntsman strikes me as like I'll take 1 for damage, and I'll take the 1 for like burning corpses that are by them. Outside of that, like honestly, like Huntsman, my first thought is Huntsman, Seeker Worm, probably Siege Bow. If I would give them the upgrade at all, because I would have them be like backline, and then I'd have my others focus on up front. That's potentially 8 corpses. That's a lot of corpses. That is a lot of corpses. The Nephilim. Incredible. Is there no art? Oh, there's just this. It's like, what that tongue do? 4, 10, 2. Sure. Standard Tyrant. Demolisher, when moving into the first wall each turn, it may destroy it before continuing movement. Black Talon. 0 damage. Effect, it deals no graze damage, but it gains +1 damage on each hit. Each time an ally evolves up to a max of +5. So this is really good if you can burst down evolution in the first like 2 rounds. Evolve Blood of the Worm Gods. This unit gains +1 max and current HP. Gain +1 soul. This evolution may be repeated. So if you have a Nephilim, your goal is that you're constantly, or as a backup, if you have nothing else to evolve, you can just evolve this. Sure. So just increases in HP slightly. Oh wait, this is your Necromancer. This is your Necromancer. I just realized that. Yeah. Well, that's why you don't have any art, but I was wondering why the HP was so high, but I'm like, yeah, that's Tyrant. Wait, you have a large Necromancer that is functionally useless, at least with Black Talon, but has a range 2 with no upgrades. Soul abilities, Force Molt. Own. Oh, so you always have something to spend your evolution on, even if you're alone. Sure, that makes sense. Turn start. Ally steps 2, then creates a corpse. Rapid evolve. Target ally evolves. Which I was wondering why you as a Necromancer would run a Nephilim. Like why you as a Necromancer would be in control of a Nephilim. It makes more sense that the Nephilim is the Necromancer. Yeah, your Necromancer. Yeah, your Necromancer is a big Nephilim to romance bigger necks. Yeah, Tyrant Necro. I mean, I rock that. I think that's cool. Yeah, so I didn't really care about the bonus traits or nothing. And reinforcements. This is something that like I scrolled after looking through games for free, after looking through Magnagothica, and I was like, what is in Games for Freaks? I know there's a faction in 1. I don't know what's in 2. 2, I was like, oh, it's another faction. Then I saw reinforcements. What's reinforcements? The following additional units are available for any regular game of Maleghast. There are additional units for every house in the base book, plus the Seeble Racks from GFF1. You can take these units as normal and even mix and match them with the units in your base book. The only additional rule is that thralls must come in identical pairs. You can't mix and match for the same unit slot. Another hunter for okay, so my guess is that we're not going to fill the niche that we didn't have. Carcass doesn't have a horror because Carcass is not a rushdown faction. Abhorrers don't have a thrall because they're an elite army. I hope that we don't get filling that out. And given that we have the Infiltrator, which is another hunter for Carcass, I'm hoping that's the case. And for instance, like we don't have a Tyrant for the Mox faction, the Plague Mox faction. Like I hope we don't get a Tyrant for them kind of deal. This is wicked art though. It's so simple, but I love it. 3/3/3 mag. Magic armor. Really? Carcass tends to have physical armor. Formation, active camo. If this unit ends its turn with no foes adjacent, this unit becomes curse-proof and all attacks against the game -1d. Both effects last until the start of the next turn. Sure. So as long as you end your turn at range, you keep the effects until the start of your next turn. That's really good. Line 4. So not range 4, line 4. First unit in the line takes 1. If catching an allied unit, also inflict 2 vulnerable. Wait. So this is... I have my infiltrator. I'm shooting this way. An enemy is here. A friend is here. The first unit in range takes 1 piercing damage, which has just 1 damage that ignores armor. And if an allied unit is in the line, deals 2 vulnerable. So this would deal 1 piercing, 2 vulnerable. Whereas if there was no ally there, if it was just this, it would just deal 1 piercing. You want to hit your own guys to apply vulnerable. However, you don't want your guys to be there, right? Because the first unit in the line, correct? First unit in the line, so not first foe in the line. First unit in the line takes 1 piercing. So you want to line it up where you're flanking them. This is a flanker, is what I've gathered. Which it is the infiltrator, so that makes sense. I was imagining a sniper, but like it's a pistol and a sword, or it's a pistol and a knife, so that's more like stealth agent. Step 1, then push an adjacent foe 1 or 2 spaces. The foe must spend a move before next attacking. The foe must spend a move before attack. Interesting. So they can't attack and then move. Trick reload. Reload and gain 1 strength, then regain this unit's act. Reload and gain... Oh, because crossfire is reload. Reload and gain 1 strength. Oh, and then on a 4+ regain act. This ability can't be used in this turn. So it's trick reload is 50-50 shot of just crossfiring again. Pretty pog. Burst fire may step 1 before and after activating crossfire, but it becomes line 3. Ricochet. Crossfire's effect also triggers if it catches a wall on the line. Knife slash. Slide kick also inflicts 1 vulnerable. Interesting. I actually really dig this. I think that if I was to, like, I want to make a Carcass Black Mass, I'd probably include the Infiltrator. Yeah, I assume it's 1 each. So I don't really know or follow Gore Grinders. I just kind of like skimmed over it. I care about Dead Souls. I want to look at Dead Souls. 033 Super. Buried alive. The Geist is bound to a stone of Anza-Messeron. It cannot move or step. At the start of its turn, teleport it to any space adjacent to a wall. At the start of combat, place a wall in a free adjacent space next to it. Tombbound. If not adjacent to a wall, the Geist loses all armor. Interesting. Strangle. Pull 1 before making the attack. 2 damage against isolated targets, inflict 1 squeak. So Dead Souls loves isolated targets. Again, pull, push, get them out of formation. And also, like, the Bound Devil can make walls. I assume some of the other, like, I didn't really read through the Dead Souls. I just kind of, like, looked at the Bound Devil and, like, that's really cool. I know the Bound Devil can, like, make and destroy walls. I assume that they like walls, would be my guess. Gravebind, range 2 to 3 curse. Target unit gains 1 or 2 weak. At the end of their turn, create a wall on a free adjacent space next to them. Eesh. That means you can teleport. Although that does give them cover. It could block their movement, though. Dog, this city is whack. The streets are quite literally not safe. Man, not as bad as Detroit, though, am I right? Gotta clown on it just a little bit. Tomb Burst. At the start of round 3, create a new wall in free space anywhere for each Lithogeist still active. That sounds underwhelming. And I know that that's probably really clutch. Like that's probably game changing. I
I honestly don't even think it's like it needs more waltzing. I think it's at the start of every odd round outside of round 1, right? So round 3, round 5. Like I just feel like it just like one more instantiation. Maybe it's round 3, round 6, right? I just feel like just at the start of round 3 is late. Like it's late enough in the game that's going to be really useful, but it's early enough in the game that I feel like it's not worth the upgrade. Ruingeist. Replace all instances of the word wall in Buried Alive and Tombbound with adverse terrain. Oh. That's kind of crazy. It stacks with their faction effects. No, I imagine. I feel like Ruingeist is a trap, but that's so funny. Pull under. When Strangle slays a unit, create a wall in their space instead of a corpse. That is actually really good. Not only it gives you more walls, also it like prevents the Helminth. Please hold. Yes, I understand there are faster ways of doing this. I thought it'd be funny. It's not that funny. You can stop the Agori. You can stop the Helminth. You can stop corpse-aligned factions. Honestly, Dead Souls versus Steeple Racks sounds really interesting to me. Because Steeple Racks wants more bodies. Dead Souls wants few targets. Both of them want walls. And I think it'd be really interesting. It's very funny, actually. Thank you. You're too kind. Gargamox. That's the plague one. A Thrall. More Thralls for Gargamox. Nice. Oh, probably a summon. Yeah. So, follows all summon rules, but can act this round. The Abbot. A freak. Has Miracle, 4/3/3, physical armor. Bible Thump. On a hit, self and adjacent ally gain 1 vitality. Stance, round 4+, 2 vitality. Then deal 1 damage and push 1. Cannot miss allies and pushes them +1. So I can punch my allies, which like if I'm hitting a penitent, I automatically hit them and super armor covers it. We each gain 1 or maybe 2 vitality and it just knocks them forward. So that would actually be really good. Abbot pinballing in a penitent. Blood of Covenant. Choose self or an adjacent ally. At the end of that unit's turn, slay them. At the end of their turn. Okay. They splash self, 1 holy damage to foe, 1 vitality to allies, increase damage of vitality of +1 if they had 3 or more vitality. I send in. Want to know what I do? I take my penitent or my zealot or whatever. I anti-priest. I give them miracle 2+, and then I blood of the covenant them, and then I send them in, and they deal whatever they want to do, and then they blow up, and then they don't die because they have a 2+ miracle, and then they lose miracle, and then they die. Right. But like that sounds pretty solid to like send in the nuke. Wrath 1/3. Target unit converts all vitality into strength and then becomes unable to gain vitality for the rest of combat. I was feeling I took I think it's like God's Wrath or like God's Oath, or like I took whatever act ability for my XO was convert all vitality into strength, and I didn't use it in my game because I was prioritizing vitality. I should have done it. I should have been way more aggressive with that. My XO was not dealing a lot of damage. None of my guys were dealing more than 1 damage at a time, and what I needed damage to pierce through vitality mutagen tokens. I needed to be dealing 2 or 3 damage at a time,
and I was not able to do that. I should have been more aggressive about strength. So having that inbuilt in a support unit is pretty good. Also, abhorrers get 2 supports, which like crazy. The good word, at round 6+, Bible Thump deals 4 damage. Of course, why not? Like, they're slow to build. It's hilarious. Let's do it. Cleansing the host, Bible Thump removes a negative token before granting vitality. Nice. Sanctified Sacrifice, Blood of the Covenant causes Miracle to trigger on a 3-up. I mean, you don't even need Anti-Priest at that point. At that point, you don't even need like yeah, the 2-up would be nice, but if you want to speed run it for only 2 actions instead of 3, the good word is very fun. It is hilarious. Hey, Araya. Ruingeist counters factions like Gargamox that love creating adverse. Oh, you're true. The issue with that is that it's such a specific pull. So Ruingeist, replace all instances of wall with adverse terrain. Yeah, so like, because I have to build my army. I have to build my Black Mass. Then you build your Black Mass, and then we approach each other, and then I say, hey, I took a Lithogeist with Ruingeist. And you say, darn, I'm Gargamox. And I'm like, haha, I'm going to screw you. And then like you lose. Not quite, but like I kind of countered your strategy. Whereas if I do Ruingeist and you're playing Abhorrers, or I mean, kind of Abhorrers also has a lot of terrain. Let's say your Carcass, which isn't really, or Carcass is a little bit of adverse terrain with like the Freak, the support unit, the Bone Spewer. Like it's just kind of screwing myself out of synergies with the rest of my faction. I don't know if the rest of Dead Souls has other adverse terrain support, is my concern. The Vessel. Another Tyrant. Can you only have 1 Tyrant, or can you have 2? Warp Flesh starts combat with 4 mutations. Oh my gosh. It's equal to the number of mutations it has, max 6. When it takes damage, it discards that many. If the start or end has 0, it's slain. Oh my gosh. Disgusting. I need some water. Give me a moment. Oh my gosh, my throat is dying. I return. Perfect Vessel. I mean, I think it's pretty clearly it's an idol inspired. Like it literally has the multi-head looking thing. The Chop Dock also has multi-heads. The Great Stork. This is so silly. I love this. Look at it. It's got like an alligator snout, but on a bird. That's hilarious. The sludge continues. Wandering Merchants. I was wondering what this was. When we were playing the game on the tabletop sim that was set up with that. Enzimezron is full of wandering merchants of questionable repute and motive. All of them trade in black gold, the rare and very valuable currency of the old rulers of the city. This adds an element of randomness to Maleghast battles to switch up the pacing of matches. To use the merchant system, randomly determine which merchant visits before battle. This should be after each side has determined their black mass and set malice levels. Each player gets 3 black gold to spend on the merchant. Items can only be bought once by each player unless specified. Spend secretly. After both players have spent, the match continues as normal and the merchant leaves, moving on to other parts of the city. The mushroom selling woman, this is the one that we saw, and I was like, woo! And then the spell was like, we're going to put this away. I'm like, but the mushroom selling woman! A woman in a broad hat, smelling of expensive perfume and cigarette smoke. She unboxes crate upon crate of exotic mushrooms and carefully arranges them. Dialogue. Buy some mushrooms. I don't sell to losers, so you better win this one. Don't waste my time. So, cost, product, effect. 1. So roll a d6 and have it. Then increase 1 non-necromancer unit's max HP on the roll. 1 for your necromancer gains spores for 2 soul, own or allied, create a wall in range, and splash target, create adverse terrain under every adjacent unit, and deal 1 toxic. Gosh. For 1, also deploy 2 walls with your unit. They must be adjacent to a unit you control. 2, all your units gain death burst, splash self, 1 toxic. And then for all 3 of your black gold, choose a necromancer attack. All its damage types now deal piercing toxic damage. Jeez. The rider. It spurs its steed along the shoreline, searching. Leave your coin on the ground and walk away. Nothing good can come of this. ... The steed whinnies unsettlingly. The rider says nothing. I love it when there's a mysterious, hooded rider that has a giant scythe on a monstrous hell beast that doesn't say anything because they're too cool aura farming to talk to me. I think that's so cool. I don't care it's edgy. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. This battle, all units have a 6+ effect to obliterate their primary targets on hit. Huh? Arrow Winnies? I mean, pay me, sure. I actually have a voiceover that is, I make horse noises. And it's a long form, so I wasn't going to release it the same week as the Lancer video. I might end up releasing it this week. Because tomorrow I have 40K. Friday is a stream. Saturday is a voiceover, and then Sunday is a mega dungeon. So Saturday I have a couple voiceovers. I went through, I recorded them. I have some voiceovers that I want to do. I might do the horse cake meme, which would involve a arrow Winnies. Yandere mushroom woman. Even hair covering one eye. I love that. So Void Feed. When any of your units obliterate an enemy, they gain 1 vitality. World Scar. This battle, any foes that are obliterated leave a hazard in the space. 2. Obliviate. Choose a non-necromancer unit. When it slays... This battle, all unit attacks have a 6+ effect to obliterate their primary targets on hit. That doesn't say non-necromancer. That doesn't say non-necromancer. And body block shifts the primary target. But if you're not body blocking, or they kill your bodyguard. No, I know what obliterate is. So resurrected. You don't give a soul when you die. So normally, when my unit dies, I get 1 soul. That's meant like mana, spending abilities. Obliterate also prevents them from leaving a corpse, and they don't have any on death abilities. Obliterate's just gone. And so this adds the wrinkle that all units can obliterate. The issue is that on hit, they can obliterate their primary target. If I attack your necromancer and I hit you, which is probably a 4+, so a 50% chance. If I then roll the 17% chance of a 1d6 getting a 6, I think I instantly win the game, assuming you can't body block it. Which is a little much to me. As fun as that sounds, oh no, I really gotta worry about my necromancer, I feel as though that disproportionately incentivizes body blocking, which some factions like Carcass are more inclined to do than others. To be fair, if you're getting with a double 6+, which is what it takes on your necromancer, you're probably dead in any other setting. I mean, you don't need a double 6+. Necromancers need what? This necromancer is a 2-up. So if I'm fighting a Nephilim, I need to roll a 2-up, which is a what? like 83% chance of success on a single die, not to mention if I have any additional dice. And then it's just a 17% chance. So even if I get to attack your Nephilim twice, it's a 6+ effect. You need to roll the 6+ to get the effect. No, that's what I'm saying, is that the way this is worded is that I hit you, and then I need to roll a d6 and get a 6+. A 6+ is a 17% chance. That is nearly 1 in 5. It's obviously it's 1 in 6, but like it's nearly 1 in 5. There is like a 17% chance that if I hit you, you just die. And the only thing I can think saving the Necromancer from that is if they're adjacent to an ally, they can body block that shifts the primary target. So if you're caught out, you're screwed. Which sometimes you can't not be caught out because you had a bodyguard and they died. I don't know. I feel like this is just specified non-necromancers, is what I'm saying. Obliviate. Choose a non-necromancer unit. When it slays a unit, it always obliterates them. Well, that's when you slay it, so that's fine. This battle, your necromancer's chance to obliterate on hit is 5 up. You can just go to like a full 33% chance to obliterate your target. Pog, I guess. Like, I'd take that. Choose an opposing non-necromancer unit at the end of round 4. Obliterate. That's really funny. That's really funny. That like end of round 4 is after a long time, but that's really funny. Big Ions discount zombies. You smell them before you see them. I see the shiner you're going there. Buying or selling? Give me that saw and I'll give you a half off. Been down to the cisterns lately? They're getting full to the brim. He picks his teeth, seemingly ignoring you. I love stuff like this. Like, the dialogue box is the equivalent of introducing an NPC with a quote. Or actually, it's literally doing that. It's just giving them more than one quote. Exodia, obliterate! I think that's Big John. Oh yeah, Big John. This is the Warhammer alternative. Yes. Overstock. Deploy 1 extra thrall this battle. So obviously I wouldn't buy that if I was like a horrors. If I run Carcass and I take a gun white and I don't take a gun white, do I get a free gun white if I take Overstock? Bonus bits. Deploy 3 corpses. They must be placed adjacent to a unit you control. Helpful hands. Your Necromancer has free movement in spaces occupied by corpses. When you deploy a wall anywhere not adjacent to a unit. When the wall is destroyed, it deals splash to all units and creates 2 corpses in free adjacent spaces. Your Necromancer gains corpse feed, 6 soul. Your Necromancer may consume up to 3 adjacent corpses to restore 1 HP per corpse consumed. Honestly, none of these being 3 is kind of crazy. Like just like the fact that you can grab like Midnight Stack and Overstock, or like just bonus bits and Overstock and like Midnight Stack, where you just kind of like have a long range unit. I mean, oh my gosh, if you're playing like if you're playing like the Steeple Racks and you have just like a ton of corpses. Exodia, obliterate this twink! Me, who thought obliterating a twink was entirely violent and not at all sussy. If you think you need a thrall unit to use that, but also you can't activate thralls in 1 round. Oh, that makes sense. So, right, because you can only activate 2 thralls with a single thrall activation. So if you have 3 thralls, you can only move 2 of them. Marit. Something chitinous shifts sibilantly in the darkness behind the bars. Whatever's behind there speaks in a stolen voice. The iron grate is tightly sealed. Marat has goods for sale. Yes, fine. Wares? Rustling, chittering, scraping of claws on stone. Come closer. Yes. Many goods, many wares. Trade. His art. I mean, his art does miss sometimes, but like his heart rarely misses. Like, this is just so evocative. This is so cool. Marat is Helminth patches. My first thought was the female shopkeeper from Dark Souls 1, where she's behind the bars. All items have one use and can be used by the necromancer only by sacrificing a move on turn. Flame Gem. Range 2 to 3, splash, push 1 and afflict 1 vulnerable. Your necromancer teleports 3. Copy 3 tokens from the opposing necromancer. Gain 2 strength and 2 vulnerable. Drink to clear 1d3 plus 1 tokens of your choice, then take 1 piercing damage. All of these are 1. Interesting. Yvette. The chipper Igori surgeon wears a funeral shroud draped upon her hunched back, beneath which something writhes and murmurs. Her horrendously accented speech gives her a habit of inserting extra syllables into words. Wow! You have a nasty cough. I recommend surgery right away. Have you ever heard about what you would look like with a cool new arm or two? Fangs? It has to have fangs. No insurance? No problem. Is my personal guarantee. Pick any unit, rolls 1d6, and modify stats according for battle. Rolling a 1 gets you a refund. Effects stack. Very sexy surgery. Oh my. Accident. Oh, so all of them have an accident and you get a refund. Accident. Reduce HP by 1 to a minimum of 1. 2 to 5. Increase HP by plus 1. 6. HP plus 2. Accident. Reduce move by 1. Increase move by 1. Always moves with free movement. Accident. Minus 1d on all attacks. Unit ignores cover when attacking. Gains plus 1d on all attacks. Accident. Unit gains 1 weak at the end of the turn. Oh my gosh. Unit automatically clears 1 negative token at the end of the turn. Unit is curse proof. This is so funny. Yo, Marat, this dude's gotta be an awesome guy. Eric, do you have Games for Freaks Volume 3? Yeah, so I don't have Games for Freaks Volume 3 because, as they mentioned, I wait to cover them until when they come out for free. In part, it's because, one, I don't want to spend money and I want to get it for free because I don't really have the disposable income to do that, even though it is really cheap. But the other thing is, like, I think it's kind of disrespectful of me to go forward and do like a full review, like a full read through as I'm doing right now while you can still buy it. Part of the reason why I've been doing this is because Tom Bloom makes it free. And so I go through and I do it for free, or I do it when it's free. So even if you have it and you would be willing to share, thank you so much. I'm still going to wait for Games for Freaks Volume 4 to come out and Games for Freaks Volume 3 to be free. Also, I just noticed extra fingers. She's made by AI. Sad. Oh my gosh. What are you selling? What are you buying? What are you selling? Shady man. He walks with surprising spryness for his heavy pack, lighting the incense in his lantern to keep away monsters before setting up shop. What are you buying? Give you that one fully loaded, as a courtesy. He chuckles to himself. He goes on a little too long. For your sake, don't let them thralls at the sniper rifle. Uses headshot and reload from carcass. Oh, so it's just guns. Arm any unit with the weapon, granting them a new attack. Now I'm imagining like getting a flock and just like setting up like a flock of like steeple racks with guns, or giving like the giant owl, the bound demon, the holy body. It's an angel with a shotgun, fight until my war's won. Sorry, that was like half the speed that I know that all of you know that song at. It's called Nightcore, and it has an anime girl on the front. Pistol. 2 to 4, 1 damage, headshot, 1 vulnerable. So it's literally just the gun white. That's very funny to me. Assault rifle. 1 damage, may fire full auto mode to gain on hit, deal 1 damage again, 4 up and again, 6 up and again, but minus 2d on the attack. That's very funny. Sniper rifle, 3 to 6, reload. Effect, no graze damage. On hit, 1 damage, headshot, 3 piercing. So headshot is 6 up is crit. If you get a 6 or higher on your attack, which I suppose is only a 6, you get a headshot. Shotgun, range 2 to 2. Not just, I suppose range 2 to 2 because you can't hit range 1. On hit, 2 damage and push 2. Range 3 to 5 RPG. Charge. 1 damage and splash, 1 fire damage and destroy walls. Has only 1 shot. Sure. The twins. Isn't this just another Resident Evil shopkeep? 2 women, extremely alike, dressed as bartenders. One is gaunt and diminutive, the other colossal and stout. In their large, heavy case is a full set for brewing coffee. They alternate speaking and are deadly serious. Make your choice carefully. Coffee reveals much about a man's soul, wouldn't you agree? They say nothing but give you a judging look. The biscuits are made in-house. They have like a griffin. A biscuit. Does nothing. Delicious. Strangely nostalgic. Oh, understood. So instead of just making them all costed 3, it's just all of them cost 2, but then the biscuit does nothing. Flat white, gain no soul from scions, but they gain magic armor. Black coffee, gain no soul from thralls, but they gain plus 1 HP. Single shot, gain black coffee. Black coffee on steeple racks. Call me crazy. You lose the soul you get from your flock, but most of your flock is going to be summons anyway, so they don't give you soul. Which means this is effectively for like 60% of your army just a flat plus 1 HP. That's kind of crazy. Single shot. Gain no soul from hunters or horrors, but they gain plus 1d on attacks and plus 2 move. Honestly, like hunters in particular, a flat plus 1d on their attacks, and then horrors getting plus 2 move. I think that offsets it. I think that offsets the no soul. I think scions and freaks are probably my concern. Like scions getting magic armors may be fine depending on faction. Gain no soul from freaks, but the first time in a turn they generate or remove a token, generate or remove 1 more. I mean, 1 more token generation per turn sounds good. Doppio. Gain 3 souls from tyrants. I kind of rock that. I think that definitely like the thing that excites me the most about this one is single shot for like abhorrers or for carcass because I like hunters. Just they're cool to me. And black coffee for steeple racks. Dead souls, I don't know what they would get. But like obviously like Doppio is really, really fun. Like instead of 1 soul from a tyrant, you get 3. The ear collector, the heavy tap of his cane heralds the bounty collector's arrival. His thick fingers are captured by gleaming sparrow rings and end in well-manicured nails. Blood-fattened flies buzz around his grizzy garland. What goes around comes around, my sweet. Have you any news from the Undercrofts? Market rate is good on ghouls these days. Collectors, of course. Tourists. No time to chat. City business is unrelenting, my dear. I rock this. I like how a distinguished gentleman of ears. Doppio on your Hellsmith Necromancer. So that's not a tyrant, though, is the issue. It's a large creature. It's not a tyrant. Give the stork a shotgun. Flock of flocks with sniper rifles. That'd be very funny. Okay, we got the Resident Evil merchant. Now I need in my DMC parry and I can clean house. Red goblins aggro with haste, but it's flocks on black coffee. Doppio? JoJo reference? Is it bad? That was my first thought. I also like think of Doppio Drop Scythe from Niji Ian. But like Doppio. Watashi wa kawaii Doppio. Or yeah, because it's adjective. No, it's noun then adjective. So it's watashi wa Doppio kawaii. Because he's like my sweet Doppio. That's how he always refers to him. Doppio would go hard in a STG Carcass build. Listen, I want the STG in Carcass. I don't care if it's good. I don't know what it does. All I know is that it looks like a bone tank, and I think that's rad. Pick any non-necromancer unit, even your own, and place a bounty on them. 1 bounty can be placed on a unit at a time. Red mark. Any unit that slays this unit gains 2 vitality. This unit gains 1 vulnerable after moving or stepping. Reduce unit defense by 2 this battle. Oof. Iron mark. This unit is encased in an iron coffin when slain, leaving a wall instead of a corpse. It does not trigger any death effects. That's kind of crazy. Silver mark. This unit grants its soul to the attacking side. Whoa.
So I understand why, like, if I want to like make a thrall, I put a red mark on it, kill it, I get 2 vitality. Nothing else bonus, like nothing else. I mean, I suppose like wax mark also. I suppose I could also wax mark if I really wanted. Because like if I give it a vulnerable and then I might have a way of removing negative tokens that gives me bonus tokens. But like I'm trying to think, why would I ever place it on my own outside of just like a single red mark, you know? STG can do 6 devil damage on a headshot. Oh my gosh. And if you use your Aegis as a big old wall, you can easily STG on turn 3 if you're aggressive. Aegis is basically Death's Head. The last bodega. No! How did you come here? What smear of events has brought you to this ill-lit, delicious-smelling booth? Against all odds, it is set in the wall of the dungeon itself, neatly capped by ancient stone. What time is it? Unearthly rattling emerges from a torn throat. It sways from side to side, as if distressed. Condiments. Listen, I love the meme where it's just like, if you ask any New Yorker what a bodega is, they'll just describe a normal corner store, and they get really upset when you point that out. And so just the last bodega implies that this was New York City, or that it had some tie to New York City. Because as far as I'm aware, bodegas are a New York thing. But like other places call them corner stores. I know a lot of places where I'm at now call them family marts. Like I feel as though it's like a uniquely New York thing. A Philly cheesesteak from here would go hard. I feel like the meat would concern me less than the cheese, if I'm completely honest. Like, the bread, I know going in, it's not going to be good. The meat, that's corpses. I've made my peace with that. I'm in Anzamezeron. I haven't seen a single cow here. What are they milking to get that cheese? Who are they milking to get that cheese? I mean, I have a couple ideas on certain things that they might be milking, but I feel like that would be a bit inappropriate. So snacks, yay, can be distributed to any unit and eaten by spending a move, consuming the snack. Unit can carry any number of snacks, but any unit carrying uneaten snack drops it in their space, where it can be eaten by any unit standing in that space, even a foe. A unit can carry any number of snacks, but any unit carrying an uneaten snack drops it in there, I assume when they die. Bodega coffee, clear a negative token, or 2 if at below 2 HP. Gain 1 strength, or 2 at below 2 HP. Step 2, with an immunity of hazards and free movement if at 2 HP. Gain 1 soul. It's an evil cookie! Gain 1 soul, or 2 soul if below half HP. I assume you're necromancer. Or no, sorry, the target. If they are at below half HP. Onigiri! I love onigiri! Oh, I'm really bad at making onigiri. I want to make more onigiri. I had pasta for lunch. I'm going out after stream. I won't have time to make onigiri. Well, if I wrap up stream in like an hour and a half, I can make onigiri. I can make rice. I could season it. I think we have nori. What do I put in it? We have chicken, but the chicken's frozen. I just put in vegetables. I just make rice balls. I was literally going to go to the Asian Mart and pick up sushi. That'd be kind of perfect. But I'll probably make that after. Listen, you are glimpsing into my dark and twisted mind. like society calls you gay kind of deal. Bacon, egg, and cheese. Oh, a bacon, egg, and cheese. I haven't had one in so long. I grew up in the Northeast, where Wawa was the corner store. Wawa was the gas station in the corner store. I didn't have a gas station Wawa. I had a convenience store Wawa, and I would go there and I would buy like pre-made little like croissant and like bacon
egg and cheese. Or they'd have like a breakfast sandwich where instead of a croissant, it would be like a English muffin. Bro, these were like so trashy, but convenience store food is always trashy. And when you're like a teenager that's going on a walk to the convenience store and grabbing like a bacon, egg, and cheese with your friends, like that's just what you did back in the day. And I know that makes me sound old, but I promise this was not like back in the 90s. This was more recent than then. Pregenbog, Duke of Hell. A colossal devil sits hunched over a mountain of metal records like a primordial god, quivering with barely restrained strength. Its tail whips as you approach. You into doom or what? Aborted Entropy put out some real nonsense last year. Don't bother with it. This stuff right here rips. This stuff will straight up invert your effing insides. You can't kill metal. Oh, metal records, like records that are... I thought it was like sheets of metal that had written on them records. Listen, I'd chill. You into Doom or what? Oh, so Doom is in presumably like the game. Not like, I thought this was just a dude who was like, hey, you into like eternal damnation? No, this is just a guy. This is just your average metalhead. I'd hang out with him. Onigiri is fried squid balls. That's takoyaki. Onigiri is a jelly donut, if you know Pokemon. It is the thing that like is a rice ball that's like this and generally has like some nori that looks like that. And generally what it is that it's, you have a ball of rice that you kind of like shape into like a quasi-pyramidal, quasi-cone-like shape. You wrap it with like a strip of seaweed. And in the inside, generally it will be like a vinegar, like vinegar ball. It'd be like pickled vegetables or fruit. It might be preserved fish. I've had chicken in there before. And generally like anything you can put like in a like a sushi maki roll, you can put in onigiri. Although the generally you will put other stuff in it. So like an onigiri might be some tuna, Kewpie mayo, cut up daikon, and some green onion, right? With like some shredded carrot. And then that's all in a rice ball that is seasoned. And then you put a little bit of nori on it to help it keep its shape. And then it is meant to last all day. Ideally, if you make the nori right and you're not making it with like completely fresh ingredients, like you have it pickled or with vinegar or something, then you can take the onigiri, and it actually began as basically like lunch, portable lunch for farm workers. They would take rice and they would wrap up some like pickled fish in it or pickled vegetables in it. They would seal it with some like seaweed. They'd go out, they'd do farm work, they'd work the rice fields or whatever. And then when it's time for lunch, they would just eat onigiri out there. They would have like some onigiri that is like self-contained because it's just surrounded by rice. You eat it. You like it's fairly easy to just consume. If you make it right, it is nutritious. You put protein in it. And then it's also like calories because it's a rice ball. And I, for the longest time, really wanted to have it. And I don't think I ever did until... I don't think I even had it when I was in Japan as a teenager. I think that the most recent time I had it was like within the past couple of years. And I've made onigiri a couple times. And it falls apart every time I make it. But I still try. Maybe Pregenbog is in Titanfall 2. Yeah, I see him playing Quake. He's more of a Dota or a Quake kind of fella. I mean, I could see him rocking like Doom and Quake, right? I don't like, he doesn't strike me as someone who's like a purist. Is Wawa considered a bodega? No. So a bodega is specifically like a family mart. It's specifically like a corner store. Wawa is like a convenience store. I could get into the minutia, but I don't think you care. Wait, is you can't kill the metal? Is this a Tenacious D reference? You can't kill the metal. Ha ha ha. Kind of deal. Play a record, of course. Play a record that affects all units at the start of any round. Records can be played once and last for 1 round. Effects take place immediately and overlap. If the same record plays twice in the same round, doubles effect. Dark Fort, flail to the face. All units immediately step by 1. Alternate ally foe as if taking turn order. Vermifuge, erase the Scourge of Man. All units gain 1 vulnerable and 1 strength. Gorg, sodomized with viscera. Skull left in the sewage pit. That's a metal title, all right. All units explode when slain this round, gaining Death Burst Splash 1 Fire. Mott the Destroyer, spawn of the innumerable stars. All units gain +1 soul this round. Give +1 soul this round. Lock, Skin Crawler. All units can move through walls and enemy units this round. Madness, Oblique Oblivion. All units are unable to attack this round. Wild. This is so silly. I love this. The sludge continues. And then this is Drifters for Arcane. Awesome! So I finally got the opportunity to like properly check out Maleghast. Not just the actual system, but also the games for freaks. The plum ones are... I've had those before when I was visiting Japan. I forgot where they were called. The plum ones are really popular right now. I think pickled plum is like super common for onigiri, which makes sense given that Japanese plums, like the plum blossom, used to be the national flower of Japan before it became the cherry blossom. So like plums are really tied to Japan and the geography and the culture. And like specifically, if you know what I'm talking about, in the 4Kids dub of Pokemon, there's a scene where Ash eats onigiri. And it's like a pickled plum on the inside. So it's purple on the inside. It's a rice ball with purple on the inside. And the 4Kids dub called it a jelly donut. So I went my entire childhood really wanting a jelly donut, not knowing it was just onigiri. It's simply impossible to hate a cool metalhead. Like that's the thing, right? Like chances are, if someone is a metalhead, they're one of the scariest looking people you know, but also one of the coolest, one of the most chill, and like genuinely one of the nicest. Like obviously in the scene, there's a huge amount of jerks, you know, which not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But broadly speaking, your average metalhead is just like, yeah, I like wearing like leather jackets, studs, piercings. I might recreationally do some substances that maybe are not legal, but I don't hurt anybody by doing it. And I get out all of my aggression in the mosh pit. Like that, like that's what I do. Like once every week or once every month, I go to a metal concert and I get out all of my aggression at the mosh pit. And I'm conscientious enough to recognize that other people are doing the same. And so we all abide by mosh etiquette. And we understand that if something bad happens, it's on all of us and no one else to fix that problem. If you want an actual jelly-filled donut, Berliner are what you want. They're basically just donuts, dough filled with jam or preserves and covered with powdered sugar. So like, I don't want an actual jelly donut. I'm not a fan of jam. I'm not a fan of jelly. And every time I've had like a jelly-filled donut, I have not liked it. However, I really wanted onigiri. And it looked really good. And so I wanted what I thought was a jelly donut when in reality it was an onigiri. That said, I've talked about this before on stream. My favorite donut from like Dunkin' Donuts is chocolate-filled donuts. Yeah, it's like these. Like this is like my favorite donut from Dunkin' Donuts. Or it's these ones where it's a sealed donut. It's like a Boston cream almost, where it is powdered on the outside and has like frosting of chocolate on the inside. And I can't find this at like any Dunkin' I've been to. And I found this one, like I was at work one time years ago, and a guy brought in donuts. And one of them was this, and I'm like, this is amazing. And I've had this like intermittently over time. And then the guy stopped working there, so I couldn't ask him where he got it from. And so like every once in a while I'll find these. And I like they're part of the official menu. It's just at all of the locations I've been to, it just doesn't go away. Like I just can't find it. But like my most consistent donut that I like ever get, like my most consistent donut. Where is it? We're so close. Here we go. This isn't quite it, but this is basically it. It's a double chocolate donut with sprinkles. Like growing up, whenever we got donuts, this would be what I got. It is a chocolate cake donut that has chocolate frosting on top and sprinkles. I don't know. I mean, I know what it is. It's that it's chocolate. I love chocolate. But like, I am not a fan of like donut, like how light it is, like the airiness. I like cake donuts, which is why like this donut over here is super light and airy. It's the super like donutty kind of like light texture when you bite into it, and it's hollow because just frosting on the inside. But like this donut, like these donuts are like good, like thick cake that has chocolate. It's basically like a donut shaped brownie that's just a little bit drier than what you would expect from a brownie and a little bit less, or I suppose less brownie, and like it's more like a donut shaped cake is what it is. I had a sibling break his teeth in a pit. They still love them. I mean, I've heard stories of people that like go in the pit and like they get seriously injured and then they need to be like, they got like stitches in the pit because that's what you do when you're at a punk show. Like it's dangerous. I'm not going to pretend it's not. But also, so are many things. And in a pit, I would say probably 9 times out of 10, even if, particularly if you're a marginalized community member, 9 times out of 10, you go to a pit, something bad happens to you, people are going to go out of their way to not bother you further, and they're going to help you out of the pit. Generally, like the etiquette of pits tends to be like, no elbows. If anyone's on the floor, pick them up. And if anyone wants out, let them leave. Like that's generally the 3 rules that I have seen in my limited experience with pits. That is pretty consistent. So like, no elbows. Like you're not punching people, you're not whacking people, you're slamming into people. If someone's on the floor, you pick them up because that is very dangerous to be on the floor of a pit. And if they want to leave, you let them go. I'm personally not a fan of chocolate lentils on baked goods because I don't want hard stuff in my cake, but they're still pretty good. Are you a cosmic brownie kind of beast? I liked cosmic brownies growing up. I've had a cosmic brownie most recently, like 2 years ago. It's too artificial for me now. And like part of that is that at the top of 2025, at the top of 2024, at the top of 2024, I had a sugar detox because I got really, really sick. And then I didn't eat anything for like 24 hours. And then I realized I had gone through a sugar detox. So I just kept that up for like the remainder of 2024. 2025, I keep that up a little bit. I stopped being astringent, mostly because like my roommate, my mother, my doctor, all of whom were like, maybe you shouldn't be doing this. And I'm like, but this is like healthy, no? And then my doctor was like, you're allowed to have cheat days, right? And I'm like, but why would I have a cheat day? Like that defeats the entire purpose. And then I think that was very much they were expecting me to act the way the average person acts. And I was acting the way I act, which is like, no, if I commit to something, like, why would I have cheat days? Like that defeats the purpose. Like I want to ensure good habit formation and retention.
And they're like, you don't have to. Like, you can have cheat days. And I'm like, huh? You got to pound the rice to make mochi, so not quite. I struggle with mochi. Texturally, I think I just need more exposure. I've had mochi I didn't hate. The texture of it is like dough. I don't hate it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. And I could be more down to try it. The issue is most mochi is either red bean, black sesame, or what's the other one? Green tea. In my experience, most mochi and a lot of just like Japanese flavoring for candies and baked goods or for like baked goods and frozen goods in particular. Red bean paste, black sesame, green tea. The three huge flavors from what I've seen. I hate the texture of red beans. Black sesame, I'm very hit or miss on. Same with green tea. Green tea, I'm very neutral on. Like, green tea as a flavor, not a huge fan of. Green tea as a tea, I really rock. Even without like honey, lemon, or anything. Black sesame, I didn't like it. And then I got these things, which were literally just like cubes of black sesame that were ground up and combined with honey and like, I think a couple other nuts. And they had a really earthy, kind of like bitter aftertaste to them that I really found off-putting. And then I kind of really started to like them. Like I really started to like them. So I'm now more favorable to black sesame after trying a snack, which is effectively like crushed up sesame and honey in cubes. And it had this like weird aftertaste to it, this like ashy, earthy aftertaste to it from the sesame. And I kind of just like acclimated to it and I started to like it more. So I'm wondering if I'm more inclined to like black sesame. Gosh, I may need to wrap up stream in like half an hour. We're approaching 5 hours. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I might need to wrap up at the 5 hour mark because like my throat's kind of going. So my apologies for that. Chocolate ice cream mochi that sounds amazing. Ice cream mochi are good. Most not so authentic places have vanilla. And, yeah. Don't Stand on My Graves is the only one I shared that cost money. What? Everyone must be a attention user for how locked in they are. What did I lock in for? What did I do? Oh no, did I make a fool of myself? Never been to a pit before, but few things are quite a hope core. Seeing a pit come to full stop on a dime when somebody starts having a bad time. That's the thing. Like, genuinely. I am of the opinion that metal probably doesn't make you a better person, but you are the sort of person to get into metal if you have the inclinations to be a better person. And I think that's because if I'm listening to a song about murder and death and destruction, and I am like hearing like guitar riffs that legitimately are like putting me at risk of hearing loss, and vocals that shred the vocal cords of the singer, I kind of can't have bad vibes, because if I do, then I am bad vibes mixing with what is on the surface bad vibes. Bad vibes tend not to like each other. Good vibes harmonize, and bad vibes are parasitic off of good vibes. Bad vibes don't like each other. So like, yeah, obviously you have problematic people that are metalheads, and like the metal community has whole subcultures that are problematic. But like the average metalhead, I think it's kind of like, I'm a normal person. I like helping people in my life. I like it when my friends are happy. I have a partner or partners who I love very dearly and I'm faithful to. I have a family that maybe I don't have the best relationship with, but at the end of the day, I still care about them, and I trust that they care about me.
I'm going to go to this like Baby Butchers concert and scream my head off while slamming into strangers. And it's going to be like the most like cathartic experience for you. And then in the moment, you are allowed to affect hostility. But everyone present knows, or at least most people present, like 9 out of 10 people know, no one here is actually a raving lunatic. So if you're slamming into someone and they start like, ow, stop, like, and you're like starting bruised or hurt or whatever, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be like, oh, sorry, bro. Or like, sorry, gal, or like, sorry, friend. And then they're going to focus on someone else because what they need in that moment is the healing force of blunt force trauma. They need the healing touch of a shoulder jammed into their ribcage, which you'd be surprised. Whereas maybe you just kind of like want to like feel the music and like jump around. And generally speaking, like if I want to slam into people and I see you're just kind of like jumping in place, I'm not going to body check you. Because even if I don't have social awareness, I recognize our energy levels are different. This is not what you need right now. This is not what I need right now. I will slam past you like a ship in the night. This is a kirimochi, which is more of a hot gooey kind. Ooh, I had what's it called? Dongo? I kept calling it dingo to my roommate, and then I irreparably damaged my ability to parse what this is. We had dongo. I got to think of dongo, and it was so weird. Like the dongo itself was fine, like the actual like the dough, the balls, they're fine. We got soy flavored, which if you don't know, like soy, like sweet dark soy, which I have only ever had as like an entree. So I was trying this as a snack, and it was legitimately difficult for me to like jump the mental bridge of I am eating a snack right now that is meant to be a sweet treat. It tastes like I'm eating an overglazed entree. And I just did not enjoy that nearly as much as I thought I did. I wanted to try dongo. I wanted to like experience it. I wanted to like see what it was like. We got a pack that was like 4 of these. So I got like 2, they got 2. And I think I might have enjoyed it had I eaten it like at the same time as like a stir fry. Or like at the same time as like fried rice. But like I legitimately was like putting off finishing it because I was like, ugh, I'm not ready to have a snack of sweet soy. Dingo, dango, dango. Percussive maintenance of the human spirit. Exactly. What's up with red beans texture? What about taro? What is taro? Taro. I don't think I've had taro before. And I say that as someone that doesn't have boba or milk tea. And I think I've heard of taro as like a healthy substitute to various things and like as something that's in milk tea and boba tea. I don't really have that. So that might be part of what it is. What's up with the red beans texture? The issue with red beans texture is that it has the texture of mashed beans, which is grainy. I don't know if you know, I don't know if you have beans. I don't know if you eat beans. Like, to me, independent of the taste of beans, I can't get over how grainy they are. It's like sand in the bean. And I just can't. Like I have tried many times. My entire life, I've never been a fan of beans. I've gotten better about mushrooms. I've gotten better about onions. I have yet to change my mind on most beans. My main exposure is UK baked beans, which are not even edible, personally. And like Latin, like black beans, as well as refried beans. Arrow would hate grits. Now you want grits? I feel like grits is like a grain meal, right? That's like Southern. I don't think I've ever had grits. Have I heard of Dorodango? They're polished dirt balls you can make at home. Dorodango. 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 Oh. Why would I want this? Like, it seems cool, but I don't think I have like a use for this. Orb. Oh my gosh, look at what they did to this dirt. It's like so shined. It's like a mirror surface, guys. What? Oh my gosh. It's a bludgeoning weapon. If I wanted a bludgeoning weapon, I could just wield any number of other things in my room. My water bottle, almost fully filled. Because, actually, it's like half full. I've been drinking good. I've been very good about consuming water. Like, I like things that are bludgeoning weapon sized. A orb is not it. Very gritty, good with some butter in it. Aren't grits meant to be bad plain? Ooh, greeny not delightful happens. Got to try really, and I mean really boiled beans, like stewed for hours, gets really soft. Ponder an orb of your own making. That is a... I mean, at that point, I would use glass. I would want it to be a glass orb. And then I could tell people it's crystal, even though it's not. Oh. They're decorative. Have you ever fresh grown green beans? However, fresh grown green beans, no. I eat green beans. I also eat like edamame. I imagine I would eat soybeans if I had them presented. So like I don't not eat legumes. It's mostly like black beans, red beans is the main ones that I can think of. Dirt balls run. Judges part 7.5. Meteor hammer. I mean, they could be a meteor hammer, and I could join like Min-Max as their second meteor hammer user. Okay, so did you actually make it through the lore primer, or did you just jump straight to the rules so you can play as fast as possible? Yeah, when I did Magnagothica, when I did Maleghast, I read through the entire lore primer, and then it said, hey, you can jump to this page if you just want the rules, but we advise you to read through all of the mechanics first before making a faction. And I was like, pog! And so I did that. I am someone that, like, for fun, I will read TTRPG books from cover to cover. Like, for a while, I was, like, grinding through, like, World of the Apocalypse. I did that with Vampire the Masquerade, Lancer. I don't think I did that with Lancer. I think I read through the NPC templates, and then once it gets to the lore, I tapped out. I didn't read through the rest of the lore. I read some of it, and I've referenced some of it, but I read through like 2/3 of the Lancer book, and I got through the mech stuff, and I'm like, okay, I'm satisfied. Have I ever heard of the Magnus Archives Horror Anthology podcast? Right now we're doing Q&A questions, so if you have anything you want me to answer, drop that in the Q&A section. It can be about Maleghast, could be about TTRPGs, could be about my writing, could be about VTubing, whatever. I keep hearing about the Magnus Archives. I have not read it. I have not listened to it. I have not watched it. I have not done anything with Magnus Archives. I know basically nothing about it outside of the fact that it's really, really good, is what I've heard. Came game yesterday. Unfortunately, my player was not available, and so I was hoping to hop on Discord like I did the week prior. Unfortunately, I was editing a Lancer video, the one that went out yesterday. So, no Discord yesterday. I might do a Discord call tomorrow. And depending on how we're feeling, I might try to do it a couple hours later. So normally I do like noon PST. I might try to do it like 3 PST, depending on if folks would prefer that. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably, after stream today, I will drop a thing that's like, hey, would you prefer noon or 3 p.m. PST tomorrow? Because for some of you, noon PST is like 7 a.m. Which, sorry. And for some of you, noon PST is like 3 p.m., which is just inconvenient for you. That reminds me of the time Mythbusters tested out the myth of you can't... I remember that one, yep. I was also kind of thinking of that when I saw the polished dirt. And apparently, if it's a carnivorous one, I think that it was more shiny. Or was less shiny, I don't know. They would clearly cast a really nice minor tremor on Earth Spikes. Oh my gosh. Magnus Archives is available on YouTube and the entire podcast is free. Awesome. The stream turned into a food stream a while back and now I'm becoming devastatingly hungry. Listen, I made a milkshake earlier. Oh, if I take out the milkshake now, it will thaw in time for me. But I want rice. But I'm going to go. Sushi later. Make rice now. I could season it before I go. I can have rice balls before I leave. I need to eat something. So if I end stream, walk you through this. End stream. Put on rice, remove milkshake from freezer. From there, I need about 20 minutes for the rice to be done. I'm going to leave soon after to go do a thing. That means my milkshake will be just thawed enough, ideally, that I will be able to at least eat it with a spoon. Because it's a protein milkshake, and I added peanut butter to it this time. Because I start with a protein shake and vanilla ice cream, and then I add in a little bit of cocoa powder, a little bit of chocolate chips, and I blend it together. And so it's like a chocolate milkshake that is intended to be like protein. And also, now I'm adding in some peanut butter to it. So the goal is even more protein, even more filling, even more thickness from the peanut butter. Fridge? I mean, I could put it in the fridge, but like then it'll start to melt slower. What I want is I want to take it out, give it 20 minutes, and then have it melt a bit. And then put it back in the freezer once I'm done with it. Because and I don't know what I did the first time. Like the first time I did this, I used the protein shake, which I can shotgun a protein shake. Like it's particularly if it's cold, it's kind of hard because it's burning my throat when I'm drinking it. But when I combine it with ice cream and I blend it all together, that adds so much mass to it. The first time I made this, I ate all of it. Since then, I have been eating it in like halves or sometimes even thirds. Which, for me, being able to spread out my protein shakes even longer than what I have because they're like fairly expensive, awesome. Love that. That being said, it's crazy. There's so much food. Speaking of Mythbusters, it reminds me of the time they prove you can't light gasoline with a cigarette. Yeah. That freed a guy from jail. So no King game yesterday. Would I ever make my own Maleghast house? I'd love to. But I obviously would need to understand the mechanics more. I would love to make a Maleghast house. And I don't know what my theming would be. I don't know what the vibe would be. I would need to come up with something that is both flavorfully and mechanically distinct. And what I would probably do, and this is like if I get more into Maleghast right now, I consider myself interested in Maleghast. I want to play it more. I might try to rope in some friends to play off stream. And then maybe there will be some Discord calls where like on the stage, in the Arrow stage on Discord, like we have Maleghast games going on. I'm not like invested in it yet. And I have other projects right now. I would love to do like a very short, like I create 2 houses and I create like Crusade rules. Right? So like in 40K, there is something called Crusade, which is you make an army, small army, and you field the same army over and over again in a series of related battles, and your units gain experience over time. So, and particularly since such a small scope game, such a like unique game where it's a skirmish war game where you only have like 10 models on the board, or probably you have like 12. That's totally reasonable to have a system where each of your units, not only do they get a name, also if they died, they get like a scar. And that has a very minor mechanical impact. And then it also has like a flavor to it. There is some overarching objective that you are trying to accomplish over the course of multiple haunts, that each objective works you closer towards. And then like an artifact system, which is like, hey, special traits only accessible if you do this thing, right? I think that'd be cool. Not chat Mafia Maleghast, of course. I do think it would be very self-indulgent, but very funny to base it loosely off of us, where we are a union and a cult and a mafia all in one. Which I feel like of anything, drop the cult because there's already a couple cults in Maleghast. A union mafia of the proletariat, like communists that all work together and like leverage their joint power against small businesses. Orzhov? I mean, maybe. But like a union mafia that just goes around where like they have a section of Ansem Ezron where like they're effectively a racketeering ring as a union, and I think and they're Disco Elysium's union. That'd be pretty cool, and I think that'd be a different ecological niche. The question is, what would their mechanics be? I think their mechanics would be, I mean, my first thought was Swarm, but we already have Steeple Racks. I think a gunline swarm. Right? I think it's a gunline swarm where it's like the standard dude is just a little guy based on the Arrow Kisser, where they have a pistol and they're like a gun wight. They just do like 1 damage at 2 to 3 range. They probably don't have reload. They probably don't have headshot. They probably don't have formation. But rather, they have the ability to like, probably their faction thing would be like, you can take -1d on the attack, but like before rolling, you can take -1d to gain 1 strength, kind of deal. Something like that. Where the idea of blind firing, like the whole faction is blind firing. Hear me out. No necromancer, only the proletariat. That's homebrew nonsense that I think is too silly. Because like that's the sort of thing where I think that'd be really interesting if it was canon. Whenever I see something like that in a game where it's like, oh, here's my homebrew faction where it doesn't actually have a necromancer. Instead, you have to kill all of the units. That is like, okay, your homebrew sucks. You don't understand how the game plays. And that's the sort of thing where like, if I was the creator of Maleghast, I think it would be really funny to make a necromancer-less faction. I am not the creator of Maleghast, so I think that I would deride anyone who tried that. Not because like it can't work, but because that kind of like is against the spirit of the game. Corpse Union, where the whole thing is trying to give rights to the dead in their bodies, bonuses. Okay, one would be really funny. Union Mafia. They specialize. They don't have like any strength or speed or anything. Their whole thing is they apply vulnerable and slow and weak to opponents. They're a debuff faction, and they can when an enemy dies, instead of taking their soul, you can raise it as one of your own units. And so it's like a zombie virus almost, where it's I kill you, maybe it's not that you don't get the soul. Maybe it's something like you get 2 soul or something, like something where it's just like, I kill you, you get their soul. And then maybe it's an obliterate faction. Maybe it's an obliterate faction where if you obliterate an enemy, you have the ability to you have the ability to give the enemy their soul, and then, or maybe not that. Maybe it's just like all of your units have a headshot equivalent of like on a 6, you get this. If you slay them on a 6, you obliterate them. And if you obliterate any opponent, they rise back up with 1 HP on your side, but they're soulless. Right? So they become a summon working for you. I think that'd be cool as like an army rule, where the whole thing is that like their core mechanic, like their headshot is on a 6, most units can obliterate you. And then their army rule is whenever you obliterate an opponent, whenever you obliterate a unit, you can raise it in spot for you can raise it in spot as a soulless. And I think that would probably be like once per round you can do that. Maybe it's something where instead of when you obliterate them, it's that like you can do that to a corpse. I don't know what it would be. But yep, found it. Pathways Into is a homebrew supplement that adds narrative elements. I think there's another one that expands Pathway Into system. Sounds like Borg. Yeah. If I were to go that route without a Necromancer, the highest point model could count as the Necromancer for scoring. Maybe. Arrow, please remember to listen to Waltz of the Eternity. Thank you for the reminder. Have I made a submission for Games for Freaks Volume 4 yet? You say yet. I don't plan to. I'm not an artist. I mean, like, I think it would be really cool to submit something and get it in, but like, I'm not an artist. People have asked me about cosplay, and I'm like, I'm interested in cosplay. Don't know what to do for that. So like, I'm not an artist. I'm not a cosplayer. I can make a homebrew house, but I don't think that would be like Games for Freaks Volume 4 shout out kind of stuff. I think he mostly does that for like art and like music. I mean, I could make a Maleghast theme. I could try my hand at making a metal theme for Maleghast, and like we could have a stream where it's just like, hey, making music for Maleghast, and like inspired by one of the houses. If I did that, I would want to continue doing the sins. Which I suppose I need to find a new music software because my old one shut down. It got like phased out by its parent company. So I currently have Sin Music, which you're listening to right now. This is, oh no, you're not. I have not had music on for the past like 2 hours. What? Let's like this, for instance, is a theme that I made inspired by the idol. Right? So what I could do is I could submit something like music, which could be fun. What if they have no necromancers but elect one of their own as the boss, which if killed you lose but gets their own boost? So they don't have a necromancer, but at the start of the game, they choose one unit to become their necromancer. That unit, so like you can have it be a scion or a freak or like any non-thrall unit. I think that would actually like elected leader. And probably like one trait you can pick up is that like at the start of round 4 or like at the start of round 5, you can swap your elected leader so that it's like if they don't kill you fast enough, you can just swap to someone else. Honestly, a faction where it is like all mid-range units, there is no thrall, and they have no inbuilt necromancer. However, at the start, like their army rule is that at the start of battle, you choose one unit, they become your necromancer, they're the boss, they get +2 HP, and if they don't have armor, they gain your choice. They gain like phys armor. Or sorry, probably what it would be is that they gain 2 HP, and if their to hit is worse than a 4-up, so it's if it's like a 2-up or a 3-up, increase it by 1. So like their defense increase by 1, max 4-up. Just so that it's like you don't have a necromancer with 2-up. And then
like that's their core army rules, that you choose any one of them to be a necromancer. And they gain access to like soul abilities, and they get to choose a trait. And then at the start of round 4, you can choose to swap it to you can choose to swap the boss to any other unit, but that other unit doesn't get the benefits of being the boss. I think that it's just like an emergency, like, oh, swap. B said the boss, and I immediately went to Soldiers Without Borders from Metal Gear. Would you just submit your shadow idea for Kane? I mean, I already made, like, I don't know if you know this, the distortions, the doc I made is already like, Tom Bloom follows me on itch. Like, he added it to his like Kane expanded universe along with some other stuff that other creators made. So like, he already knows about it. I don't need to submit it. If he wants to include something like that and like shout out like, hey, thanks for all the homebrew, everyone, like, then he'd include that, and I don't see the need to submit it myself. Let the Dead Rise also has a narrative play element that can overlap with pathways. Nice. I gotta go and eat. Have a good night. Good night. Do I have any games I currently plan to play off stream? I'm currently playing Persona 5 off stream. And I kind of like beat around the bush for a long time. And I was like, oh my gosh, beautiful, beautiful line. I kind of beat around the bush for a long time because I was like, do I want to stream it? Do I not? It's like 100 hours. I don't think anyone wants to watch that, but it's really popular. So like, if I do it, then there'd be like a reasonable chance for an audience to want to watch it. And finally, Rory convinced me like, hey, I'm playing Persona 5. So if you want to join me, you got to make that decision now. So I started playing it off stream, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I've had the opportunity to play it off stream. I'm sad because I've been playing it for like 6 months, if not longer, because I'm able to play like once a week, once every 2 weeks. I'm at like 120 hours into this game, and I've been playing like once or twice a week. And oftentimes if it's once a week, I'll play for like 6 hours. And if it's twice a week, I'll play for like 2 or 3 hours both times. So like 6 hours a week generally. And sometimes I don't play for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks at a time. So I'm very glad that I've been able to play Persona 5 off stream. I am going to try out a TTRPG sometime soon. I need to reach out to the dev again. I set up a call with a TTRPG dev to try out a system that I'm going to play first off stream. And then I'm probably going to make a video about it to support the release of the full release. Magnagothica, like Maleghast, I want to play more Maleghast. I'll probably start by playing some more off stream. If I'm feeling bold, I might try playing some games in the Chasm server. I don't know how that would work though. I am very done frightened. The kind of line the King in Yellow would step out from behind. Anytime anyone references the King in Yellow, I get so sad. Not because I didn't enjoy reading the King in Yellow. I really enjoyed reading the King in Yellow, but because the King in Yellow is not an entity in the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow is a book, is a play in the King in Yellow that is referenced for 4 of like 10 stories. Supergiant's games pure stream. I mean, like Hades 2. You tell me, would it interest you if I loaded up Hades 2 with my pre-existing save run that is already like 2/3, 3/4 of the way done with the game, and I like experienced firsthand, like I know Prometheus is a boss that you fight. And I think I heard the boss at the top of Olympus. I think I know it's Typhon. Don't confirm or deny. Maybe I'm wrong. So like, I haven't experienced that stuff. I haven't played Hades 2 in like a year and a half at this rate, if not 2 years. So I would love to hop into Hades 2. It's just, I don't see the point in something like that. Many people said they want to see me stream Pyre because I love it. And that feels too self-indulgent to me. Personally.
Like Pyre would feel too self-indulgent because I don't think many people care about Pyre. I think they want to see me play a game I really want to play. Which like, thank you, but I don't think it'd be good for viewership. It's always something I have to keep in mind. Baldur's Gate 3 is one I really want to play on stream. I have it. I just haven't started it. That's another game where like, do I really want to spend like 120 hours streaming this? Because so many people have played Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if I could add anything. Outer Wilds is another one that I want to play on stream. I have it. I know nothing about it. I've kept myself in the dark this entire time. You know where King in Yellow is an entity? Magicka? Where? Dude, Magicka I'm so sad about. I've tried playing Magicka with my friends in like recent years. The servers and the connections are all over the place. Magicka is unfortunately a dead game. But like PvP, like multiplayer wise, it is a dead game. And I am so sad because I have had so much fun playing Magicka with people over the years. And I've had multiple times where I tried to play Magicka with my friends. And they got Magicka and we loaded it up and it was super laggy and then we would crash after 5 minutes. Like, I don't know what it is with the servers, but like, Arrow, every Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough is unique. Yeah, but I don't know how interesting that would be. Particularly because if I play Baldur's Gate 3, let's say I make like a paladin, because I think paladins are fun, or I play like a rogue or something. And then I don't choose the most generic option. I choose like a fun, wacky option. Oh, wow, Arrow's really doing something crazy. I've never seen this before. And then I proceed to like do the most like good boy thing. I just choose all the good boy options because like I know that Baldur's Gate 3 gives you a ton of different character options and a ton of different choice options and a ton of different variability. My understanding is that it's also pretty standard, like here's a bad guy, here's a good guy. I know very little about Baldur's Gate 3. If I'm wrong. Let me know. Just don't spoil. So my understanding is that it's very good at like simulating player choice. It's very good at affecting the ability to do anything. But at the end of the day, it's all built around the framework of like good guy, bad guy. Like you're going to play someone that's presumably lawful good. And if you're not lawful good, you're going to be doing lawful and good things if for no reason other than convenience. That's my understanding. Each copy of Baldur's Gate 3 is sold is slightly different. That's funny. I love stories like that. Yeah, Hastur the King in Yellow. Oh, Asator. Reject Baldur's Gate 3, return to Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous like I have, because I can actually run Wrath. Honestly, I've heard great things about the Pathfinder games. But like, the Pathfinder games, I have heard amazing things about. Because they're by the same folks that did Rogue Trader. 40k Rogue Trader, right? So they're all CRPGs. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3 is more of a tactical RPG. Which, something else I want to say, I understand I don't need to do this. Oh, you said, do you have any games that I plan to play on stream? Sorry, I read that as off stream, which is why I started with Persona 5. So Baldur's Gate 3 is up there, Outer Wilds is up there. This Saturday, I'm going to be playing a game I streamed the demo of like a year ago. Die in the Dungeon. It's a roguelike deck builder where your deck is dice. You don't actually have a deck of cards. It's a dice-based dungeon delver where you need to create combinations of dice based on what you roll. So like putting a 1 here will connect to nodes like here, here, and here. If I put a 5 here, like my red die gives me attack and my blue die gives me guard, and like I deal 1 damage, but it's connected to a block, so that actually cancels each other out because they're opposites. But if I move my block over here, then my block isn't touching my red anymore, so now it's fine. And then if I have a purple die, that synergizes with everything, so it increases their result. So if I put a purple die right here, then suddenly I go up to 6 damage. Like, that's the kind of framework it did. I found it really fun. That's gonna be Saturday. And I might split that up into half Die in the Dungeon, half like programming, half something else. I'll figure it out. I think Pillars of Eternity is a great CRPG made by Obsidian. Pillars of Eternity is if you want to just have choice paralysis, is my understanding. I've heard it's really fun, and I've heard it's a great game, and like Pillars of Eternity 2 even better. I've also heard that it's like, hey, don't level up. Like, don't look at the level up screen. You will have a heart attack. Wrath of the Righteous is so good. You get so many options. The characters are also good. I love Nanio, TBH, despite her quirkiness. Yeah, I'm going to close the questions, and we're at 5.5 hours just about. So, if you have any more questions, just drop them. But 1000x resist is on my list. People keep asking me for 1000x resist. Also, Soma and Signalis are also other ones that people have brought up. And I know that there's something about a coin flip at the end of Soma. And I think it's about like, are you the real you or something? And Signalis is Resident Evil, but you're lesbians in space. And also there's a lot of King in Yellow references. You're lesbian robots in space. And also there's a lot of like cosmic horror, specifically the King in Yellow. So Yuri is my understanding. You hope I have a good night. Good night. Level ups are pretty simple compared to Rogue Trader. Oh my gosh. Like Path of Exile, all I know about it is Path of Exile upgrade tree. Like, you want to tell me this is simple? You want to tell me you genuinely want to tell me this is simple? This is simple. Why do I need this many? Who programmed this? Is this legal? Like, this is a 5,200 by 4,600 pixel image. That's how many pixels they need to show off this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. About 40 pixels wide. This isn't even showing off. Is this a tree branch? I don't know. What is this? A red smudge? That's my guess. This appears to be a shield. I'm just guessing. I can't even tell what these things are. They're so small. Wrong Pillars of Eternity? But that is messed up. What are you talking about, wrong Pillars of Eternity? Oh, that's Path of Exile. Never mind. I literally looked up Path of Exile upgrade tree. Pillars of Eternity upgrade tree. This is the same. This is the same. Have I been bamboozled? It's literally the same UI. Did I? Is this Path of Exile and not Pillars of Eternity? Why is it showing me? Is this what it looks like? This? Google's gas? I guess. Like, at first I looked at Path of Exile. And then you were like, that's not the right game. And I'm like, oh, you're right. My bad, B. And then I went over to Pillars of Eternity. And it still gave me that. This is Pillars of Eternity? Okay. This is significantly more reasonable. That's so funny. I can't believe Google actually, I do believe that. I believe that 100%. Google absolutely would lie to me. Bing would never. Internet Explorer would never betray me like that, right? It would try to, but it would be too slow in the draw. Yeah, that's right. One Wizard has the biggest skill tree, so it's usually smaller as well. Yeah, so like I imagine these are all spells. Like each of these are individual spells that you can choose from and mix and match. So like that's not that bad. Honestly, this seems like a bit much, but for a wizard, that's fine. Opera GX, yeah, because you have to pay for it. Opera GX has a VTuber. Did you know that? Opera GX is like an official VTuber representing their company and their brand. And it's crazy to me. Like they held auditions and everything. Wild. Yeah. That's that from me. I don't really got much else. I talked Maleghast, Magnagothica. I went through Games for Freaks. I got distracted plenty of times. Be on the lookout for a 40K video tomorrow. Friday, we're going to finish up. Probably quickly. My goal is quickly the final biome of Neolithic version alpha. And then I'm going to grab all the mechanics, put them together. I'm going to do slight mechanical updates, like slight formatting updates. I'm going to make sure it's all coherent. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to ship it. I'm going to post it on itch, and I'm going to like genuinely like be making an effort to get playtesting on the community. I'm going to be like bothering you in the community to please playtest for me, because like I want this to like go from alpha to beta to full release in a reasonable time frame. And then I'll be working on Kane supplements. I prefer Tyranny over Pillars of Eternity. I played Tyranny. I got like 2/3 of the way through it. Dropped it. Nothing in the game's fault. Nothing the game did wrong. Just didn't catch my interest and didn't finish it. So I kind of want to go back and play Tyranny at some point. I played a warrior before that I was like playing basically like a paladin. I was playing like a spellblade. I was playing my main focus is stabbing you with a spear and a shield, but I also can do some spell stuff. Like I can stab you with spells as well. I think I would want to play a mage. I would want to go full tilt mage. I would want to do full crafting like magic system, because that was very fun. I would want higher lore. That sounds very fun to me. I'm going to play my first Mage the Ascension game very soon. Very excited. I've DM'd for a lot of World of Darkness games, but I'm wanting expert opinion on this new game from a player's perspective. Awesome. That sounds like so much fun. Tyranny's super fun. Tyranny is very fun. It's fun that you get to be able to play the bad guy. And you're pretty like unequivocally the bad guy. But then my understanding is that the game forces you to be a good guy at the end. And there is a like post-release, last-minute, half-baked, no, actually, I'm still the bad guy option, right? That's my understanding of the ending, is that if you want to play Tyranny and like lean into like enacting the will of Kairos as like their right hand, you can't. But if you want to play it as like you rising up against the tyrant, I think that like it probably is more satisfying that way. What? Who pays for opera? Don't you have to pay for opera? Yeah, so Tyranny, I really enjoyed. My issue is that anytime I have an RPG that gives me characters, I immediately come up with favorites, and I only use my favorites. And I know I'm not unique in it. I know that that's just like how most people are. And the goal of an RPG party is, hey, Arrow's favorite characters are X and Y and Z. Sammy's favorite characters are X and Y and A. Kali's favorite characters are A and B and C. Togedemaru's is A and C and Z. And so like all of us play with slightly different characters, and all of the characters get their focus in different playthroughs. But like, I there are sometimes cool characters that I don't care enough about. Like the Archon of Song, I think. Like the Siren character, who is one of the Archons, or one of the like the leaders of Kairos' army, who attempted to betray Kairos and like used her music on Kairos, and Kairos was like, this is an offense of the highest order, like, and barely broke free of mental domination. Like put a limiter on her, and then like sent her out to like go basically be a soldier. And so she can join your party. But like I already had a party at that point, so I didn't care, even though she's cool. And something else I was wondering, in Tyranny, I didn't know if this was I was struggling with this mentally. I thought you're just kind of like a loser who's on the bad guy side. And then I realized very quickly, no, you're not a loser. You're kind of like a lieutenant. You're a lieutenant for the bad guys. Because in the game, you are a soldier, or you're like an inquisitor, basically, of the evil empire that is dominating a whole region. And you work for the judge, like the grand arbiter of all rulings within the domain of Kairos. And that is your boss. And like, he is super loyal to the evil emperor. And you are loyal to him, ostensibly. And your job is to go out to places and solve disputes and act with the authority of the judge, who himself acts with the authority of the evil emperor. And so I didn't realize how important you were. And then once you go around, you start talking to like the various archons, and like they're just like people that you like have arguments with, and they may or may not like you. I realized like, oh, you're like important. You're like, and like part of that is that you've read about, are allowed 2 edicts, and then like the edicts are the will of Kairos made manifest. You cast like a 10th level spell with a spell scroll. You basically like, as like a 5th level character, you're casting like a 9th, 10th, 11th level spell that was given to you by the judge, who is the hand of the evil emperor, and you are enacting the will of this evil emperor. And no one has ever done it twice, and you were the first person to ever do it twice. So, like, obviously you're important, but I didn't realize, like, how squashed the politics were. Like that's the word that comes to mind, is, like, squashed. Because you are interacting with, like, random peasant Joe Schmo who he's arguing with his neighbor about the fact that his crops were taken, and then his neighbor's like, well, I didn't take them, and if I did, I certainly wouldn't have put them in my stew. And then you look, and there's carrots in his stew, and you're like, did you grow these carrots? And he's like, of course I grew these carrots. I just had some external help. And like, you're doing that. And also, you're going around to like the movers and shakers of the political field and like doing political intrigue and like deciding the fate of nations. Which is kind of just like an RPG problem. It's not really a tyranny problem. I just wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting like the voices of Nerat, I think, the guy of the Sango chorus, and the Forsaken, the Forsworn, Forsaken, Unbroken, whatever. The Zeus, the guy with the thunder hammer. I didn't expect them to just be like NPCs you could just roll up and talk to. I assumed that there would be like more pomp and circumstance surrounding it, which I suppose reinforces how important you are. It just was odd to me. And that was something that I had to jump over mentally in the game, which is in part due to the fact that like when I play games and when I run games and when I write, I tend to keep things lower density, I'll say. In terms of like centers of power, I tend to keep it lower density, where powerful people tend to be more separated from lower power people. I have class divides in those sort of games. I have, in the Kane game I'm running, the director of the site had never really directly interfaced with an XO that's like being fielded. So like there's that distance of power, even though they're all on the same site, like they've never interacted. And that meant that talking to the director felt, oh, this is a big deal when the player did it. But like in Tyranny, it's just like, oh yeah, I roll up to the leader of one of the 2 main armies of the entire evil overlord, and I told him to go kick rocks, and then he's like, yeah, I'll get you next time, gadget. Pomp and circumstance or whatever, because everyone's people though. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, I don't disagree. I think that is surprisingly fairly realistic. It's just like, particularly because I played this like 7, 8 years ago. Like I played this like many years ago at this point. And it's more realistic that I far cry from believing this, like random stranger approaching Whiterun and going over to Dragon's Reach and talking to the Jarl to like report that there's been a dragon that attacked Helgen. Like, yeah, you kind of like become super important because you're Dragonborn. It's not unrealistic. You could just like, hey, I have a very important piece of news for the Jarl, and then like maybe his house, like his Thane would be like, you can tell it to me and I'll deliver it. And then I think literally in game she says that, and then he's like, nah, let him in. And then you tell him, and he's like, oh, I am Jarl Baldgriff. This is very important information. And then just kind of like you run from there. Distance of power is a system set up by the powerful in the system. And I think that's interesting to play with narratively. I think that removing that removes an element of narrative complexity. That being said, I also think it's pretty realistic. Like, depending on who you are and what you're trying to accomplish, like, you can talk to most company CEOs with only minimal, like, finagling. Like, obviously, you can't talk to, like, Jeff Bezos. But you can probably talk to, like, the CEO of a local chain of restaurants just by, like, reaching out via email, and they'll probably respond. If you bring up, like, a legitimate concern that, like, is relevant to them. And not if you're just like, yo, what's up? I thought it'd be cool. Like, if you reach out to someone like that, more than likely they're probably going to respond. Same thing with, like, in the content creator space. If you reach out to someone that's, like, similar size, more than likely, they're probably going to respond. Yeah, they might ghost you because, like, everyone ghosts everyone nowadays. But it's not unrealistic for another content creator to, like, see you hit them up and be like, hey, I love your content so much. Just want to let you know, I'm trying to get a group set up for this game that I'm playing, and I thought this would be a great fit for you because I've seen your other content, particularly this one video. Either way, thank you so much. Keep doing your awesome stuff. You're awesome. And then you back off. Most people are probably going to be like, oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Because most people are nice. And most people don't have, like, a secretary and a manager and someone to read the emails and someone to, like, handle their schedule for them at all times of the day. Some people do. And, like, that's where you get, like, distance of power. And that's why I think that it's so interesting. Like growing up, I was of the opinion that I thought I would, like, never meet a celebrity. And in fairness, I haven't met many. None come to mind. But, like distance of power is something where I always thought that, like there was legit, like, two worlds. Like, the working class and the upper class. Or like the famous and the non-famous, or whatever deviation you want to make. That's how I saw it growing up. And as I matured, I realized that was not the case. But that was just kind of like a vestige of that when I played Tyranny, where I was like, this is so weird to just be able to, like, talk to these very important leaders with no follow-up, or with, like, no lead-up or import. But, like, that's kind of how it is. Like, if you are someone that is on a similar level, even if you're on the same level, even if you're, like, a tier or two down, like, yeah, you're probably going to be in the same room as them, and it's not going to be a big deal. Hey, didn't catch the stream, and now you're EP Sag. Well, I'm wrapping up soon anyway. Don't you worry. Yeah, you're like a commissar and a lawyer in one, a warlock of the Archon. Basically, yeah. I'm going to wrap up. It has been 5.5 hours. My throat gave out a couple times, and thank you so much for staying by. If you are in chat right now, or if you're watching the VOD, feel free to say hello. Otherwise, be on the lookout for tomorrow's 40K video and Friday's stream. And I will have I'm gonna make some rice. I'm gonna make rice before I go. Hopefully my milkshake gets thawed before I leave. Good night, and have a lovely day, morning, night, evening, whenever. Bye-bye! Oh my gosh, that was so shrill. Bye-bye!